Hello everybody, welcome back to the show. Today we're going to be talking about Keffals and LeafyIsHere. My favorite two YouTubers of all time. But anyways, for those of you who are new here, I always break streams slash videos slash podcasts into chapters, so if you want, you can go to the description and click on timestamps if you want to get to certain parts of the video. Though obviously this is also a live stream, but anyways, yeah, it's meant to be watchable as a podcast or however you want to watch it because, you know, the goal is to be as entertaining as possible, and if I'm not doing that, then I am under-delivering. But anyways, so I saw a video in my recommended from none other than Keffals herself, and it was about another YouTuber. Now, you may have guessed it from the title, but the other YouTuber is LeafyIsHere. That is right, everyone. Apparently, they don't like each other very much. Hello there, says Pancake Panic. General Kenobi, you are a bold one. Anyways, this is going to be a segment-oriented stream, so I'm not going to read chat too much, though I will be reading chat sometimes. And also, I will read any messages from Streamlabs donations right away. Blah, blah, blah. You get the point, right? So, anyways, I don't want to waste too much time here with the intro, because, I mean, intros are fun and all, but, you know, LeafyIsHere says an internet loser versus an internet loser, who will win? I think the internet loser might have a chance at winning, but that might just be me, though. Yeah. Fun fact, Mark Zuckerberg knows Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Wow, I did not know that. Hello, Alexander. Alexander says, hi, Femyoz. I hope you're having a great day. I just came from Area 50. Oh, shit, Area 51. Damn. Because I was trying to investigate if there were aliens. Well, did you find any? Hola, hello. I'm not gonna lie, I can't pronounce your name. Sorry about that one. Anyways, totally not related to me and a few mods trolling with every. Okay. Imagine being a fan of Sneeko. Cringe. That's an L. I hope that L is directed at LeafyIsHere for saying he's a Sneeko fan. But yeah, Sneeko, long story short, the reason, well, this isn't the reason I don't like Sneeko, but the reason I like to point to, because I think it's funny, is just the fact that Sneeko really, he for whatever reason, he really likes when his girlfriend sleeps with other men. It's his favorite. He's a big fan of it, let's just say. You will never know. Yeah, you're right, I never will know. You are correct in that assessment. But anyways, yeah, oh man. There's been so much interesting YouTube drama lately. It's, wow, what a world we live in, huh? But, anyways, so, I mean, Keffals returned lately. Leafy made his return to Twitter, as well, after getting unbanned and whatnot. It seems like, you know, people that I thought were gone have, you know, come back and returned. It's a very, very poetic, I must say. But recently, Keffals uploaded a video called, Leafy got really high and tried to fight me. Wow. You know, that is an interesting title. But I mean, that seems like something Leafy might do. I mean, we are talking about LeafyIsHere after all, so I genuinely don't know what to expect. But I haven't seen this video yet. I've been tempted to watch it, but I decided, you know what? I'm gonna watch it for the first time on stream, because I think that that's a better idea. So anyways, without further ado, why don't we just
I've been in a
start...
lot of
Oops, I did not mean to start it that fast. But anyways, without further ado, let's start the video.
So I've been in a lot of controversies, but I gotta say, this has gotta be one of the weirdest dramas that I've ever gotten into before in my life. After being MIA for years, on April 2nd, Leafy was unbanned from Twitter thanks to Elon, and to celebrate, he immediately broke the rules by saying the N-word.
I mean, What exactly did you expect? I mean, come on.
because, well, he's Leafy. Leafy and I didn't really engage with each other before at all, ever, until April 27th, when Leafy tweeted transgenders are fake. And,
I think, to be fair, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to the dumb things that Leafy says, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think he's being very serious. I mean, I could be wrong there. But I've seen Leafy tweet all sorts of dumb shit. I remember Mr. Beast made a tweet saying, "New video released," and then Leafy just responded with, "Fuck you," or something like that. So I'm not defending either person in this situation, but I do want to give Leafy a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, even though he doesn't really have a chin.
Being such a huge fan of both Calvin and transgenders, I decided to reply to him to show my support. You may have noticed that this video is edited a bit differently than my other videos. To put it simply, due to the ongoing Adderall shortage, I thought adding gameplay might be able to help satiate Leafy's fans, because I know they're going to come here to attempt to bully me. I'm just trying to blend in.
Okay, no, I get that, but instead of using parkour, okay, Minecraft PvP footage. Extremely underrated and very aesthetically pleasing. Don't do Minecraft parkour. That's unoriginal. I've seen this same type of gameplay footage so many different times. The same map as well. I don't want to watch your 30 FPS parkour footage. That's not very appealing. But PvP footage, if it's recorded in high FPS and it's resampled, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm just saying that because I used to be a PvPer and I'm biased. Either way, it's underrated, okay? And I've used it in a few of my videos before, because I wanted to add segments that I didn't think of before without having to set up my camera again. So I just used that footage, and it worked really well.
I'm behind enemy lines, I'm in the trenches, I'm fighting for my damn life out here.
I am the spy.
Unfortunately, attempting to ratio Leafy was a mistake.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that. Who was surprised, though? But yeah, I noticed that yeah, it was a failed attempt at ratioing. I must say. But anyways, let's continue on with the video. This is wow.
While I was away, I must have missed a new update on Musk's Twitter that if you pay him money and lick his boots, you can get to the top of the replies. But because I have self-respect, I didn't buy Twitter Blue.
Based?
This made the ratio a lot harder to accomplish. Ratios are meaningless,
to be fair, that is kind of cope.
but it's a fun thing to do on Twitter
I agree.
despite it not accomplishing anything. I failed to ratio people in the past and it's never been a big deal. But this time, things were different. People celebrated this like it was some sort of monumental win, treating it as something a lot more important than it really is.
Yeah, I mean, people do tend to do that quite a bit. I mean, I'm not gonna say who specifically, but there are people that do that, just in general. And no, I'm not, implying anything. I'm literally just saying, like, people just do that in general, and it's sad to see, right?
And my god, did this set off the horde. Due to another change I'm sure advertisers love, misgendering and deadnaming are no longer banned on the platform, and after having a flurry of the most annoying people alive in my mentions, I decided it wasn't worth it and deleted the tweet.
I mean, fair enough, I guess.
This only sparked more backlash, however, as well as transphobic vitriol towards me, proclaiming that Leafy had epically owned me in the marketplace of ideas because
Oh my god.
I failed to get enough Reddit updates. Again, I think ratios are meaningless, and mostly just a running joke for me at this point, but a lot of his fans actually seem to think that bigger number equals more right, and
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we're talking about Leafy fans at the end of the day. We're what do you expect? I mean, did you expect these literal 10-year-olds to, be intelligent or say anything of substance? Well, of course not.
and took this entire ordeal very seriously. You see, I like to have
I mean, after all, Twitter ratios are no laughing matter. This is a very serious situation, I'll have you find.
fun online, but a constant barrage of extremely annoying
Wait, what? You want to have fun online? How dare you?
transphobes isn't really that fun. I've been out as trans for 12 years, and none of this really hurts my feelings, but the sheer volume of the most obnoxious people in existence made using Twitter for what I want to use it for, having fun with my friends, talking about the news and politics, shitposting, That all got a lot harder. I decided to block Leafy and his followers and then move on. Leafy,
I mean, okay, I guess.
who is also a very big fan of mine, took this personally and has since been trying to start beef with me. I have no idea why, but he posted the block screen and then responded to a drama alert tweet, and he demanded an apology for
Alright, okay, yeah, no, Leafy is in the wrong.
me. An apology for trying to ratio.
Now, I can't even tell if Leafy is being ironic here.
For anyone who doesn't know, Drama Alert is run by part-time trans ally DJ Daniel Keemstar.
Hell yeah, based trans ally Keemstar. I will say, even though Keemstar used to be really annoying, and sometimes I'm sure he still is, I don't know, I don't really watch Drama Alert. He has been kind of, you know, he mellowed the fuck out recently, I think. I don't know, he seems kind of chill now.
I've had my run-ins with him in the past and tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but that was a mistake. It's not enough to have an occasionally good take about trans people. You need to stand up for them when people around you are being bigoted. I'm only bringing this up and holding him to the standard because I know he has actually met and talked with trans people before.
To be fair, though, I don't think that the lack of an action is necessarily an immoral action in of itself, because if you just don't say anything, that is a neutral thing to do, right? That is the neutral thing to do. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't say anything, obviously. It is preferable if you do say something. And there's no reason why you wouldn't, right? There's not a good reason not to say anything. But I don't think that, you know, oh, you're a bad person because you didn't say anything. I've never been a big fan of that mindset.
Unlike Leafy.
Have you ever met a trans person IRL? No, I've seen them, but I've never really met one.
Later that day, Leafy decided to do a live stream where he baited people into joining by lying that Sneeko was gonna join. Well,
that sounds like something Leafy would do, I'm not gonna lie.
I thought that was a lie, but the truth is actually a lot funnier. Turns out that Sneeko was just cucking him.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Sneeko in like 10 minutes or something like that. I don't know. I'm gonna message him right now. Alright, I'm waiting for Sneeko to respond. Alright, I messaged Sneeko. I'm waiting for him to respond. Alright, I'm just gonna call Sneeko in, you know, at maybe... at 4 minutes, I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna call Sneeko now. No, he's away. He's not picking up.
Boy.
Where the fuck is Sneeko? Alright, I'll call him in another 3 minutes or something. Dude, where the fuck is Sneeko? He's not responding right now. Alright,
I mean, to be fair, I mean... Is that, I mean, I don't blame Leafy for that. I mean, I would want to call Sneeko so I can bully him as well.
I'm calling Sneeko right now. He better pick up. I'm just gonna call Sneeko again. Why not? Why does he need to go to the gym
Okay, yeah, now he's obsessed.
right now, dude? He was planning on, dude, we were planning on having like a call. Alright, Sneeko's kind of pissing me off, dude.
Her into a
Why is he not joining?
Leafy desperately throwing out homophobic slurs in an attempt to get Sneeko's attention is absolutely hilarious. I've never seen a man so obviously yearning for another man's approval. It's like Leafy desperately needs Sneeko to let him sit on his lap, call him a good little boy, and give him a crumb of the clout cookie. But
I mean, we all know that Leafy is 100% a bottom, alright? He is definitely 100 million%. A bottom. He's definitely not straight, okay? I'm guessing he's either bisexual or gay. There's no, I refuse to believe that he is heterosexual, based on, well, the way he looks, the way he acts, the way he sounds, etc., right?
seriously though, I can't imagine
I mean, I could be wrong on that. And he's definitely a bottom.
anything more embarrassing than getting cucked for over an hour by the cuck king himself.
I mean, he probably has a humiliation kink, let's be real.
So then we go into the room, like her and the couple, like we're like, all right, let's switch. So I got this girl on top of me and she's, I don't know, yo, I'm just not, and my girl's right here and she's like, and I'm like, oh, yo, I'm like feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person.
Traumatic
It's
thoughts.
a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. No! You know what?
No!
I think you should.
I may smack a nigga.
I said the same shit before.
It's gonna be angry, mad, naked niggas in that bitch.
Bro, like you don't want to be that couple. You know, you don't want to be
I'm gonna
toxic,
be that
man.
couple.
Because
wait, what? You don't want to be what couple?
it's a sex party. Whatever happens
I
there,
just
happens
won't
there.
go.
Whatever happens there, you know?
You won't go.
I think you should go through that trauma.
No,
I think
what?
everyone should go through
Why
that.
you say that?
Yeah, it's totally just exposure therapy. It's definitely not Sneeko getting cucked. Yeah, no, that has nothing to do with that.
Bro, you just try it out, bro. One time, bro. I swear, bro, you'll like it. You'll love when another dude is tickling your balls with his eyelashes.
In between crying out for daddy and getting cucked, Leafy decided to watch some videos of mine and react to my opinion about him misgendering me on Twitter.
Oh shit. Leafy is transphobic towards
He still does the thing where he talks way too close to his microphone. Why am I not surprised? In fact, his audio quality might actually be worse now.
me as he wants. He will never.
Dude, you do realize you don't have to talk like this, Leafy. You don't have to like have your mouth on top of the microphone, my guy. What are you doing? It doesn't sound pleasant to listen to. I'm sorry.
Be a YouTuber, and it's pretty much just me saying fuck him. I want an apology, dude. I still want an apology.
He's trying
An apology for what? Keffals trying to ratio him? What? Oh, okay. Yeah, oh god, the horror. How dare you do a harmless thing that's kind of an ongoing joke.
trying so hard to lean into transphobia, it's almost funny. But as a PhD expert in transphobia, I'm not buying it. He couldn't even commit to he/him pronouns, it's just kinda sad. And it's not even that hard to be transphobic. There's like a million first name bunch of number Twitter accounts that are way more committed to this than he is.
I don't know, he seems like the kind of person who just doesn't give a shit about anything. He's just trying to be edgy. I don't think he actually has any moral principles. There's no moral framework he's working within. He just says whatever sounds edgy.
This person tried to ratio me or something, and now she's talking about, and yeah, be sure to ask her for an apology. I don't know, she's having a fucking mental breakdown. Let's see what the hell she even was talking about. She was starting shit with me, and I saw in her, like, Twitter bio before she blocked me.
Honestly, I think he's only acting this way as a grift. Like with
Oh, absolutely. Again, I don't think he gives a shit about anything.
Sneeko, he knows it's a hot topic right now and is trying to lean into it as a last-ditch effort for relevance, but he's just so non-committal that it comes off as forced. In a tweet
Oh, well, yeah, he is lazy after all.
from 2017, Leafy said that he could definitely fuck a hot girl with a dick as long as I don't have to suck her balls.
Oh, boy. Wow. Oh, wow, okay, Leafy. I see how it is.
Balls or anything totally gay.
Which, let's be real, Leafy would totally be down to eat girl dick. Let's be real.
Which recasts all his weird comments about my genitals into a new light.
Time out. Are you guys sure that he cut his dick off? Does Keffals?
Well, of course Leafy would want to know that. He's Leafy. He wants girl dick. He's a gawk goblin. Girl cock goblin.
Still have a dick. Oh shit. That dude straight up chopped him off. One in the chat if you think
He's very, you can tell that Leafy's very disappointed. He wanted that girl dick in his ass.
he's hot. If this person wanted their penis back, is there any way they could get it back?
Such
I don't think you can get bottom surgery in reverse. No, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm missing something.
incredible questions could only come from the same genius that used Yahoo to look up Google. It honestly
So true.
makes me wonder if all the stuff that he said about my genitals isn't because he thinks I'm
Okay, to be fair though, there have been times where, for whatever reason, Google Chrome will make Yahoo the default browser again, and then I can't be fucked to change it back, so I'll just use Yahoo to search Google.
a freak for having sexual reassignment surgery, but because I ruined the fantasy of being the dick girl of his dreams. In
Yeah, that's what I was saying!
between spamming the N-word and looking up from their Subway Surfers gameplay, his fans kept begging him to just move on and do literally anything else besides talk about me. It turns out, they actually don't care about whatever dumb drama he was using to try and stay relevant. Their ADD had moved on.
Well, yeah, well, not to mention the fact that the main reason people like Leafy isn't because he's a spectacular content creator or anything, or because oh yeah, his content was really good. That was some high quality shit, man. No, the reason that people, claim to is because they liked him when they were little fucking kids, okay? And now they're all grown up, and they think that they would still like Leafy, but then now they're starting to realize, because they're older, oh, yeah, this guy is fucking annoying and repetitive, and he doesn't say anything of substance. He just repeats himself to get to the 10-minute mark in his old videos, and now, I mean, he's streaming, and, well, he's not much different, is he?
This has all been pretty funny, but I really do want to highlight that this started over a dumb ratio. I don't think I've ever seen such a furious reaction from someone because of one. Through all of the jokes, Leafy is genuinely being
Oh, I think he's just desperate to get drama.
incredibly unhinged. The proportional response from him is just completely off.
That's what happens when you're desperate for girl cock.
Like, I get that he's edgy, and he's a time capsule of 2015 YouTube and old Call of Duty lobbies, but even so, a lot of the shit he said is genuinely completely unhinged. Like the way that he reacted to me talking about planning to take my own life, saying I should try harder.
So many people, dude, oh, you know, I tried to kill myself. Well, you know, what went wrong? I should have tried harder.
Or what he said when I talked about watching my father being taken off life support. I got to be there to witness him suffocate to death, and it's still something that I
This person's just fake, dude.
have nightmares about.
Bro.
Fake woman, fake fucking dude. They have no dick. It's just fake.
And again, remember, this is over a Twitter ratio. I know Leafy isn't a stranger to saying extremely unhinged things.
Well, no, that's like, that's what he does. I don't think he does it out of genuine anger. He's just like, oh, well, you see, you know, I'm irrelevant right now, and I want attention. So you better believe I'll do whatever it takes to get attention. That's the mindset he has. And of course, he'll say whatever, like the most hyperbolic shit he can imagine. You know, I mean, you unfortunately, the iDubbbz content comp video on him, you know, got taken down by YouTube for bullying, which is really unfortunate because that was a great video. It's a masterpiece, in my opinion, because that was the first iDubbbz video I had ever seen.
Wait a minute. How did you get enough balls to go to the protest? Because, like, there was a protest or riot in your area, and I remember you went there.
Well, I'm not that frail, and on top of that, dude, I fucking own guns and shit. Like,
Yeah, the classic, I own guns and shit. Oh, I'm so tough. I mean, at least he's aware of the fact that he's not, like, you know, physically the strongest human being on the planet, okay? He's probably not much stronger than I am, if at all. You know, I mean, I don't know. I'm still waiting for the LeafyIsHere femboy arc.
I literally went there with a fucking gun in a holster. I don't know if I can say this out loud, but, like, I don't have a concealed weapons permit.
I don't know if I can say this out loud, but let me proceed to say this out loud. Not sure if I can say it, though.
But I don't really give a shit, dude. I mean, in truth, I don't know if this can even go on Storyfire, but I just want one day in my life for someone to give me an excuse to shoot them.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
Is that an extreme opinion?
I mean, I feel like that's just an intrusive thought, so I don't know. I don't know if he actually believes that. He is kind of a fucking weirdo, though.
But I seriously need to point out that this is just not normal. I kept asking
Wait, it's not normal to, want an excuse to shoot somebody? Oh, shit, man. I never would have guessed that.
myself why he reacted this way, why he even decided to stream about me.
He just wants attention. This isn't a new thing.
But I did eventually find out why while editing this video. A little over a month ago, TomDark put out a video about Leafy's return where a huge revelation was dropped by Keemstar.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do an intervention with Leafy.
Oh yeah, you're bringing him back again?
No, I'm actually gonna have to do an intervention with him. He needs an intervention.
Like
Talk to Leafy
drug
like
intervention?
Talk to Leafy like 3 times a month.
Yeah.
And 2 of those times he's cracked out of his fucking mind. You know.
I mean, he does seem unhinged. I mean, I feel like anyone who remembers the face cam video he did where his hair was, like, so greasy that it looked like it was soaking wet and his face was covered in grease. I think that, you know, kind of, you know, demonstrates the mental state of the man, right? You know, he's not a normal person. He's not mentally well.
Nice. Hasn't he always been like that, though? Like, forever?
Yes.
True,
Yes,
but
he
it's like
has.
bad now because he's like a grown up.
Yeah, true.
You mean to tell me that he's a fully grown man? Oh shit. Looks like this is a 26-year-old fully grown adult, dude. Kind of backfired, didn't it? That aged wonderfully.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I guess
If
like
Leafy
back in the
never
day,
like
too,
grew
it's
up.
like,
That's the
you
that's
could
the
you could
thing.
give the excuse like, oh, like
Of course the person who used to use old age as an insult never grew up. Who the fuck is surprised by that? I know, I sure as hell am not.
you know, he's on the daily YouTube grind. Like he needs the fucking Adderall to like, you know, make
Get
him
those
sustain his
videos.
upload
Leafy is on more than just Adderall, I guarantee it.
schedule and. But then now it's like, what does he even like need that shit for?
I don't know, I think he's on more than just Adderall, let's be real.
Does he still use that?
He uses more than that shit.
I don't know, dude. I think my boy be doing like drugs, alcohol, like
Called it.
every day, dude. And
Called it.
He's
Why?
Who the fuck is surprised by that? Was it not obvious that he was on drugs? Come on.
Apparently, Leafy's struggling with drug addiction.
He's got his license taken away from him.
I did see that. He posted.
Wait,
on
wait, wait, wait,
Instagram.
wait. That got taken away for. I thought he got it back after that. Because I know he got arrested and whatnot, but
he got arrested. He lost his license for like 3 months. He finally got it back. Tonight he fucking calls me drunk, and he's like, "Oh, I'm wasted." I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Listen, man, Tom Brady, Tom Brady." Like,
See, this is no different from the shit he used to say in his videos.
like, what's wrong with Tom Brady? He's like, I put $1,000 on Tom Brady, and he lost the fucking game. I'm out $1,000. It goes to
Is anyone really surprised, though?
stock market. There's no winning. I'm like, yeah, the economy. He's like, no, there's no winning. I go, well, short stuff. He's like, I'm not that fucking crazy. I'm like, well, what are you doing right now? You're in your car driving? He's like, yeah, I'm fucking driving.
Of course he's driving drunk. Who's surprised?
I'm like, well, how drunk are you? He's like, I'm not drunk where I can't fucking drive. Like,
Let's be real, he definitely was.
I can see the road. I'm like,
yeah, oh wow. Wow, you can see the road with your own two eyes. Holy shit, you are in perfect shape to drive.
oh, okay. Well, you're close to
Amazing.
home? Close to home or whatever? Yeah, I'll get there fast. I'll get there real fast. By the way, I lost my license for speeding. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Like, yeah, I got it back, though. He's like, what I got to know is that, like, or all I have to do is just, like, follow the speed limit. I'm like, didn't you just tell me you were speeding? He's like, well, yeah, I'm trying to get there fast because I'm drunk.
Oh my god.
In this information, it makes a lot more sense why Leafy was completely out of his mind during that stream. At one point, someone linked him Destiny's fan fiction that he wrote about me, and Leafy's response was so funny, dude.
Keffals, a case study on internet terrorism and mass media
Internet terrorism, oh my god.
manipulation. Alright, for the last 6 years, progressives and conservatives have waged a vicious war. Okay.
Leafy is just being illiterate.
No, I don't want to make it. Okay, Keffals' initial rise to fame was through internet bullying and lies. And,
2 hours later.
oh my god, this thing is long, dude.
Many hours
Astute
later.
observation.
This is a little bit too long, Jesus.
4 to 6 more days later.
All forms of transphobia are banned in my chat rooms and Discord. Alright, I can't read all of this, but I believe him. And, you know, this person definitely is an internet terrorist.
By the way, for anyone wondering, the beef between Destiny and I has been buried. Neither of us have any interest in continuing it. We even...
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, fair enough. I'm glad that they ended the beef, because honestly, I thought that the beef was stupid. I mean, I don't dislike either of these creators. I think that Destiny is based most of the time. I think Keffals is based most of the time. I will say, Keffals used to be annoying, but then she became funny and based, especially after she said the word retard. I think she had like some sort of like epiphany where she's like, ah, shit, you know, maybe I should start being based, and then she started being based.
bonded over both of us accidentally doing meth. In all
I mean, fair enough.
Honestly, though, I feel bad for Leafy. I know what it's like to do drugs and say unhinged shit online, and I hope...
I mean, fair enough.
That he gets help. I don't really care that he was transphobic towards me or any of this drama because on a human level, I just want to see this guy get some help.
No, I agree. And I don't think he genuinely holds any transphobic opinions. I think he was just trying to be edgy and get attention. I mean, it's Leafy. He doesn't actually believe anything. He's not working within any moral framework. He just likes to talk shit. He hasn't grown up at all. In fact, if anything, he's like regressed. He's even more unhinged and immature than he was in 2016, somehow, as if that's somehow even possible. Well, I guess it is, because that is exactly what's happening.
It's just sad. Like, imagine your entire legacy is being an internet celebrity, only known for being annoying and bullying people online, and then you become a terminally online Icarus and fly too close to the sun and get permanently banned from all the platforms that you got popular on in the first place, and then you slowly deplete your bank account because you've accumulated no skills outside of roasting people, and you are so high all the time now that you can't even properly do that after returning. My only
Yeah, that's a fair point.
advice to you, Calvin, is that you need to look for some better friends.
I think if Calvin came out as a femboy, I think that would fix everything, okay? I'm not gonna lie, alright? Like, you can't tell me that he isn't, you know, he doesn't secretly want to do that. You just know he does. Or at the very least, you know, he wants to do some, like, weird shit maybe even. I don't know. But he's definitely in the closet for something. Something about him, I don't know, man.
The only person in the world who cared about you enough to actually talk about getting you help for these issues is Keemstar, who will...
Yeah, honestly, you know what? Keemstar is kind of based now. I'm not gonna lie. He's like matured somehow, which I didn't even know that was possible. I thought, okay, he's a grown man, you know, he's not gonna change. But it seems like he's way more chill now than he ever was in, like, 2016, 2017, or 2018, like, because I had left, you know, or not left, but I had stopped paying attention to YouTube drama, especially the commentary community, because, I don't know, it just wasn't interesting anymore. And after coming back, it seems like he's actually reasonable, like, he's not a fucking terrible person, as far as I'm aware, the way he used to be.
Absolutely make your life worse if it's funny enough. We're talking about a man who pressured Boogie2988 into drinking again after going to Alcoholics Anonymous.
Wait, when was this tweet? Oh, that tweet was in, okay, it was like less than a month ago. Okay. Boogie has been going to AA for 20 years for his drinking problem. I just peer pressured him into drinking. I mean, we don't know if that's if he actually did or not. That seems like it's probably a joke, but maybe not. I don't know.
Anonymous for 20 years. If you keep going down this path, you'll be absolutely no different from the people that you and other commentary bros mocked for years online.
Well, yeah, that's the point. That was one of the main things, you know, one of the main criticisms in the content comp is Leafy was just as easy to make fun of as the people he was making fun of, if not easier. Right? Like, there are more things you can make fun of Leafy for than the people that he was making fun of, right? It's like, oh yeah, here's, like, some, like, 8-year-old in a cringy music video. Yeah, oh, that's great content to make fun of, you know? It's not like 8-year-olds do cringy shit all the time. But, I guess, you know, Leafy was right about one thing. If you're a grown man and you're doing all this weird shit, you know, then maybe it's a little bit more warranted to make fun of you for being a fucking idiot. And you know what? That applies to Leafy. You know, Leafy's a grown man. You know, he's been a grown man for a hot minute now.
And they will turn on you in an instant.
Yeah, they did. That's what happened after the content comp, because iDubbbz was actually smart.
I don't really have anything else to say about this weird drama. Calvin, I really hope you get some help, dude.
No, I agree. I feel bad for him a little bit.
This is the last I'm going to be mentioning you.
You know what? Fair enough. I mean, fair enough, I guess. That was, wow. Interesting video, I must say. Oh, wait, no, I didn't mean to play the video. Oopsie.
Unbanned on...
Stop. I was not trying to play the video. Alright. Anyways, wow, what a... That's wild. Alright. Anyways, time to read chat for a little bit, and then I'm gonna continue. So it was problems on it. Oh, wait. You will never know. Oh, wait. YouTube is beefing with itself. So true. Femyoz is awesome. Aw, thank you, Pancake Panic. Does Femyoz even use Rumble? I have a Rumble account, I think, but I've never used it before. No. Femyoz Scream. Why? Keffals mated. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting a fucking message from the antivirus. Okay, anyways. Keffals mauled it over me saying I don't like her when she scoured Twitter for any possible mention of her name. Having said that, Leafy has always been a cringe lord. Yeah, true. This is nothing new. Greetings and salutations, Sonic Speed Network. Keemstar used to be a prick, then he became a decent person. Yeah, true. I don't know why. He just did. He just, like, chilled the fuck out. Like, I don't know what happened. Maybe he got, like, therapy or something, but, like, I didn't do anything, like, genuinely, like, bad in a while. Like, he seems like he's genuinely changed. Like, and I'm not talking about, like, the you know, like, he's like, changed, but, like, like, the temporary, like, okay, he didn't actually change. Like, it seems like he is genuinely changed. Like, it's different from all the other times he's changed, okay? It's different this time. I can just tell, okay? I can just tell. Oh, man. But, anyways, oh, boy. But anyways, Jalyn Live, friend of the channel, well, her main channel is just Jalyn, apparently made a video on this, you know? I don't know if she has a good take on it or not, but, you know? I guess we may as well find out, right? I mean, so, the video is called, Leafy, Fails, and Transphobia, parentheses, Keffals versus Leafy. So, I'm curious to see what this video is about, you know? It's 15 minutes long, and I'm just interested in what Jalyn's opinion is. I don't know. We might agree, we might disagree. I have no idea.
So, as you guys know, LeafyIsHere was unbanned on Twitter a few months ago, and of course, he has decided the most lucrative way for him to go is the anti-trans grift. And so he's been posting, like, several transphobic tweets. I say quote-unquote transphobic because I don't seriously believe the guy is actually transphobic.
Yeah, exactly. It's obvious that he doesn't even believe in anything, so, yeah. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks this or noticed this.
Anyway, he ended up starting a feud with Keffals, the queen of all transgender people, and he also replied to a tweet about me saying that his timeline was just filled with trans people, which, you know, there's a thing about
it sounds like a skill issue.
Social media algorithms, they're catered to your interests, so
I mean, we've already established that Leafy likes girl conk a little bit too much. I mean, he was obsessed with learning about whether or not Keffals still has her PP. I mean, it's like he seemed very, very disappointed when he found out that there was no possibilities of, you know, in the future them meeting up and him getting fucked in the ass by her, unless she pegs him. But maybe that's just not the same for him, you know.
Something's making me believe that maybe Leafy's a chaser. That's entirely possible.
Oh, he absolutely is. There's no way he isn't. He wouldn't care that much if he wasn't.
Or it's just the fact that, like, I don't know what's up with Twitter's algorithm recently, but it's literally just all trans shit. That's it. Like, that's
based?
That's it. It's just trans people now. Anti-trans, pro-trans, trans people playing Minecraft, just wanting to play Minecraft, please. I just want to fucking play Minecraft. And, yeah, this is me reacting to Keffals' video on, Leafy. Smash like, subscribe.
And here is me reacting to someone reacting to something. I'm so excited.
I do live streams, so if you like live streams, please watch them.
When Leafy
hell yeah
tweeted transgenders are fake, and you know, being such a huge
it's just him trying to spark attention outrage.
Yup,
that's what he does. Very 2016 troll mindset.
Fan of both.
Yeah, except it doesn't work as much as it used to, because this is like old shit now. You got to be a little bit more smart in order to be successful on social media. You know?
Calvin and transgenders, I decided to reply to him to show my support. You may have noticed that this video is edited a bit differently than my other videos. To put it simply, due to the ongoing Adderall shortage, I thought adding gameplay might be able to help satiate Leafy's fans, because I know they're going to come here to attempt to bully me. I'm just trying to blend in.
To be fair, a lot of Leafy's fans, quote-unquote, are people that used to be fans of him, and they think they're still fans of him because last time they heard about Leafy or saw Leafy on the platform, they were huge fans. But that's just because of nostalgia, you know? Some of them have grown up, you know? I believe it or not, I used to be a Leafy fan back in the day when I was like 11 years old. And then I became a based iDubbbz fan, and now I don't know, me. I do my own thing now.
I'm liking this new change, okay? It feels very familiar to me, you know?
Unfortunately, attempting to ratio Leafy was a mistake. Well,
I played this stupid parkour map a billion times at this point.
Yeah, I've seen it a billion times. This is why I'm saying you gotta do Minecraft PvP. Change it up a little. It's like I've seen this gameplay already.
You can get to the top of the replies, but because I have self-respect, I didn't buy Twitter Blue. This made the ratio a lot harder to accomplish.
Twitter Blue's for losers.
Ratio.
Honestly, what do you even get out of Twitter Blue? It's like, no, I don't want to look like a fucking loser, okay? Like, I would be more likely to buy Twitter Blue if there was, like, a way to hide the blue check mark. Because I wouldn't want anyone to know that I bought Twitter Blue. I would want that shit to be secret while still getting whatever the benefits are or whatever. Because I know that Twitter Blue promotes your content more algorithmically or whatever, which is fine, I guess. But I wouldn't want people to know that, like, that I'm buying Twitter Blue and giving Elon Musk money, basically. Hell no.
Ratios are meaningless, but it's a fun thing to do on Twitter despite it not accomplishing anything. I failed to ratio people in the past and it's never been a big deal.
Yeah,
but this
Keffals
time,
really fell off.
Things were different. People celebrated this like it was some sort of monumental win, treating it as something a lot more important than it really is. And my god, did this set off the horde.
Well, it's because he doesn't care about anything, so he has to pretend to care about random shit that gives him attention. So him pretending to care about this gives him attention, and that's what he does.
Another change I'm sure advertisers love, misgendering and dead naming are no longer banned on the platform, and after having a flurry of the most annoying people alive in my mentions,
allow
I decided
racism,
it wasn't worth it and deleted
literal
the tweet.
Nazis.
This only sparked more backlash, however, as well.
I don't know. I think that this wouldn't be terrible on its own if they were to just remove like restrictions in general. But they're removing restrictions, but in a way that's very overtly political. They don't actually care about freedom of speech, okay? We've already seen Elon Musk, you know, censor people who were basically clowning on him, censoring journalists, banning people for saying things that he doesn't like personally, shadow banning people, etc., right? So either way, it's like, okay, if there wasn't a political leaning there and it's like, hey, it's a free-for-all, y'all can say whatever the fuck you want, right? That would be fine. I wouldn't care. It's like, okay, well, now it's basically just like fucking 4chan 2.0. It's a shit fest, okay? But that's better than it being a right-wing site, which, let's be real, it kind of is sometimes.
Well as transphobic vitriol.
I mean, Elon Musk is a right-winger at the end of the day.
Love the new Twitter.
Proclaiming that Leafy had epically owned me in the marketplace of ideas because I failed to get enough Reddit updates. Again, I think ratios are meaningless, and mostly just a running joke for me at this point. But a lot of his fans actually seem to think that bigger number equals more right, and took this entire ordeal very
Oh yeah, that's how the
seriously.
entire commentary community
I like to have
works.
fun online,
Bigger number
Yeah, they're like rice gum.
equals right.
Annoying
Absolutely.
It's like they learned nothing from Content Cop.
Really how they work.
I've been out as
It's like these same people will suck off past the past version of iDubbbz and be like, he's a cuck now. But back in the day, he was extremely based, like super based. But it's because they don't understand what the point of his content was. Now I agree, he was extremely based. I don't know why the fuck he felt the need to disavow his older content. I mean, whatever. But either way, he made Content Cop not because he just enjoyed bullying people for the sake of bullying people. He did it to people that actually deserved it. That was the difference. He wouldn't just find some random cringy 8-year-old and bully them. He would find someone who is an asshole, who's unintelligent, hypocritical, and kind of knows what they're doing, to an extent at least, and he would make fun of those people, right? But the reason he made fun of Leafy to the extent that he did wasn't because he, goes around finding people without chins so that he can bully them. He was giving Leafy a taste of his own medicine, and that's why it was funny and effective. But people don't understand that. People just think, oh, he enjoyed bullying because it was funny. It's like, okay, did you not learn anything from the Content Cop? Did you just, turn your brain off and not listen to any of the actual points that Eden was making? It's like, I can understand the frustration that he experiences because nobody seems to understand his content. And when I say nobody, not nobody, literally speaking. But a lot of people who maybe even they're the vocal minority, but there are a lot of people who clearly don't understand the purpose of Content Cop, right? And it's like the actual messages of those videos seemed to get lost with time. And people just remember him for being edgy, which is kind of weird.
For 12 years, and none of this really hurts my feelings, but the sheer volume of the most obnoxious people in existence made using Twitter for what I want to use it for, having fun with my friends, talking about the news and politics, shitposting, that all got a lot harder.
I don't know, I feel like Twitter was always a shit platform. It was never good.
I had to block Leafy and his followers and then move on. Leafy, who is also a very big fan of mine, took this personally and has since been trying to start beef with me. I have no idea why, but he posted the block
He wants
screen,
attention, that's why. It's literally why.
And he demanded an
this is what he
apology
wants,
for me,
Keffals.
an apology
No, don't make the video. You shouldn't have made the video because...
I don't know, I would have made the video. Even though it's obvious that Leafy wants attention, it's like, okay, but the video would get views. So it's mutually beneficial, you see, okay? If I make a video responding to Leafy, I get views and attention and ad revenue and, you know, new viewers. Even if they hate me, it's like, well, they're still giving me watch time and attention. And I like attention, okay? It benefits me and my YouTube career. That's the great thing about it.
He wants the likes. He wants the attention. He wants the relevancy. That's why. That's his whole goal. I don't think.
Yeah, but to be fair though, if they're beefing, it's mutually beneficial because then everybody talks about it and whatnot, right? And then you both get attention. It's a win-win-win, all right?
He's like seriously attacking Keffals, or he's like seriously transphobic. That's the thing about Leafy is like he's not politically motivated. He has no like
he doesn't give a shit
agenda or goal other than to get attention and make money. That's his whole thing. And it's funny to like shit on him, but maybe don't give him attention if you don't. If you don't.
No, yeah, no, you got to take the iDubbbz approach, which was obviously very effective. Don't take the bait and try to argue with him over the politics that he supposedly has. Just make fun of him for not having a chin. It's way more effective, right? Or make fun of him for being a drug addict, or just bully him in general, right? I mean, that seems to resonate with his fans more than anything else, right? You know, giving him the benefit of the doubt when, at the end of the day, he doesn't even believe the things he's saying, doesn't really serve any utility, really.
Want to play into what he's trying to do. But yeah, that's my take. I don't think.
Well, yeah, that's why you gotta bully him.
He's like seriously against trans people or
oh, definitely not.
Like that. I think he's just fishing for likes and attention. But it's just cringe to misgender Keffals. Like, if you think this is a him, you must be a like low-key.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For anyone who doesn't know, Drama Alert is run by part-time trans ally DJ Daniel Keemstar.
Hell
I've
yeah!
had run-ins with him in the past and tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but that was a mistake.
Shit.
It's not enough to have an occasionally give take about trans people. You need to stand up for them when people around you are being bigoted. I'm only bringing this up and holding him to the standard because I know he is.
Isn't Keemstar a father? Doesn't he have a kid? Maybe the fact that he has a kid and that he's a father is why he like mellowed the fuck out. It's like, I mean, I've never had kids, but I do know that being a parent like changes people. You know, for the better or for the worse. Usually for the better. They become nicer people. Sometimes it can be for the worse though.
Has actually met and talked with trans people before.
Wait, did Keemstar meet trans people? I did not.
Later that day, Leafy decided to lie to people into joining by lying that Sneeko was going to join. Well, I thought that was a lie, but the truth is actually a lot funnier. Turns out that Sneeko was just cucking him.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Sneeko in like 10 minutes.
Damn, the tables have turned.
He's not
They sure have.
responding right now. All right, I'm calling Sneeko right now. He better pick up. I'm just gonna call Sneeko again. Why not? Why does he need to go to the gym right now, dude? He was planning.
Imagine your best friend being
Sneeko. Like a call. All right, Sneeko's gonna piss me off, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
why is he watching Adam Lanza? I hate that guy.
It's like Leafy desperately needs Sneeko.
Yeah, yeah, same. Yeah, that guy makes bad content. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty garbage.
You go to let him sit on his lap, call him a good little boy, and give him a crumb of the clout cookie. But seriously,
you know what? Honestly, that does sound nice. I would want that. I mean, maybe not from Sneeko, but from somebody. I don't know. Just sit on somebody's. You know. Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't want that at the end of the day? I want to sit on a person's lap, be told that I'm a good boy and given a cookie, especially if it's like a good cookie, right? Like, who wouldn't want that, right? And you know for a fact Leafy definitely wants that, okay? He is not dominant. He is not a top, okay? He is a subby bottom. And I just know it for a fact, okay? I can feel it, okay? I intuitively know these things, okay?
Though, I can't imagine anything more embarrassing than getting cucked for over an hour by the cuck king himself.
Bro, why does Hassan look progressively different in every single video I see him in?
True. Yeah, okay, so that's not just me. If you look at Hassan from a year ago, he looked different. I don't know how his physical appearance changes so much.
This must be from a while ago. Like, when did he have the Sigma beard?
Oh, yo, I'm like feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person.
How does anyone follow you or take you remotely seriously? That's what I want to know. How is...
In between to watch some videos of mine and react to my opinion about him misgendering me on Twitter.
Oh shit. Leafy can be as transphobic towards me as he wants. He will never be a YouTuber.
Leafy L. God damn.
Yeah, that was kind of a Leafy L. I'm not gonna lie. Though if I was Keffals, I would have rather than even mentioning anything about being trans, I would just make fun of Leafy. I would replace that with you know, making fun of him for not having a chin. I'd ask him if he found his chin yet, you know? The last time I checked, it was still missing, so...
I want an apology.
That's a good
Dude,
riff.
I still want an apology.
He's trying so hard to lean into
Leafy will
transphobia,
never
it's
be a
almost funny.
YouTuber.
But as a PhD
That's a
expert
good
in
one.
transphobia,
That's a good
I'm not
one.
buying it. He couldn't
Leafy
even commit
will
to he, him
never
pronouns,
be
it's
a
just kind
real
of sad.
YouTuber.
And it's not even that
L
hard
plus
to be
ratio.
transphobic. There's like a million first name, bunch of number Twitter.
I will say that I do like the approach that Keffals is taking, making fun of Leafy for being bad at transphobia, right? He accidentally using the correct pronouns. I like that, you know, rather than getting offended because he's using the wrong pronouns. Getting offended that he's too lazy to use the wrong pronouns consistently. I like that. I like that. It's a good approach. It's rhetorically effective. It's funny. It makes Leafy look fucking retarded.
Accounts that are way more committed to this than he is.
This
Why-
person
Yeah, like
tried
Matt
to
Walsh,
ratio me
man.
or
Like,
something,
get on Matt
and
Walsh's
now
level,
she's
bro.
talking about- and yeah, be sure to ask her for an apology. I don't know, she's having a fucking mental breakdown. Let's see what the hell she even was talking.
Yeah, except Leafy's the one that's still addicted to drugs. Keffal's the one that is, you know, overcome her drug addiction. Leafy's has just gotten worse, let's be real.
Talking about. She was starting shit with me, and I saw in her, like, Twitter bio before she blocked me.
Honestly, I think he's only acting this way
Okay.
as a grift. Like with Sneeko, he knows it's a hot topic right now and is trying to lean into it as a last-ditch effort for relevance, but he's just...
Yeah, like, if you actually listen to the things he's saying, like, it's so lazy, and, like, he does not give a shit. You could tell he has no passion for what he does. He just wants relevancy so that maybe he can make money on Rumble or whatever the fuck, right? He's just desperate, you know? I guess he's running out of money that he earned on YouTube, and, you know, he got fired from Burger King, and now he's trying to get some more money, you know, as, like, a last-ditch effort before he goes homeless, right?
Just so
I've interacted with
Yeah, I mean, he has to fund his heroin addiction somehow, right?
enough of these
In a
cringy
tweet from
edgelord
2017, Leafy said that he
motherfuckers to
could
know how
definitely
they
fuck a
work.
hot girl with a dick as long as I don't have to
Leafy definitely has a heroin addiction, though. I'm not gonna lie, or some he's addicted to something, right?
suck her balls or anything totally gay.
Don't take them
Which
Yeah, I mean, if Leafy's you know, describing in detail what he wouldn't want to do, you know exactly what that really means. It means that he's into that, okay? He really wants that. He just won't admit it.
recast all his weird comments about my genitals into a
That's
new
how they
light.
win when
Time
you
out,
take them
this-
seriously.
Are you guys sure
Yeah, exactly. You just have to make fun of him.
that he cut his dick off? Does Keffals still have a dick? Oh shit, that dude straight up.
I feel like, okay, in terms of rhetorical approach, Keffals didn't do a bad job. I feel like she could have done better, though, right? She could have gone harder, right? If she had, you know, spent a little bit more time preparing a funny response, rather than, you know, I mean, most of it is just making fun of Leafy and the situation as a whole, which is good. But, you know, coming up with, you know, some more roasts and whatnot, I think would be good.
Chopped him off. One in the chat if you think he's hot. If this person wanted their penis back, is there any way they could get it back?
Such incredible questions could only come from the same genius that used Yahoo to look up Google. It honestly matters all the stuff that he said about my genitals.
He used
isn't
Yahoo
because he
to
gets on
look
a
up
freak for having
Google.
sexual reassignment
That's
surgery,
funny.
but
I
because
bet
ruined the
that's what
fantasy
most
of being
people
the dick
use
throat of his
Yahoo for,
dreams.
just
In
to
between
like
True.
look
spamming
up
the
Google.
word and looking up from their
There-
That's the only utility that Yahoo or Bing will ever serve, is looking up at Google, because you can't be fucked to set the default browser back to Google, because sometimes Google Chrome just decides to be retarded and set your default browser as Yahoo or whatever.
There has to
Subway
be like
Surfers
research
gameplay,
on
his
that.
fans kept
Like,
begging him
what's
to
the
just move
most
on and
what's
do
the most
literally
searched
anything
thing
else
on Bing?
besides talk about
And
it.
it's probably
It turns
Google.
out they
Oh, for
actually
sure.
don't care about
It's like,
whatever
who
dumb
actually uses
drama he
Bing?
was using to try and stay relevant. Their ADD had moved on. This has all been pretty funny, but I really do want to highlight that this started over a dumb ratio. I don't think
This
I've ever
shit
seen such
actually
a
works with the
furious
gameplay.
reaction from someone
Like, it
incredible.
actually
Through all
works.
of the jokes,
Yes, it does. That is the beauty of gameplay commentary is, yes, the gameplay being unrelated means it can work for anything. Personally, though, I would have used Minecraft PvP footage, but I don't know, that's just me.
Although
it's more engaging, right? It's like eye candy, right?
I'm literally playing a game and watching gameplay at the same time. I'm like that ADHD
completely
dude.
off. Like, I get that he's edgy, and he's a time capsule of 2015 YouTube.
He's
and
not
old
even
Call of
edgy
Duty
anymore.
lobbies,
It's
but
just
even still, a lot of
cringe.
the shit he said is
Yeah, true. It's like, I feel like in order to, like, be good at, like, being edgy, you have to be a little bit more creative now. Being edgy is not anything new, right? So if you're just gonna, you know, try too hard to be edgy, like, that's not gonna cut it. You know, you can call yourself edgy all you want, but you again, yeah, like Jalyn said, it just makes you cringe, right? It doesn't actually mean you're edgy. It's just, oh, you're trying too hard. The same way where if you try too hard to be funny, it doesn't actually mean that you're funny at the end of the day, right? It just means that you're cringe.
Like,
genuine,
2016 Edge
unhinged.
is just lame
Like the
now.
way that he reacted to me.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta up the ante a little bit. You know, you gotta try a little bit harder. You can't be this fucking lazy.
Me talking about planning to take my own life, saying I should try harder.
So many people, dude. Oh, you know, I tried to kill myself. Well, you know, what went wrong? Should have tried harder.
Or what he said when I
See,
talked about
it's just
watching my
cringe,
father being
dude.
taken.
Yeah, it's like it's not offensive. It's just like, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that is something you can say. Fair enough, I guess. I don't know why you would say that, but
That's just
I
cringe,
got to
dude.
be there to witness
it's like, be a little bit more creative with your roasts, man.
him suffocate to death.
Oh,
and
God, no.
it's still something
Don't-
This person's just fake, dude.
Don't.
Fake woman, fake fucking dude. They have no dick. It's just fake.
And again, remember, this is over
God,
a Twitter
it's-
ratio.
it's-
I know
it's
Leafy
really
isn't a
cringe.
stranger
What?
to saying extremely unhinged things.
Leafy, you're supposed to be good at bullying. What the fuck happened? Dude really fell off. He needs to practice roasting again. Holy shit.
I kept asking myself why he reacted this way, why he even decided to stream about me, but I did eventually find out why.
It's because he's hungry for attention, really. And he's on drugs.
While editing this video.
for
A little over a month ago, TomDark put out a video about Leafy's return where a huge
We'll have to watch TomDark's video on that as well.
revelation was dropped by Keemstar.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do an intervention with Leafy.
Alright, either way, fair enough. I've already given my take on, whatever, the video that Jalyn is watching, and it seems like she seems to agree with me. I was hoping there'd be some caveat or difference or whatever, but it seems like there isn't, so we'll just have to move on to another video, alright? But before we do that, I may as well read chat, alright? Dope, that was the funniest shit I ever seen. Leafy misgriefing instead of misgendering. True. That's right-wingy from the platform. Wait, what? There's no free speech absolutism either way. They are politicizing trans people existing. Yeah. No, I agree. I think that ultimately, free speech pseudo-absolutism is the most ideal. But if I had to pick a side that gets completely censored, it would obviously be the right, okay? I'll take that over the left getting censored, okay? But neither of them are ideal, right? Censorship is just bad in general. Cute hoodie. Aw, thank you, Yakko PC. I appreciate that. This has nothing to do with the video, but I'm going to Minnesota tomorrow, and it's going to be epic. Well, have fun, Fireclaw24. I hope you enjoy. Leafy always comes back and attacks the biggest creators, bringing controversies to his name. He did this with Pokemon years ago. Yeah, that's true. Hello there. General Kenobi, you are a bold one. Anyways. But yeah, no, man. What a weird world we live in. Let's, apparently TomDark has some takes on this, maybe, potentially, I don't know. Alright, so, anyways. So TomDark uploaded a video about a month ago called Leafy is Back. You know, I mean, he got banned from YouTube. He was never back on YouTube, by the way. He was back on Twitter. But if the title said Leafy is back, parentheses, on Twitter, you know, the issue is that, well, that wouldn't be, you know, very intriguing. No one would give a shit. But, of course, in order to, you know, get more views, a higher CTR or whatever, you gotta, you know, don't include that part. Because, I mean, technically he did come back, parentheses, to Twitter. So yeah. Anyways, let's see what this video
So a few
is.
years ago, popular commentary YouTuber LeafyIsHere got banned from YouTube. YouTube has banned the controversial creator Calvin Lee Vale, better known as LeafyIsHere, for repeatedly violating the company's harassment policies. The ban follows big changes to YouTube's harassment policy, meant to deter behavior that in part help creators in the commentary community like Leafy develop a following. As you all know, I heavily disagreed with this decision, and
I do too, even though I don't like Leafy. I don't think you should be banned for shit like that. I don't know. Especially if, you know, it's one thing if YouTube wants to add a new shitty policy, and take down new channels that do that, fine, whatever. But to retroactively punish somebody for something they did that wasn't against YouTube TOS when they did that thing is fucking stupid, right? Like, you shouldn't take down somebody's channel for doing something that wasn't a violation of YouTube TOS when they posted that content, right? Maybe make it automatically private and be like, this violates the guidelines, and then, you know, if you republish it, then you get a strike or some shit. I don't know. Literally anything that isn't just automatically terminating somebody's channel. I think that's fucking stupid.
And basically spoke out against it on YouTube and on Twitter at the time, and, you know, videos and tweets and stuff like that. And a lot of people at the time agreed with me and spoke out against this ban. But on the other hand, you also had those who cheered it on and thought it was justified for him to be booted from the platform. Some of them personally.
It wasn't. Nobody should be booted off the platform unless they're doxing or, like, doing some really bad shit, right?
Just didn't like him and thought he was kind of cringy, so they thought it was cool. Not really.
No, I think he's cringy. I don't like him very much, but that doesn't mean that I think he should be banned from the platform. I think he should be bullied off of it, maybe, by people like iDubbbz, though, let's be real, iDubbbz isn't as good at that anymore, unfortunately. And I have criticized iDubbbz for being less rhetorically effective in recent times. You know, what he did before was more rhetorically effective. It got people to turn against Leafy. It was very effective. It worked. He used people's standards against them, etc. You get the point.
A principled position for them, just kind of like, he's kind of annoying, so he should get banned. And then you had people who thought that he was like a bully or he was like pushing some kind of political agenda. And
I don't think he was pushing a political agenda. I think, like, who genuinely, who was saying that? I just think that, oh, he makes garbage content. It's uninspired. It's uncreative. He's honestly not even that good at roasting people, especially not for somebody who did that for a living. He's very unfunny, you know, for somebody who's supposed to be good at comedy. Like, he sure doesn't know how to make a fucking joke. He just repeats himself in videos that are supposed to be edited, right? But he needs to get to the 10-minute mark, of course.
They thought that's the reason he should be banned. But since then, where has Leafy been? We'll answer that question today.
He's been on drugs. Keemstar himself said so.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the TomDark channel. I'm your host, TomDark. And after he got banned back in the day, Leafy made several attempts at some sort of return to the platform in 2020. He really wanted to get social media relevance again in general. He's talked
Yeah, I mean, it kind of worked, maybe, sort of.
about this before, but he basically talked about how banning really sucked, and it's not like he didn't care. He definitely was pretty mad about it. And he saw it as like an outlet that was ripped away from him, self-expression, right? He made
Yeah, no, I can understand that. I don't give a fuck about Leafy as an individual. I honestly couldn't care less. I just don't like, you know, YouTube banning people for reasons that I don't think are good enough in general. Like, I don't think that YouTube, because ultimately, at the end of the day, like, I might say some, you know, shit about somebody else, right? But they deserve it, right? But that could also be, you know, something that would get my channel removed, so I have to walk on eggshells sometimes, even though I really don't want to. Because it's not like it only affects Leafy, okay? It also got the Leafy Content Cop taken down. And I'm somebody who wants to, you know, be able to make videos like Content Cop Leafy, right? You know, even though my intent wouldn't be malicious and it would be a person that deserves it, YouTube, you know, as a platform, whether it be their algorithm or the way that TOS is enforced, isn't going to be able to make the categorical distinction between justified and unjustified bullying, right?
He did a new channel called LeafyCast and started.
Because at the end of the day, when it comes to the TOS and the way it's enforced, aside from, oh, well, this person money, so it will let it slide type of thing, that might be an exception. But other than that, I at the end of the day, either all of it's okay or none of it's okay, right? And that's how they're gonna enforce it.
Uploading some videos there. I believe he made a total of 5 videos, one of which was him sharing his thoughts on the ban, as well as telling a story about the time he had some issues with paying taxes. He describes how the IRS came to his door, and supposedly he had a lot of unpaid back taxes, which resulted in a large fine.
I think there's probably going to be about 30 to 40K of you Everything has been really messy since all the bullshit ended up happening a few months ago, but I guess this would be episode 1. I'm not really sure what to expect, so
I genuinely do not give a shit.
So I didn't bother fucking dropping a bunch of money on the studio, and if it ends up doing really well, I'll do all the steps, I'll scale it.
Well, damn, it's a good thing he didn't drop money on the studio. We all know what would have happened. He would have wasted even more money. Then again, I mean, that maybe, you know, he wouldn't have been able to afford his drugs. Maybe he would actually be doing better, I don't know.
Lit up.
Well, this channel reached 20, maybe 30,000 subscribers in a few days, but was banned shortly after. He had another channel as well on YouTube. I can't remember if it was slightly before or slightly after this point, but he had another YouTube channel that he tried to upload to, and YouTube banned that one as well.
I assume he's referring to, like, the second channel. It was, like, Leafy Isn't Here or something.
Oh, and that shows that YouTube still had their eye on him and did not want him coming back anytime soon. It's not like these were super relevant channels. I mean, they only had, you know, like I said, 10, 20,000 subscribers, but it shows that YouTube employees were specifically combing through YouTube videos.
Oh, absolutely. And if it was somebody making the same content, but it wasn't Leafy, he wouldn't have been banned.
For him to return so that they could knock him off the platform, you know? They really did not want him coming back. I think they really didn't like the media attention that they got from that, basically accusing...
Which I think is fucking stupid. That's the point I'm making, is I don't think that whether or not somebody is allowed on the platform should be dictated by how much media attention it gets that's negative. That's fucking stupid.
Them of enabling her.
So at the end of the day, I'd rather them just not ban people in general, unless they do something illegal or they dox somebody.
Harassment, which could pose a risk to advertisers. So the only platform he really had as a result of this like repeated banning from YouTube was his Instagram account, LeafyIsLucky. And this account was basically just a place for him to make dumb posts about his life, post pictures of his car, wherever he is in the moment. He would just post dumb stuff, little life updates, basically the same that I do on my own Instagram account, which is called TomDark, and you should follow it right now. But following this, we didn't get any real
I think I'm good.
updates from him. He basically dipped off the internet. He had been banned from Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and at that point, all he had was Instagram, and even there, he was very, very inactive, you know? Now, he was actually seen at Keemstar's birthday party not too long ago, where he took a selfie with Technicals, the commentary Smash creator type guy. There was also a story from this time about how he had accidentally backed his car into a bouncer with Billy the Fridge at that birthday party, who had to save him from this debacle, apparently, and explain to the bouncer and try to get him to calm down, because the guy was very, very angry with Leafy, and justifiably so, right? I mean...
Am I surprised? No.
He backed his car over the dude. I'd be pretty mad too. But the guy seems to be just kind of dicking around from what I can tell, driving around the country, eating at restaurants, and staying at...
And losing money, and now he's gonna have to make more money, because he wasted it all on drugs. Because he used it as drug money. You know, I don't know how much money he made from ad revenue in 2016, but I don't think it's enough to, you know, fund his drug addiction for the rest of his life. So, I think he's kind of fucked.
At hotels, but not really doing much productive otherwise. And this plays into another issue which he apparently has, which Keemstar has said that has been affecting him for quite a while. Keemstar claims that he has a drug addiction.
Yes, he does.
What I'm going to play now is an excerpt from a stream from Augie RFC, a friend of the show, where Keem divulged some details about this, and personally, I don't think Keemstar has a big reason to lie about Leafy at this point. He obviously supported his...
No, I don't think Keemstar is lying about that, because first of all, they seem like they're still friends, and secondly, Keemstar, like, mellowed the fuck out. He doesn't really do anything bad anymore, as far as I can tell. He seems pretty based, actually, if anything. He's reasonable now. Again, I don't know why. Maybe he got therapy, or he just changed on his own. I have no idea, but I don't know. He's more trustworthy than he used to be.
Return. He wants him to come back on YouTube, and he's gotten over all their old beef. So I think he probably was telling the truth here, and honestly, it's kind of concerning to hear what he talked about, right? It's kind of a sad ending, or a sad part of the Leafy story, you know?
I honestly don't give a shit.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do an intervention with Leafy.
Oh yeah, you're bringing him back again?
No, I'm actually gonna have to do an intervention with him. He needs an intervention.
Like
talk to Leafy like
intervention.
Talk to Leafy like 3 times a month.
Yeah.
And
like at this point, like I don't know. I don't even know if this is worth talking about, because it's Leafy. He's pretty pathetic. I mean, and I'm not saying that everyone with a drug addiction is pathetic. It's just like, oh wow, he really fell off. Goddamn. And you know, the drug addiction certainly doesn't help. The fact that he's drunk driving, that he's like really fucking stupid. Oh yeah, well if I can see the road, then I can drive. LOL is his attitude. You know. He's just not a very intelligent person, and at the end of the day, you know, it's just another example of him being stupid and pathetic, which, I mean, who's surprised, really?
2 of those times, he's cracked out of his fucking mind, you know?
Nice.
I mean, it's not like he, you know, benefits society at all, despite being a fully grown man, you could say, and has been a fully grown man for years. I mean, he could have been. He had the opportunity. It's not like he was, you know, dirt poor or anything. He was probably rich from the ad revenue he was making. He could have done some good shit, but obviously I don't think he did.
Hasn't
He just used it on drugs instead.
He's been like that though, like forever.
True, but it's like bad now because he's like a grown up. Like,
yeah, true.
But he sure as hell doesn't act like one. But yes, he is a fully grown man. Dude, this guy is like 30, right? Yeah. I don't think he's 30 yet, but still. Maybe he's getting there. He's getting there.
I don't know.
But I mean,
I guess like
he never like
too,
grew
it's
up.
like,
That's the
you could give the excuse like
Actually, he might be 30. He might be in his 30s already, or either that or he's really close. Because I know he was in his 20s. He was already in his 20s in 2016 and probably 2015. So I think he's like at least like 27.
like, oh, like, you know, he's on the daily YouTube grind, like he needs the fucking Adderall to like, you know, make him
those
sustain his upload
videos.
schedule and
He's using way more than Adderall.
But then now it's like, what does he even like need that shit for? Does he still use
Alright,
that?
either way, we've already seen this.
I don't know.
Let's see.
He calls Leafy he's never sober. He's mentioned stuff about this before on Drama Alert, I think, and stuff like that. But realistically, at this point in his life, the dude is nearing 30 years old, you know?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I figured.
When you're 21, this kind of stuff is more accepted because you're younger. Maybe you're in college where a bunch of people are frequently partying, so it's kind of accepted more. Maybe you're studying a lot, so if you're doing, you know, stimulants, people will basically...
It's just so poetic. I mean, you know, Leafy used to pull the age card all the time. And now that he's older, I just know for a fact that he regrets that. Like, there's no way he doesn't. He's probably... I mean, if he even thinks about it. If he thinks about it, that he's definitely gonna be like, ah, shit. Wow, that was a fucking stupid thing for me to say. Because I'm no different now that I'm that age. You know, I remember Leafy saying something along the lines of, well, at least I can hide behind the fact that I'm younger, or whatever the fuck, right? He said something like that. Yeah, I remember that specifically from a content cop.
Excuse it as like, oh, he's got to study, right? But, you know, by the time you get past college, you kind of have to turn your life around, or you find yourself as just a straight up, you know, addict, and you're not like doing it socially anymore. You're doing it just alone because you need it to function, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is sad and pathetic, but I mean, what do you expect from Leafy?
And now, at the age he is now, I believe he's 28 years old. This is obviously a very bad path he's going down that he's had a struggle getting off of, and I don't even know if he's interested in stopping. I don't know if he knows how much of a problem this is, you know? Now,
I don't know, he's Leafy, he's not very intelligent.
He's been tweeting even since back in the day when he got his bends about how he was pulled over for speeding. He obviously gets a sort of high off of taking these risks, but now this is coming to a head and negatively affecting his life. He apparently even lost his driver's license temporarily.
He's got...
I feel like if you're gonna... Okay. If you're gonna speed, don't do it, like, for fun, right? Just do it if it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, there's not really a danger or whatever, if you want to do that. It's fine, I don't care if you break the law, but, like, why would you do it for fun? Like, do it if you want to get somewhere faster, maybe. Because then at least then it serves utility, right?
His license...
And don't do it if you're on drugs, or especially not if you're drunk. Okay, you're a fucking idiot if you do that.
It's taken away from him for...
I did see that. He posted that.
And don't go 25 or over. Don't go 25 over the speed limit or anything more than that, because at that point it becomes a misdemeanor, a criminal offense. You don't want to fuck with that, right? So 24 miles per hour over the speed limit would be the cutoff, right? Because then it's like if you're a Leafy and you know, assuming you're not, you know, wasting your money on drugs, it's like, okay, you can afford to pay the ticket.
Wait. That got taken away for. I thought he got it back after that. Because I know he got arrested and whatnot, but
he got...
See, and this is why he lost his license for a while, because he's a fucking idiot.
Got arrested. He lost his license for like 3 months. He finally got it back.
I mean, I'm 19 and I'm fucking smarter than the dude in terms of life decisions.
Tonight he fucking calls me drunk, and he's like, "Oh, I'm wasted." I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Listen, man, I'm breaking."
It's funny because I guarantee you, if I time traveled to 2016 and made a video shitting on Leafy, I guarantee you the first thing he would make fun of is the cat ears. I don't think he would be a very big fan of that, right? He would be like, "What the fuck is this guy wearing?" type of thing, right? He would have tried roasting me. But now look at him. Now look at where he is, you know? It's like, it's funny how it turns out that I was actually more intelligent than you this whole time. How interesting, right? I think that most of the people he was roasting were significantly more intelligent than him. They just weren't very good at responding to YouTube drama most of the time, because either they couldn't be fucked, or, you know, they had a small platform and you know, they were intimidated, you know, or they just hadn't experienced anything like that before. They just didn't have very much experience. They weren't expecting someone to make a video on them because they thought what they were doing was pretty mundane and inconsequential. But apparently it wasn't to Leafy.
Tom Brady. Like, what's wrong with Tom Brady? He's like, I put $1,000 on Tom Brady and he lost the fucking game. I'm out $1,000. It goes
in mind.
And I'm not trying to like go in on him for this and say I'm a totally different person because, well, as some of you know, I've been pulled over for speeding before and had to pay a pretty significant fine, which sucked.
Yeah, no, I get that. I felt that.
As well as pay a lawyer. And when I was in college, I had...
Yeah, this is why I brought up the cutoff, right? You don't want to do a misdemeanor, right? You don't want it to be anything more than a petty offense.
Somewhat of a substance issue, you know, I was doing some stuff. That being said...
Okay, yeah, that you should never even attempt.
I think it's clear both of these are still issues Calvin is having, given this recent information that he hasn't made a significant effort to get over as far as I'm aware, you know? And
no, he's gotten worse, if anything. He's done the reverse of making an effort. He's made an effort to do things that make him worse off, right?
He seems to think that this guy needs help and needs to be taken to rehab or something. He claims he's paranoid all the time, he's constantly on substances, he's unable to deal with his life as is.
This is the same guy that used to make fun of people, by the way. He used to bully 10-year-olds on the internet. And, yeah. That's what, I mean, who's surprised, really? I mean, no mentally sane, normal human being as a grown-up bullies literal 10-year-olds on the internet for fun, right? Like, you have to be mentally ill to do that in the first place. I mean, he was always mentally ill. It's just, oh, you know, when you're younger, it's like, oh, well, I make fun of people my age, and you don't see it as you know, different when a grown-up does it, right? It's like, oh, well, they're just doing the same shit I do. I don't see the issue, right? It's like, well, I mean, the issue is that you're wasting your time, right? Doing something that, you know, isn't even entertaining, really. I don't even know why anyone thought Leafy was entertaining. I mean, he was in a few videos, maybe, but he just became really repetitive and constantly stretched his videos out to the 10-minute mark. And I don't even know how you can fuck that up so bad, right? You only have to make 10 minutes of content every day, right? As opposed to me, who makes, you know, multiple hour-long live streams and can stream multiple days in a row. But I'm not as boring or repetitive as Leafy was. I actually say things of substance, you know? And I don't repeat the same joke over and over again. I have more than 6 memorized roasts that I can use, right?
I mean, it's kind of a sad state of affairs. I feel bad for the guy. You know, you would think with the money he's making, he would be starting a family or something and putting down some roots somewhere, but instead he's just, I don't even fucking know, doing...
No, I'm not surprised at all, okay? I'm really not surprised.
Doing nothing, man. On September 12th, Leafy uploaded a series of Instagram stories.
Did anyone really think that he was gonna, like, actually have a life in the future? I mean, come on.
Revealing that he was arrested by police and spent time in jail for not paying a speeding ticket. In the
skill issue
videos in question, Leafy reveals that he was pulled...
Okay, honestly, that's... Okay, yeah, I kind of feel bad for that, because it's like, okay, you know, he's mentally ill, so maybe that's probably why he didn't pay the ticket, you know? Especially if he has anticipatory anxiety, I understand, because I do too.
Pulled over while driving and was arrested for not paying a speeding ticket. On top of that, his car was towed away from the scene. I didn't pay one speeding ticket, next thing you know, put your hands behind your back. Had to spend a few days in jail. Not a fun experience, I wouldn't recommend it to anyone, he revealed.
Yeah, wow, thank God for Leafy's amazing insight. Don't go to jail, guys. It isn't fun. I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, I'm so glad we have Leafy to tell us this, you know, groundbreaking information. Yeah, no fucking shit. Don't go to jail. This is about, you know, as useful as any other commentary he gave, you know, on YouTube, right? This is about, you know, as useful as that, right?
In his other stories, he revealed that he got his car back after being released and doesn't plan on going back to jail.
Well, I'm glad to hear that he doesn't literally plan on going back to jail anytime soon. You know, maybe in the distant future, but you know, at the very least, he doesn't plan on it. He's not looking to, you know, get himself arrested again. Wow, who would have guessed that going to jail is bad?
Anytime soon, which is obviously good. You don't want to go back to jail. While his other social media profiles have either been suspended or deleted entirely, Leafy has maintained 100,000 followers on Instagram with over 15,000 likes on his post announcing he was released from jail. So, Chris Chan, Leafy, and Andrew Tate all got out of jail around the same time, guys. Good for them. I mean, this...
Yes, good for them.
Stuff has even made Keem reevaluate the whole drama that he had with Leafy back in the day, and he sort of alludes to the idea that because Leafy is f***ed in the head from these substances, that he got paranoid and ended up f***ing him over back in the day. And
you know what? I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I mean, no one who is not mentally ill or on substances or a combination of the two would act the way Leafy acted, right? Nothing he did was logical. He just, and that makes sense, because I do remember that Leafy progressively got more and more unfunny over time, and his content was, like, always on the decline, which I always thought was really weird. When I actually watched his videos, I thought that was weird, because, normally YouTubers get funnier and better and make better videos over time, but Leafy was like the opposite, right? His videos somehow managed to get worse and worse over time, and he became less creative over time. Now, I just attributed it to, he ran out of video ideas, and, he doesn't have a fucking passion for what he does anymore. Not that he had one to begin with, but, like, he hates what he does instead of just being indifferent now, right? That was my take on the situation, right? But I think at this point, maybe it has more to do with his drug addiction than anything else.
It may not have been a super malicious thing at the time. It may have been because of whatever he's on, And I think because he was an asshole on YouTube, a lot of people do not like him and will cheer this on. They'll be like, oh, well, he got what he deserved. But in my eyes, addiction is a serious issue. And
no, I don't think he necessarily deserves it. I just don't care. I feel a little bit bad for him, but, like, would I be the type of person, if I knew him, to, like, reach out to him and try to help him? I'd be like, nah, I couldn't be fucked, right? Like, if I don't think, like, if I knew him in person, he would probably be an asshole. Like, I would be surprised if he wasn't. I wouldn't trust him. And ultimately, especially if he was somebody who backstabbed me, which, if I were to ever be friends with someone like Leafy, yeah, let's be real, he would have backstabbed me. I mean, he's known for that. He loves backstabbing people. But maybe it has more to do with the drug addiction, but still, it's like, I'm not gonna fucking, help somebody after shit like that, right? It's like, there are people that genuinely need help with either similar things or different things, that deserve the help more than Leafy does. So why would anyone bother helping Leafy? All right, Leafy should be at the back of the fucking line, right? Because he would have made fun of his future self, so long as he knew back then that it wasn't his future self, right?
And if he is actually addicted, if Keemstar is not bluffing or anything, if, this is the reality of the situation, then I hope the dude can get sober and get some help for...
I don't think Keemstar would bluff about that. I mean, that would be such, like, an easily refutable thing. But, let's be real. Leafy's on drugs, and he's never even denied it.
Whatever he's going through, Adderall is a powerful substance. Well, those are the updates we were getting for a while.
I don't know. I mean, I'm on Adderall, and I don't have any issues. But then again... I do have the big autism at the end of the day, so maybe it just doesn't affect me the same way it affects other people. I mean, after all, it is ADHD medicine, because I also have that as well as a thing, so...
Over the past year.
It actually makes me calmer and more, like, consistent, or whatever. It does give a little bit of a boost in energy, but, like, not really, but only in some regards, right? It actually makes me less anxious, right?
For 2-3 years about Leafy, and the most recent news is that he's actually back on Twitter. As you guys know, since Elon Musk has been in office as the president of the nation of Bird App, a lot of people have been getting their accounts unsuspended. Not me.
Yeah, not me either. I got suspended for making a funny joke. Yeah, I don't know.
Of course, unfortunately, because why would I? Why would Elon Musk think?
Yeah, I don't know. I was too funny for Twitter. I got suspended before Elon Musk was, CEO. I sent an appeal. It got rejected. And then when Elon Musk was CEO, I basically pretended... I made an appeal where I pretended not to hate Elon Musk. I'm like, oh yeah, now that free speech is being implemented, can I get unbanned? I was banned for making a dumb joke. It was like a slightly too edgy joke for some people. And my account got permanently suspended.
Take pity on me, but a lot of very controversial people who said some raunchy things back in the day have been getting their accounts back on Twitter, and most recently, Leafy was actually one of these people. He came back to Twitter.
Yeah, Leafy deserves a platform to be edgy, but not me, okay. It just goes to show what the priorities are from Elon Musk, right? It's like, oh, I make one edgy joke, that's still too far. You're never getting your account back, bitch. But Leafy does it. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Now, I think that all of it's fine. I think that nobody should be banned for making edgy jokes. I think that's fucking stupid. But I don't think it's fair for Leafy to get unbanned, but for me to not get unbanned. What? Like, oh no, it's like, come on. I made an edgy joke where it was like, I was responding to some drama with involving H3 and Ben Shapiro. I think H3 got shit for making an edgy joke about Ben Shapiro, and then I made it, and then somebody was defending Ben Shapiro and trying to shit on H3, and then I said something about how the only Jews that deserve to get gassed are the really annoying ones like you and Ben Shapiro or some shit like that. I don't know. I thought it was a good meme because they were also talking about Kanye West, so it wasn't like it was out of the blue. Like in the context, it was like, okay, it was an edgy joke. Maybe you could argue it was in poor taste or maybe a little bit too far. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was funny, but sure, fair enough. But I don't think I should have been banned for it, right?
Twitter the other day and said, "Thank God for Elon Musk," and he would follow this up by saying something like,
"Yeah, thank God, even for him not even unbanning me, despite you should be allowed to joke on Twitter. Okay, if you're allowed to make jokes on Twitter again, I mean, he tweeted that, throwing shade at the old CEO or whatever. Then why the fuck wasn't I unbanned? I mean, I got banned permanently for making jokes on multiple accounts. Like, what the fuck?"
Cannot say on YouTube, but it involved a certain word that starts with N, and this caused him to trend with a bunch of
yes, my favorite word.
People mauling that he was back on a sizable platform, basically saying he's too old to be saying that word, saying, "Oh, you're white," the usual stuff you would kind of see.
I don't give a shit
from someone saying that kind of thing in the modern day. This guy, not sure who he is.
I don't give a shit if he says the N-word. I could not care less. I just think he's cringe and pathetic. I think that's the main criticism that I would give Leafy. Anything else, I think, is redundant. I mean, it's not like he actually believes anything anyway. And at the end of the day, it's Leafy. He just says shit to be edgy, but it really just comes across as really cringy, and he's trying really hard. Like that's why it's cringe. Is he tries really hard to be edgy, but it just makes him look stupid.
Said that Leafy should end his own life. He then asked for people to compare Leafy to Low Tier God. A lot of people included funny clips of Low Tier God in the comment section as a result. I unfortunately can't play all these videos because they're very anti-terms of service, but if you know anything about Low Tier God, then you can probably guess what he was saying. The whole lightning meme or whatever. You guys know. And Twitter itself
I don't know.
Actually ended up getting rid of that tweet he made as a result. I assume this was from mass reporting from people who didn't like his use of said word that starts with a certain letter, but I don't really know if that's the case. I don't really know if he...
I don't know, and I don't give a shit. I don't know, whatever. Who cares? I don't think he should be banned. But I should also be unbanned, okay? All right. If I'm willing to offer that level of respect to people I don't like should be willing to offer me that same level of respect. I think it's only fair. It is mutually beneficial for everybody to just collectively agree that censorship is bad.
If he got reported, or if some Twitter bot just picked it up and was like, "Hey, buddy, you can't be saying that stuff." I wonder what their policy
might have been a Twitter bot.
Policy is for that kind of thing. Like, if you're black.
Actually, no, because if you're black, then you wouldn't get. Like there wouldn't be an issue with that. Or what if your race is just unknown? Then what? Do you get banned for that? What if you're Asian? Then what? What if you're like 15% black, 3% Latino, and then everything else is white? Are you allowed to say it then? Like, where's the cutoff? Like, Twitter doesn't specify these things. Like, what the fuck?
Can you say it on Twitter and they won't suspend you, but if you're white, they do suspend you? I really...
Okay, but like, what if you're like what is the cutoff? How much black genes do you have to have? Do you have to be like, is the cutoff 25%, 50%, 12.5%? Where is the cutoff? Twitter doesn't specify in their terms of service. It's fucking stupid.
I really wonder what the deal is there. And as I said, a lot of people were upset by him tweeting this and decided to ridicule him, making fun of his appearance, which is whatever. I mean, back in the day, Leafy was a big bully on YouTube, so I feel it's only fair.
I think you should be able to make fun of his. Make fun of his appearance. That's fine. I do the same thing. I mean, he literally doesn't have a chin. I mean, it's like I just don't understand how you can be born without like a basic human body part, right? That everybody else has. It's kind of weird. And we've all been trying to do him a favor and look for his missing chin, but it's like we just can't find it. And he takes that anger out on everyone else because he's mad that he can't find his chin.
Game for people to go after him with some of the same tactics, right? End of the day, he was known for toxicity, so it's not like he's whining about it or anything, but if he were to, obviously he would be getting shit for that because like that's the same
obviously
behavior he took part in. He's not a victim or anything. He's not like a totally innocent person here, right? At least in regards to the making fun of people issue. Low Tier God can create entire storylines with continuity and structure centered around your mom in extreme detail off the dome, just vile degrading shit that no human has ever articulated into a sentence. Leafy would just be like, this is cancer.
I mean, I don't know. I think that LTG, I mean, based on I don't know anything about the dude. Maybe he's like a bad person. I have no idea. But if he's talking about fucking your mom in extreme detail, I mean, that's funnier than this is cancer, right? Like, Leafy was unoriginal. That was the #1 crime, right? He was just unfunny. He made horrible content. He was repetitive. He said nothing of value, which he provided no entertainment value. Like what exactly about his content was good? It wasn't like he had a particularly interesting personality. He would just like say like the most basic insults. Like he wasn't very creative, the same way iDubbbz was.
Hold on, guys. I'll do my impression. Guys, this is fucking cancer. This 35-year-old fucking man, low tier guy. It is a literal, fully grown adult, okay, guys? Hey, guys, welcome back to a brand new video on this goddamn potato that we call the internet. So, recently, while I was, scrolling through the internet, I found this absolute masterpiece of a video, and guys, I just need to show it to you guys. So, without further ado, play it! And then it's like, okay, then he shows some stupid shit on screen or whatever, and then he's like, oh my god, this is a literal 35-year-old grown adult. Like, you're literally 35. You're a grown man. What are you doing with your life? Just imagine you're just like walking down the street. It's like I would literally drink Clorox bleach. I mean, this is literal cancer. I mean, you're in your 30s. I mean, you should have a wife and kids by now. But no, was that a good Leafy impression? I think I did okay. God is telling you to do what? And I mean, I can't even deny this, the reality of this tweet. I don't watch Low Tier God, so I don't really know what he does apart from a few clips I've seen, but...
Yeah, I have no idea either.
Leafy was never the most creative person when it came to making content.
Okay, thank you. At least I'm not the only one who acknowledges that.
What else is there to say? The dude himself would probably admit that, especially in 2016, he just did not...
It's like, I don't even care if he was, like, bullying people. He just wasn't funny. Like, I think that the real victims of his bullying were his audience, because they had to watch his god-awful content, right? It's like, it's shit that makes you lose brain cells.
Not give a shit with the content and the roast,
Like, the real victims are his audience who have a lower IQ as a result of watching his videos. I mean, you lose 1 IQ point for every 10-minute video you watch.
I would still defend his right to be on YouTube and
Well, yeah, me too, but, I'm not gonna actively go out of my way to be like, fuck you, YouTube. Leafy needs to be back, and I'm gonna, like, spend a bunch of time protest. Like, I don't really give a shit about Leafy. But I will say that I don't like the fact that YouTube did that, and that I disagree with YouTube. But I'm not gonna put effort into trying to get him unbanned. I don't give a shit. Are you kidding me? Like, the fuck? I just don't care. I'll let people that like him defend him, okay? I'm not gonna be like, oh, it was justified for him to get banned, because it wasn't.
His right to speak. And if I had to guess, a lot of people would disagree with me on this, but I also would, put forward the idea that he was a big cultural force on the internet that's important and a piece of internet history.
No, he has a right to speak, not because he was relevant or interesting or culturally relevant. I don't give a shit about that. He has the right to speak because he has the right to speak, because censorship is bad. I mean, if you want to disagree with me on that, and explain how censorship, long term, could make categorical distinctions that account for any and all nuance, and have absolutely no bias that would negatively affect, left-wingers, believe it or not. Yeah, I know. You would think that based on what conservatives will tell you, that it's the right that gets censored. No, fuck that shit. That's not how it works. If right-wingers get censored, then so do left-wingers. It's not a one-sided thing. Right? That's just how companies work. They don't give a fuck about politics. They might virtue signal every once in a while, but they're gonna ban anyone who isn't in the Overton window. If they ban somebody to the right of the Overton window, they're gonna ban people from the left of the Overton window, right? Like that's just how they operate, right? And at that point, it's just, anything that isn't centrism, which is relativistic, by the way, is off limits, right? And that's the real reason why censorship is bad, right? For political reasons, right? Now, in terms of social reasons, it's like, okay, censoring people just makes it a more boring platform. That's the social argument I would make. And so, there's arguments in multiple categories there.
He was extremely famous. He had a big impact on YouTube, on their community guidelines, on their rules. He was a big deal, and for that, I think he's an important piece of the culture. But the reason that Leafy's being compared to Low Tier God is because they were both banned from YouTube and cannot come back, right? As far as...
Wow, they must be exactly the same. You see, Yeah, yeah, that they're exactly the same. They're exactly the same. You know, they had their channels banned. Leafy is actually the same as all of the Spider-Man and Elsa channels that got banned for during Elsagate. Yeah, they're exactly the same because you see, they're not allowed on the platform anymore. They got banned. Their channels were terminated. They're exactly the same.
I know at least they can't come back. And people also dug up all manner of old posts about him, recent stuff as well as old Snapchat stories that just kind of call him unfunny or lame or whatever else.
Which I agree. Like, again, like the number one crime that he's committed is being unfunny. Like, occasionally a joke he says might land, but it's like if you throw shit at the wall, eventually you might accidentally say something funny after, many failed attempts at comedy.
And now comes to the time we've all been waiting for, guys. The time for me to say that I don't really hate Leafy and don't really want him to be banned, yada yada. You guys know the whole spiel by.
I mean, I don't hate him. I don't like him either. I dislike him. But I don't think he should be banned.
No, freedom of speech. I'm sure you're sick of me talking about this at this point, but I don't know, I'm passionate about it, so whatever. Obviously, regardless of his content back in the day, the dude was someone I watched growing up, so unless he does something super heinous, then I'm still a fan of the dude. As for the N-word stuff, well...
That's cringe. I can't... Okay. Yeah, being a fan of him is kind of cringe. I think you should be made fun of for that. I don't think he should be banned from the platform, but I think he should be made fun of, and people who support him should be made fun of if they support him beyond just a more, broad, I'm in favor of free speech approach, right? Anything beyond that, like, oh yeah, he made really good videos back in the day. If that's unironically what you believe, you should be made fun of.
Well, I mean, how can I really talk on this one, right? Turkey Tom! So the question now remains, what does the future hold? Well, take someone like Monkey Jones, for example, right? He was banned from YouTube, and his...
Yeah, exactly. And the difference there is Monkey Jones actually made good fucking content, but he was banned. That's why I'm anti-censorship, because it's like, he was funny, he made good content that was high effort, he was funny, I thought he was entertaining. I used to watch his videos before he got banned. Did he make an alt account? I don't remember. But, if he did, I'll go subscribe to it, I guess. But whatever. Either way, it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, if nothing else, it just makes YouTube a more boring place. Like, I don't want this to be a sanitized, boring, lame-ass platform. I don't think that does anyone any favors. Not even politically, really.
His new channels were also banned at the time when he tried to come back, much like Leafy, but eventually he made the Simmy and Jimmy channel.
Okay, yeah, he did make a new channel called Simmy and Jimmy.
A few months later, and that's been up on YouTube ever since. I think it's been up for 2-3 years at this point.
I mean, fair enough.
And he's still going strong on YouTube. Nobody's really tried to fuck with him. He's managed to garner almost 200,000 subscribers, and he's still around. And then you take someone like Leafy, and you have to question, like, what is the comparison between these two, and would YouTube be more inclined to ban Leafy than, Monkey Jones? I mean,
probably because Leafy was, more known, and like he did genuinely target individual people rather than Monkey Jones just making edgy jokes. So I don't think that they're in the same category. Not to mention that Leafy is criminally unfunny, though I don't think that has any bearing on whether or not he gets banned whatsoever.
On one hand, Leafy is...
And that's the main issue. It's like, okay, if you're funny, you shouldn't be banned, right? But it's like, who is gonna make that distinction, right? It's like whatever old fart is working at YouTube, probably just doesn't have a sense of humor anyway. So it's like, okay, we should probably take none of it is really off limits unless you break these like very specific guidelines, but anything else is fine. Rather than this vague, like, yeah, you might get banned, I don't know, LOL kind of bullshit, right?
More high profile, he'd probably cause more of a risk to advertisers, whereas Monkey Jones was kind of just an edgy content creator, so it's possible they would treat Leafy as more of a risk to their brand, right?
Yeah, they will.
I would love people saying, oh, Leafy come back. I would love to see Leafy come back and try to exist in the landscape today. Like,
people shit on Ethan for this take, but he was genuinely right. I don't know. I don't think he should have been shit on. I mean, sure, maybe he's a little bit spiteful, but it's like, at the end of the day, I don't think he's saying that Leafy should be banned from the platform if he comes back. I think he's just saying, oh, wow, yeah, if he came back and made the same type of content that he did back then, that would be a really unintelligent thing to do because, if he even makes passive income on the videos that already exist on his channel, like, if his channel gets terminated, then he won't anymore, right? RIP passive income.
The content that he was making would never fly on YouTube today, and you have to...
Yeah, and Ethan Klein is right about that. Like, I don't think he's saying that that's the way it should be either, right? I mean, ultimately, I think Ethan Klein gets a little bit too much shit nowadays. I don't know. I don't think he's that bad. Maybe he has like a cringe take every once in a while, but becoming political is not inherently bad. The thing that I would be most likely to criticize him for is if he has like an incorrect opinion maybe, or if his rhetorical approach is bad. But from what I've seen lately, he hasn't really done anything bad. If you don't like the podcast, that's fine. If podcasts aren't for you, then don't watch them, right? But that doesn't mean that Ethan is a bad person or that he fell off, right? He's making a fuck ton of money. His podcast is fucking successful as hell, right?
Adapt and overcome the fact that like you can't even curse, bro. Like I don't know.
You're a fat, fucking disgusting piece of shit.
Now, could he potentially come back to YouTube? I would argue, honestly, yeah, if he came back now, he probably could. He could come back under a new name that's not so obvious.
Yeah, he would have to make it not obvious, though. And it would have to be, like, obvious to, like, the audience, but not to YouTuber, right? And then it would be like, oh, yeah, like, on Twitter, people are talking about it, like, yo, this sounds exactly like Leafy. I think they might be the same person, you know? And, you know, he's making these, like, references to his old shit. Okay, I think it might be the same person, right? Type of thing, as opposed to, like, oh, yeah, let me make a channel called LeafyIsHere 3. Like, okay, yeah, that's not gonna fucking fly.
Obviously, him and probably post content. I mean, Sneeko has done that. Some other people have done that. And I think if he's just kind of careful with the videos he makes and does not call anyone out like he used to, or make fun of their appearance, you know, blatantly violate the new terms of service and community guidelines.
I feel like as long as he, like, you know, isn't, like, blatantly violating community guidelines, I think he'd be fine. I don't think he'd have to play it much safer than anybody else, but probably a little bit safer. But I don't think he would have to walk on eggshells if he just came back with a new name. Especially if he hardly, like if he only, like, alluded to his old content, but, like, didn't, like, specifically like, if he were to, like, constantly, like, reference old jokes where he was, like, making fun of people, then maybe, yeah, he would get banned. I don't know. It's hard to say.
And it's possible he could return to YouTube and accumulate some kind of audience on the platform, right? Will it be 5 million subscribers?
I don't know. I don't think he's intelligent enough to accumulate a platform today. I think it requires a little bit more effort. And you know, even if he were to come back, like, okay, if he comes back, you should, the most intelligent thing for him to do would be a live streamer, right? Or do, like, a podcast type of format, because let's be real. Like, his entire job, you know, revolved around stretching out content and whatnot, right? Making it as long as possible. But you can do that on a podcast without it being annoying, right? Like, that's the point of a podcast, is to say a lot of things. That's why I treat my live streams like a podcast as well as a live stream at the same time. It's long-form content. I love long-form content as a concept, as a medium. It allows me to say whatever I want, and I'm good at it. And ultimately, I think that it's a fun thing for me to do. People seem to enjoy it quite a bit. They like hearing me talk and say whatever the fuck I'm thinking, right? And at the end of the day, I mean, regardless of what you think about Leafy or whether or not you like him, I think that ultimately, going forward, you know, if he gets over his drug addiction, I think he could come back as, like, a live streamer. I don't think he could make, like, full-on videos unless he got better at making videos, because he was fucking lazy, right? He just, like, did, like, one take or whatever, and was like, oh my god, that's cringe, lol. But I feel like that format would be a lot easier, like, doing it live, right? Then again, he might have to do face cam videos where he's forced to show his putrid malformed chin, unless he's hiding behind his mic, which I don't know. The bad audio quality from that, from being too close to the mic might be a deal breaker on whether or not people watch his content, right? It's like, if your audio is dog shit, like, I'm not gonna listen to your long form content as a podcast, right?
Subscribers? Probably not. It could be a few 100,000 though, with some consistency.
I think he could get, like, over 100K at the very least. I don't think he'd be as successful. I think he would have steady channel growth. I think he would grow a lot slower than he did back in the day. I genuinely believe that if LeafyIsHere, you know, wasn't even, like, had, like, used, like, a voice changer, let's say, that was, like, realistic, and did live streams over gameplay or whatever, or like, while gaming, and reacted to content, I think that his channel would grow, like, like, way slower than mine, to be honest. I think it would genuinely take him longer, because I'm not gonna lie, I think that I'm genuinely way more talented than he is. I'm more entertaining. Even when I'm not trying to be funny, I accidentally end up being funnier than him, whether it be because I say or do something stupid, or because I say something that's like true, but nobody else wants to say, so it's kind of uncomfortable maybe for some people, while it's funny for others.
See, for sure. I honestly do think so. Alternatively, if YouTube...
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't think Leafy would get that many views if he were to make the same type of content he used to, especially if it wasn't like, you know, not just because he's like, you know, too edgy or whatever. That's not why. It's because it's just not original or creative, and anyone can make it. There's such a low barrier to entry to that type of content that it's just not going to stand out. The only reason it would ever stand out is because of his legacy, and then it would quickly die down as soon as people realize how garbage his content was, and then they would stop watching him, and then, you know, go back to watching whatever the fuck they watch now that's more entertaining. Like, you know, there are people that make long-form content consistently, and because they do it consistently, because they're good at talking constantly, it's like, okay, well, that's going to be a lot more entertaining than whatever the fuck Leafy did back in the day. Leafy was lazy. He put no effort into his content. And at the end of the day, you know, I'm better and more at making videos, and I'm more entertaining than him on the fly. Like, any 10-minute segment from my live stream, unless maybe it's a bathroom break, is going to be more entertaining than anything Leafy has ever made on his channel, okay? That's just a fact. And I'm doing it on the fly, right? So it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know if Leafy would even be able to, you know, make content that's like a 10th as good as mine, right? Like, I genuinely believe that his content would get such low audience retention that it wouldn't matter.
YouTube doesn't work, if he doesn't want to go there, or if he comes back and he gets banned, he could go to Rumble or Kick or some alternative tech site and post stuff.
I think he's on Rumble now. I don't know.
There, you know? Obviously, alt tech gets a bad rap, but these two platforms are pretty big right now, and they're indeed growing, and they market themselves explicitly as platforms that are less restrictive than YouTube, less restrictive than
I mean, if he can't be on YouTube, then I guess there's no reason for him not to use it, but whatever.
Twitch, and they're really trying to be alternatives, you know? Rumble is the YouTube alternative, they allow streaming there as well, and Kick is the Twitch alternative. And he could accumulate some audience there.
I might use both of those platforms in the future at some point. I don't know. If they grow and it's like they're not like terrible, then like, okay, I might use them. But, you know, I don't know.
As one of these kind of anti-cancel culture people, you know? The issue in my eyes as far as fitting in with people like Sneeko or Andrew Tate or Fresh and Fit is, well, physically, Leafy is the kind of person they would probably make fun of and bully.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely would make fun of him, but Leafy would make fun of them as well. I mean, he made fun of Andrew Tate on Twitter, so I don't know. I feel like they would have beef. I don't think it would be one-sided, unless Leafy, you know, continues his drug addiction, then it's one-sided, because he can't even, like, respond like a functioning human being at that point. Then it's just, like, kind of sad.
Right? But on the other hand, these dudes don't have a ton of conviction anyway. They need allies. And if Leafy was to go there and talk, you know, talk the talk, then it stands to reason he could have some kind of alliance with these people, and he could, you know,
I don't think he would have an alliance with anyone. I think he would just continue talking shit, do the same shit he used to. Nothing about him would have changed, right? It would be exactly the fucking same as what he did in 2016. I mean, that's just who he is as a person, right?
A big cultural YouTube forcing. I sound so gay saying, nerdy saying this, but you get what I mean, okay?
Because you are.
You understand. He actually announced while I was recording this video that he would be posting to Rumble sometime soon, which honestly I didn't think would happen. I thought he'd at least wait a little while to post again. But yeah, what those videos will be about or the impact they will have, I cannot say. But I will definitely be watching and following the story to keep you guys up to date because...
I guess I'll follow him on Rumble just for YouTube drama's sake, but only for that. I think I do have a Rumble account technically. I just don't use it really.
You know, I'm interested in the story.
Oh, damn. Did you guys just hear that? I just got called a goddamn retard, dude. I just got roasted. I just got dissed in a music video, dude. I just got diss tracked. I just got fucking diss tracked. I mean, I just...
Leafy, you funny bastard. Now that is comedy. See what I mean? Like, I don't remember him being this unfunny, but yeah, he is incredibly unoriginal, uncreative, unfunny, not talented at all. I don't even know how the fuck he got more than 25 subscribers making shit like this, right?
Just got deconstructed like a goddamn Lego man, right?
And that about wraps up the story.
I like that one. Oh, it's like, oh yeah, I like, yeah, Legos are cool. Yeah, I like how he references Legos. Yeah, because you do deconstruct those. That's why it's funny. Because you can, you know, if you're an autistic Leafy fan, you know, you can relate because of your Lego addiction, right? You're, hopefully he makes a joke about like, trains and whatnot, because, you know,
story for today, but thanks for watching. If you guys enjoyed this video and watched it all the way to the end, be sure to leave a like, leave a dislike if you disliked it, drop a comment down below with your thoughts, and follow my Instagram at TomDark. And
no, I'm not gonna. Sorry.
Catch you all in the next video very soon.
Very soon. Wow, that's crazy.
Bye.
I don't care. All right. Well, that truly was the video of all time. Wow. What insightful commentary. Yeah, censorship doesn't work. Destiny was banned on Twitch, yet he's still one of the biggest internet political figures, and he's still growing. Yeah, censorship just makes the platform look like shit, right? It obviously doesn't make Twitch look good. I just joined a poly relationship, and I'm really happy. Well, congratulations, Pancake Panic. I'm so glad to hear that. Thoughts on Alex Jones? Alex Jones is schizophrenic. That's my interpretation. Frem, you're hardly one to give guideline advice, Lamau. You go out of your way for the edge. Well, no, I mean, well, yeah, but, no, but that's the point, is I know how to, toe the line, right? I'm good at that. I used to do it in school when I was a kid as well. I'm not new to this, right? It's I know how to get plausible deniability, right? So even if it's obvious that I'm, being edgy on purpose, it's but, well, you see, I have plausible deniability because of these arbitrary reasons that you gave me, right? It's I know how to work within the system, but, find loopholes, right? That's kind of what I do, at the end of the day. And it's oh, well, you know, it's okay. But yeah, about the chin, I mean, wait, what? Either way, I don't know. Man, what an interesting story, huh? I mean, I didn't expect to see a Leafy. You don't want to ban you because he hates non-gender conforming people? Wait, what? I'm confused. Wait. Also, why the fuck is chat not working? Wait, what the fuck? Why is it not scrolling? Stop. Let me scroll. Okay, thank you. Twitter can use some negative coverage. True. Alright, some parody of Orange is the New Black, but with Andrew Tate and Leafy. Wait, what? Leafy has nothing to say on what's an unjust rule to follow or not, let alone a speed limit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care if he speeds, but, don't do it drunk, okay? That's fucking stupid, okay? I don't know. Ugh. Afternoon, how's the, muckraking today? Muckraking? Muckraking. Man, I haven't heard that word in a while. Let alone read it out loud. I don't know if I've ever read it out loud. Damn. But yeah, I don't know. It's okay, I guess. But yeah, no. I fundamentally disagree with you saying that I'm the last person to give advice on following guidelines, okay? No, I'm the first person because it's I understand the need to be contrarian and walk on the fence, right? But I'm really good at walking on the fence. That's the thing. So that's why I'm the best person to give advice, actually. Okay? That's how it works. But anyways, yeah, sorry. I'm gonna play part of a video while I go to the bathroom, I guess. I don't know. Apparently there's a Leafy clone that Keffals dealt with. I don't know. That was cringe. This is somebody I might end up making a video about. I want to see how Keffals, deals with Leafy clones, right? At least we'll watch part of the video, okay? We'll while I go to the bathroom. All right.
Jaden, I hate to break it to you, people with actual autism don't talk about it this much.
What? Autistic people don't
I've brought up my autism before, but okay.
talk about being autistic. So fucking true, bro.
The hate.
I make jokes about having the big autism all the time. What? It's I would be less likely to make those jokes if I didn't have autism, because if I didn't have autism, they wouldn't make very much sense. So that. So what would be the point? Okay, I'm sorry.
Hatred that Jaden has for religion and religious people is not hidden. It's on full display. He tweets about it all the time.
This is the whiniest drama I've ever fucking seen, holy. Cringe commentary drama with this guy. Who the fuck is Acheeto? Hold on a second. I want to watch this background before Jalyn comes on the stream.
Guys, listen, this video is going to be a little controversial. Some drama is about to be started, so just strap in. There's a YouTuber by the name of Jaden who makes videos similar to mine, you know, just kind of gameplay commentary stuff. And Jaden, I have honestly tried to give you benefit of the doubt in terms of just like you being a normal person, but no, you're just weird, bro. I can't lie. Now, just to address the history here, Jaden has made videos about me. I made videos about Jaden. It's just kind of been this back and forth. The two most notable back and forths I had with Jaden was one during the Jelly Bean stuff. Jaden was like, "Oh, Jelly Bean's not cringe," and I was like, "Yes, she is." And I mean, that was.
This is so dumb. Did they mean Jalyn? So, okay, when Jalyn started with a YouTube channel called Jaden, and the channel hasn't changed names. It's still Jaden on YouTube. I think like the display name has changed, but the channel's ad is still Jaden.
Video on me saying that I was bitching and moaning about Weast, which truthfully I kind of was. But even in that situation where, you know, I made some mistakes, I shouldn't have brought up Weast's G Fuel sponsor, obviously. We all know this sort of stuff. Jaden somehow managed to make himself look even worse than me. But
wait, when did this video come out? This was 3 weeks ago. Okay, so it's just the Leafy clone's just misgendering Jalyn intentionally.
The history here. Today we're just going to be talking about what Jaden has been doing recently. I'm just going to start this all off by saying, Jaden, you have issues.
Oh, real fucking edgy, bro. It's like, you know what's the worst part about these idiots? They don't even know how to properly be edgy. Like, they come off like edgy like they're fucking 14 years old. Like, they're fucking children. They need to take classes from me.
First of all, you have this really weird habit of, like, speculating that...
Yeah, honestly, I agree with Keffals here. Yeah, that's the thing. They suck at being edgy, and they're overly sensitive. Just watch my content and take notes, right? Like, have some subtlety, or if you're gonna be, like... If you like doing things that are over the top, which is fine, then, you know, there are ways to do that are funny, right? But, like, I'm sorry, but, you know, making Leafy style content is boring as fuck. I don't understand why there's even a market for it, right? It's like, genuinely, like, who in their right mind watches this shit, right? It's like, yes, let me record like mediocre gameplay, and then you know, say the most generic, boring shit imaginable, and also misgender people because that's edgy or whatever. It's like, could you be less boring, please? Like, holy shit! It's like that's the thing, is it's not a matter of whether or not they're offensive. It's just, oh, okay, you're fucking boring, right? And it's like, okay, do something creative for once, right? Like, my I don't know, that's my main criticism a lot of the time, is they're just fucking boring. Like, this is why I'm way more likely to shit on someone like Acheeto than Sam Hyde. Even though Sam Hyde, you know, is probably further right. I mean, he donated $5,000 to a neo-Nazi organization. You know, it's like, okay, but like, at least he's not boring, right? He's an interesting person. You know, he is funny, so there's that. You know, I don't think he's a good person, but yeah, I mean, his jokes are good a lot of the time. Sometimes he's kind of cringe too, but he's not nearly as much of a tryhard who fucks up every time and makes an unfunny joke every time as some of these people, right?
You might have autism? Like, why are you doing that? I think I have autism. If I do have autism, it's not the funny kind. I may have slight autism. I'm too autistic to be hot. Either I'm slightly autistic or I'm...
I mean, honestly, I don't see an issue with these tweets, by the way. Like, these tweets are kind of based, I'm not gonna lie. Alright? Like, I don't see the issue. I think that, Acheeto is just whining over an issue that doesn't even exist. And at the end of the day, it's just another example of these, of people like this, Acheeto especially, being sensitive as fuck and caring about issues that don't actually exist in the first place, way more than they should, despite claiming to care about freedom of speech, or you know, oh, just you know, imagine getting mad over a joke, and it's like, okay, but no one is mad at you. People are just like feel bad for you. They just think you're cringe, right? It's like, I don't know. I don't think anyone is like mad at Acheeto for anything. I just think that people make fun of him for making horrible content. I mean, that's just how it is. It's like, okay, sorry you make horrible content and other people like to make fun of you, like cry about it. Like, holy shit. I just don't understand how you can make entire like edited videos, like videos that you spend time making that are less entertaining than anything I do live in a live stream. I do understand. I mean, I'm good at streaming, but still, it's like, come on. Come on. You should be able to provide something that couldn't be provided in a live stream, right? There should be entertainment value, a style of entertainment that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get. But the things I say off the cuff have way more substance than whatever fucking dog shit points or criticism that Acheeto or any of the other Leafy clones. I mean, they're all the same. You know, we'll say, right?
Emotionally stunned. I am 6'3", trans, and probably autistic. Hey girl, did it hurt from heaven when you fell because you're beautiful? I'm autistic, lol. Is being asexual like an autism thing? And does that mean I'm not actually asexual and I don't know, I'm just weird and autistic? Oh my—
Imagine getting offended over this. Like, how much of a loser do you have to be to get offended over these obvious jokes? Like, literally, who gives a shit? Genuinely.
My god, okay, so, Jaden, I hate to break it to you, people with actual autism don't talk about it this much. Oh,
What?
look at that, we took an online—
Yeah, it is fucking stupid. People that aren't sure if they have autism are probably gonna talk about it the most, right? Because it's like, oh shit, I might or might not have autism. You know, it's like, oh, well, there's some gray area. So that's why it's, you know, gonna be the most intriguing, you know, if you're just not sure, right? And fuck, I have autism, you know, it doesn't affect me as much now as it used to, but it's like, okay, I still make jokes about it, because it can be funny to do so, right?
What in the
It depends on the context, I guess, but still.
fuck are you talking about? Yeah, autistic.
It's like he just doesn't understand that comedy exists, right? Like, Acheeto is so boring and miserable that he forgets that comedy is something that actually exists. So instead of just acknowledging that comedy exists and that maybe he personally doesn't find the jokes funny, he instead has to, you know, suck the fun out of everything, be extremely boring and redundant, you know, and try to police people's humor. Because he's a loser, you know? That's why he wants to police people's humor, right? Especially when it comes to religion, too. Like, he will literally cry and have a fucking meltdown as soon as somebody dares make a joke shitting on Christianity.
Sick people don't—
Like, it's so pathetic. It's like, no, like, I don't react like that when people make a joke about gay shit, you know, or about the LGBT community. You know, you can make jokes about that if you want. Like, just don't be, like, hateful, right? Like,
don't talk about being on— so
but you can make edgy jokes about whatever the fuck you want. Just be funny, right?
fucking true, bro.
Okay, so how about this?
And by that, and as well as obviously, okay, you know, if you're gonna make a joke, right, I don't mean like, oh, you know, saying your actual opinion and then framing it as a joke is yeah, okay, if you're doing that and it's obvious, right, you know, and there's no plausible deniability, then it's like, okay, that's different, right?
Let's not, like, speculate if we have autism or not. Like, if you actually think that you do, which, based on how often you talk about it, sounds like you think that you might, go to a doctor, because I seriously don't know why you're tweeting about it.
Wait, did she say she wasn't? And also, well, wait, what, do you want her to, like, go, like, drive to the doctor today without even making an appointment and be like, oh, hey, by the way, I might have autism? Or do you think that's something that you plan ahead of time and make an appointment for? And you know, do you think that maybe there might, you know, be like some sort of process to getting diagnosed with the big autism? You think that might be a possibility?
If not for attention.
At the end of the day, it's just another example of Leafy clones being fucking stupid.
Or because you think it's cute and quirky. Nobody thinks it's cute and quirky. It's annoying.
I love it. Well, it's not meant to be cute or quirky. It's just meant to be a joke. You don't have to like the joke, but a joke is a joke, right? And it's obviously a joke. It's pretty harmless, too. It's a very harmless joke. I don't know why he's trying to morally grandstand over, like, the most obvious fucking jokes imaginable. It's fucking embarrassing. I don't know how Acheeto can make content like this and not feel embarrassed, you know? Like, is it really worth the small amount of ad revenue you get?
I love how the default when talking about women doing literally anything with these fucking degenerates is just, oh, they're doing it for attention. Bro, you are a fucking drama whore. Your entire life is being a whore for attention. Attention is literally—
Yeah, well, obviously he's a hypocrite as well. Not to mention the fact that he doesn't like humor or jokes or any, like, oh, well, it's okay when people he likes make jokes, but if people he doesn't like make jokes, then it's too far and they're not joking. You know, it's like, why can't you offer, you know, the same level of respect that I would offer you, right? Like, if you make a joke about something, even if it's really cringy and unfunny, I might be like, wow, that wasn't very funny. That was really cringy. I don't know why you would make that joke. But I wouldn't like try to police your humor or be like, how dare you, make a joke about this. How this, do you not realize that this would affect autistic people? They might get offended by that. It's like, what the fuck? Okay. No, I too have the big autism. And I thought that those jokes were perfectly fine.
Literally the fucking bread and butter in the entire space of content creation you're in. Shut the fuck up.
I know that you have the money to spend on going to a real doctor and getting tested because of all...
Oh, okay. First of all, you have to schedule an appointment, okay? And usually doctors are busy, believe it or not. Like, they actually have more than one patient, okay? You're not always going to be priority number one, believe it or not, right? And as a result of that, it can take up to multiple months, right? Like, again, there's an entire process to getting diagnosed with something. And at the end of the day, what utility would it even serve her to get diagnosed, right? Like, at this point, right? Like, okay, if she was still in school, right? I don't think she's still in school. But if she was, okay, then yeah, it would be good to get diagnosed because then maybe you can get accommodations, right? That is why that would be useful. But if you're not gonna, use the diagnosis for anything other than to say that you have the big autism as if it's like a badge of honor or some shit, then what's the fucking point, right? It's like, I was never diagnosed with autism because anyone thought it would be like a badge of honor and like the thing that enables me to make jokes about having autism. Like, that's fucking stupid. Okay, I got diagnosed with it because that serves utility. Okay, like that, it was one of the reasons that I was able to get accommodations that I needed. When I was younger, especially.
All those dream videos you made, I know you have the money from those. I know that in 2022, and it's about to be 2023, but, in this current era, possibly having autism is kind of looked at as this cool, quirky thing, when there are...
No, it's a neutral thing. It's neither good nor bad. It's just different. Like, I don't understand this weird dichotomy of, either people are, like, in favor or against it. It's like, okay, can I just not give a shit? Can I just make jokes about having autism and move on, right? Like, who fucking cares? It's like, yeah, yes, there are negative things that come with having the big autism, okay? Yeah, I acknowledge that, because I fucking have experienced them, okay? I don't experience them as much anymore, but still, at the end of the day, it's like, I still have the big autism. It's not something that magically goes away, right? So, what do people do when they struggle with something? Well, they make jokes about it a lot of the time. And that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And even if, let's say she doesn't have autism, which I honestly wouldn't be surprised if she did, it's like, okay, so what? Who gives a shit? It's a fucking joke. Stop whining over an issue that you have created in your own head. I don't think we should be gatekeeping certain styles of humor to, certain groups of people. Considering the fact that he's supposed to be an anti-SJW YouTuber, he sure is one sensitive little fucking snowflake, right? Trying to dictate what forms of irony are and aren't okay. It's fucking pathetic.
There are plenty of people who actually struggle with autism and aren't the highly functional autistic people that we see all the time. Like,
I mean, I'm a highly functional autistic person, but still, it's like, even if I wasn't, I don't think I would be against people having a sense of humor. Like, you have to be aware of the fact that, yeah, obviously not all autistic people are the same. Yeah, it's almost like we're all our own individual autonomous human beings, right? That are different from one another. It's almost like autism isn't like this all-encompassing category that perfectly describes the entire category of people that reside in it, right? Is that not common fucking sense, right? Like, come on. Like, this should be obvious. To claim that oh yeah, they're because they're in this they share the same category, that they're all the same, is more offensive than any joke that Jalyn has made. Now, I'm not saying it's offensive. I don't give a shit. You can say stupid shit and I'm not gonna get offended by it. I might make fun of you, but
my friend Oompaville, right? He has 4 million subscribers. You guys all know him. Some people think that he's actually me, but that guy actually has autism and he barely talks about it. Like, he brings...
Okay, yeah, no one is obliged to talk about it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool. I don't care. I don't think he's offended by the jokes that Jalyn has made. I don't think he gives a shit. From what I've seen, Oompaville seems like a cool guy. I don't know. Maybe he's cringe. I have no idea. But he makes good content, at least. at least what I've seen is good. The editing really does carry it a little bit, you know, but that's because the editing is really good, not because he's not funny or anything. He's funny, but the editing makes it even, yeah, you get the point though.
Brings it up in interviews with people, and in
like that's the kind of editing I want to do later.
The unique.
Wait, so he's like, okay, you know, this person I have beef with, their autism, cringe.
It's like what do you? Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, so wait, because one autistic person that you know doesn't make jokes about being autistic, or people that in general that might or might not be autistic aren't allowed to make fucking jokes about it. Like, does he not understand why that's fucking stupid?
And weird. This one.
I mean, I make jokes about it.
Person, you know, my autistic friend doesn't bring it up much. Based in cool. Shut up. This is so dumb.
Yeah, it's like, who fucking cares?
This is like weird fucking concern trolling that doesn't matter about anything.
Yeah, like it's just whining about an issue that Acheeto has made in his own head. I don't know how he's not embarrassed by that.
Like, if these are the only criticisms that you can fucking muster, you need to really shut your fucking mouth.
No, literally. Like, if anything, I think it makes Jalyn look better and you know, more in the right. Now, that doesn't mean that you know, the people that watch Acheeto, you know, for fun in their free time, you know, that doesn't mean that they necessarily agree with me. But that's because they don't use their brains, because it's either 10-year-olds or people that are extremely mentally deficient, you know, or a combination of the two that watch Acheeto, right? Because there's not like anything of value in his content. He doesn't have any like, what does he offer exactly? Well, he doesn't offer comedy because he's not very funny. He doesn't offer any form of good like analysis. He doesn't offer even a real moral framework or anything like that. He doesn't offer any new information. He doesn't offer, you know, anything really. Well, what does he offer? Like, content to listen to in the background while you're doing something else, maybe? Like, if you have, like, the TV on, just, like, playing whatever, you're not actually paying attention to it, and you're doing something completely different, and it's just background noise, maybe it serves that purpose. Other than that, like, that's the only value I can think of Acheeto's content having, is, oh, you listen to it in the background, which I wouldn't even be willing to do, because I don't want to give that cunt watch time or ad revenue. You fucking kidding me?
Holy.
It's not.
And it's like, I would rather just listen to my own content at that point, because my content is actually good. That's the difference.
What he does. And even if you actually have autism, right? You know, you go out there, you go to the doctor, you get your test, and it turns out that you actually have it like you thought.
Yeah, like me.
For the love of God, please do not just spam all the time about the fact that you have it. You already do.
Okay? But, like, you're the one that's getting mad over jokes. It's like, you're the one that's bitching about it. It wasn't a problem until you made it one. Okay? No one else gives a shit. Like, what is this weird morally... like, why are you morally grandstanding? I just don't understand that. Like, what utility does that exactly serve? I'm sorry, it just doesn't serve any. It just makes Acheeto look fucking stupid, and it's annoying, and it's preach. That's all he does, is he virtue signals. You know, he doesn't actually have any moral conviction against, you know, daring to make jokes about having the big autism, right? He doesn't actually give a shit about that. He's just, again, virtue signaling, right? That's all he's really doing.
Do that with the fact that you are transgender, right? You're just like, I'm trans, so please.
Yeah, you can make jokes about being trans as well. I don't see the issue with that. Even if you're not trans, you can make trans jokes. I don't fucking care. Whether or not you're allowed to make a joke is not dictated by identity politics. That's literally what Acheeto does. He just id pulls 24/7. Like, I don't remember a single argument he's made that isn't just id pull.
Do not be that.
I love how this guy's like, I'm going to term search on your Twitter autism, and now I'm going to complain about how much you talk about autism because I went out of my way specifically to see how many times you've talked about autism. Like, what a fucking whiny baby.
Yeah, he spends like an entire video talking about how people shouldn't talk about autism. It's like, okay, yeah. Yeah, you're very self-aware, my guy. Very self-aware.
Baby, just don't go on Jalyn's Twitter if you don't want to see it. Like, what's the issue?
Yeah, exactly. It's just that this fucking Leafy clone is well obsessed with Jalyn, right? And you know, it's like, well, Jalyn didn't really do anything wrong. So it's like, okay, you gotta nitpick, you gotta find whatever you can. It's like, oh, yeah, oh god, what's on her Twitter timeline? Oh, she talks about autism. That could maybe be controversial, because, like, that's, like, a group of people. Yeah, you know, it's like, oh, maybe if I pretend to be, defending autistic people, maybe then people will agree with me and think Jalyn is a bad person. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, good fucking luck with that. Like, as if, I don't know. It feels like he's almost insulting the intelligence of his own audience, too, when he does this. It's really embarrassing. Like, I don't know. Like, I would be embarrassed to watch a content creator like this. Like, imagine you're with your friends, and one of them asks you, hey, what's your favorite content creator to watch? And your response is, oh yeah, I'm a big fan of Acheeto, my favorite YouTuber. And then they're like, who the fuck is that? And then you show them this video. Like, you would get made fun of for that, right? Like, that would be fucking embarrassing.
Here, how is this a criticism?
Okay.
It's not. Oh, pedo ties. Oh yeah, that's right. Lying about Natty Forsyth, taking shit out of context. I've already done an entire stream segment previously after Christian presuppositionalist debate. I'm not gonna get into it, but basically, it's people just taking stupid shit that someone said when she was barely 18. That she was it's the same things she was saying when she was 17, 16, and 15. And she just didn't change that behavior, so suddenly she's a pedophile. It's kind of fucking stupid. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, you did something stupid in the past. That doesn't mean that you have bad intent, but people don't understand that. And then they take things that they will deliberately not talk about the order in which certain messages were sent, because, that would disprove their narratives, blah, blah, blah. I talked about all of this. As well as people just having a really low standard of evidence. That's the main issue I have, is people will just, like, look at something at face value, and then they'll just assume that whatever, like, commentary YouTuber they're using as a source is a reliable source, rather than looking into it on their own.
So get this, Jaden stopped being friends with a known pedophile, not because he found out that he was actually talking with a pedophile, but because the pedophile said something mean. Like, imagine that being your reason to, like, cut ties with a guy who's literally grooming minors.
Like, this is just, like, a straight-up lie. No one was being groomed. Like, what? There was one instance where she when she was 18, she messaged something inappropriate to someone she didn't know the age of, and then it turns out later that was a minor, even though she was in an adult Discord server, and had assumed, like, she assumed that oh, okay, my friends would have verified her age, right? But they didn't.
Anyways, there's this YouTuber named Natty Forsyth, which, who cares, right? He's completely irrelevant, but the biggest thing he did...
Okay, so it's like, all right, we are now up to 2 different trans content creators getting intentionally misgendered. It's just so lazy. Like...
Oh, yeah, that too. I can't even be asked to call it out. It's like, oh, yeah, well, it's Acheeto. What do I expect? I mean, not much. Like, the bar is really low for him, and, like, he still manages to, like, be worse at making videos than I expect, right? It's like, I have a really low bar, and he's just, like, I don't know if he, like, consistently makes worse and worse content over time, or what, but it's just, like, everything he says is either redundant or flat out wrong. I don't remember him ever saying anything of value.
Like, the drama is just being a whiny little bitch mixed in with bigotry.
Entire career was get himself exposed for sending prawn to a 12-year-old, so yeah, if you still talk to this guy, you're actually...
Okay, but if you think that it's an 18-year-old, and, like, you're and you're told that it's an adult, then, like, I'm sorry, but if you genuinely believe in it's an adult, then how the fuck are you grooming them? Right? If she had continued talking to this person after finding out their age, then yeah, she would be a groomer, but that's not what happened. As soon as she found out the age, she was disgusted and immediately cut ties with them. That's not what a groomer would do. No groomer of children would do that. No groomer of children would cut ties with their grooming victim. That doesn't fucking happen.
Weird. But you want to know one of the few people that actually continued to talk to this guy after he got exposed? Jaden! Which, that's pretty bad, man. Like, I'm not one to police connections, but if you're friends with a guy who's like, you know, a pedo...
Who's falsely accused of a pedo?
Like, that's a little different, I feel like, you know, we're not...
How dare you be friends with someone who has had false pedo accusations that are easily refutable, levied against them? Oh, God, how dare you? How dare you have a friend that has easy to refute pedo allegations against them? Oh my God. You're basically like Hitler at that point.
We're not talking about being friends with someone who's a little edgy, someone who voted for Trump, right? You know, people who try to police those connections are cringe.
I think voting for Trump is worse than anything Natty Forsyth has ever done.
Oh, you're friends with a Trump supporter? Yeah, that's pretty, that's a yikes. Okay.
Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't give a shit about that. I might make fun of them for that. I think it's better to just make fun of somebody for being a Trump supporter. I don't think you should, like, end a relationship or friendship over that unless they hold, like, a worldview that, you know, denotes that trans people, you know, don't deserve to exist and you know, they should be forced to detransition. If somebody has that worldview, then I do believe that yeah, it's perfectly reasonable to not want to be friends with someone like that. As I think you should bully them. I think you should stop being friends with them and bully them. If someone thinks that trans people should all detransition, then yeah, they should be bullied for that, because that's a really stupid opinion. Like, imagine being in favor of increasing the suicide rate of trans people. Like, you're just a bad person, right, at that point, and you deserve to, you know, live miserably and, you know.
Okay, that's actually cringe, but when I'm saying, hey, don't be friends with a pedo.
Don't be friends with someone with false pedo accusations. How many times do I have to correct this loser?
I think that's reasonable. If you want the extensive proof that Natty Forsyth is a pedo, go watch...
Oh, God. Yeah, and I've already... Yeah, go watch the really shitty Grimsy video that was really sloppily put together. Yeah. Where all of the things he was saying was just either assertions or, you know, jumping to conclusions or, you know, or whatever, or just things that are flat out untrue and you know, constantly contradicting himself, etc. It's like, okay, you know, yeah, that's really good evidence. If this is the best evidence, if the most reliable source you can find is a Grimsy video, you know you don't have shit against the person. It's fucking pathetic.
Watch this video by my friend Grimsy, but let's read this interaction between Jaden and Natty Forsyth and try not to get demonetized. I get you like to text 12-year-olds or whatever, but that isn't normal. How old was she? Oh wow, you know what? She was 15. Forget the trip to America. Okay, you truly. Go text more 12-year-olds. Don't expect...
Yeah, but there's a difference between talking shit, right? Being like, wow, you're a fucking idiot. Remember this one time when you did this thing that was really stupid and it, like, really fucked with your career? Yeah, I'm gonna bring that up now because... you know, I'm trying to talk shit, right? Like, there's a difference between that and genuinely, you know, agreeing with the accusations. Again, this should be obvious, but apparently it's not. So I sort of have to spell it out for a lot of people. They don't seem to understand, you know, that nuance exists or that, you know, the standard of evidence should be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt when you're dealing with allegations this fucking serious. Okay? No one's career should be ruined unless they're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's just a fact, okay?
Expect me to take it for associating with you. Go cry on Twitter about being called a man because you sat there attacking everybody all day long. Go over on pills because everyone thinks you're a pedophile. And then just whatever. The point...
Everyone thinks you're a pedophile. Keyword thinks. Not knows, thinks. I know that that's just like a one small word difference, but I think it's important. Because if she said knows... then that would indicate that people's perception of her is true. But keyword thinks, everyone thinks you're a pedophile, implies that she knows it's not true. She's just saying it and bringing it up because she knows that it's something that has really negatively affected Natty. I mean, fuck. You know, I think that false pedo accusations are a serious thing that would negatively affect anyone that they're levied at if a lot of people genuinely believe them.
Point is that these two stayed in connection long after Natty Forsyth got exposed, and Jaden only cares about the fact that Natty Forsyth was actually sexting 12-year-olds because Natty Forsyth, I don't know, like backstabbed Jaden socially or something. So Jaden, you're weird, okay? Just cut people off once you learn that they send, you know, stuff
I want to see what Keffals has to say about this. I've already kind of shit on all these dumb talking points.
little kids. End of story.
Real fucking goofy.
The hatred that Jalyn had.
Come on, Keffals. You know how to do analysis. It's not like you were never in the, like, you know, like, at least close to the debate scene, right? You can give good analysis. I've seen you do it before. Like, you could at the very least, like, if you haven't looked into the situation, just be like, I don't know anything about the situation, so I can't comment on it. That would be fine to say. I don't know. I think it's I don't know. I don't like that whole just, I'll say nothing, right? It's just be like, okay, I'm not sure. I'll look into this maybe, or whatever, but
has for religion and religious people is not hidden. It's on full display. He tweets about it all the time.
As opposed to your hatred of trans people, which is so much better.
And you'll notice that throughout this video, I'm referring to
what
Jalyn
a fucking little whiny baby. Holy
not for real.
shit.
My rule with people is that respect is reciprocal, okay? If you're gonna give me respect...
Okay, but yeah, no, if you're not gonna respect trans people, then don't get mad when they disrespect you and your shitty religion. Like, I'm sorry. But, like, you know, yeah, I agree, it goes both ways, but when you do something that's legitimately shitty to other people and say shit about trans people and try to invalidate people, then don't get mad when people, you know, make fun of your delusion, right? Like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, it's statistically very likely that you know, not only is there a God, which is a reasonable thing. I mean, you probably shouldn't assert it because we don't know, but okay, fair enough. Okay, that's possible. But not only is there a God, but it has also been accurately depicted by humans, which is a bit of a stretch. And not only has it been accurately depicted by humans, but it is this specific religion that's correct. Okay, at that point, it's just fucking delusion. I'm sorry. That's just delusion. Like, there's no science behind it. There is science behind gender dysphoria, and there's science behind the efficacy of gender-affirming care. There's not any science behind, I don't know, religion. It's just random assertions that oftentimes actually contradict each other and don't really add up, and that are historically inaccurate. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, I'm not going to use your historically inaccurate Book of Fables as a good reference point for morality or something that should, or even, you know, pretend like it's something that should be taken seriously. I don't think it should. I think some of the messages that are good, like, oh yeah, Jesus was nice to people and gave people that were in need. Yeah, those messages should be taken seriously, but, like, okay. It's like, can you really take it seriously when it's like, oh yeah, and also there was this one time when God committed genocide. That was really cool of him. It's like, okay. Yeah.
Regardless of who you are, I will respect you back. If you're a trans person who is respectful to me and respectful to the things that I value and believe...
That's why you backstabbed Jalyn, of course.
I will use the pronouns that you prefer. But
oh, okay. Oh my god, no, dude. What can
I might use the pronouns you prefer, but I'm also gonna, like, you know, talk about why every other trans person is delusional and how, you know, they're all just mentally ill and shouldn't be trans. Oh yeah, but no, I'd respect you as an individual. It's like it reminds me of the stereotypical racist person who is like, oh yeah, no, I have a black friend, you know, but, like, oh yeah, you know, on average, you know, yeah, oh, they're inferior, but, like, this guy is the exception. But oh, all the other ones are just, like, wild savages / animal. It's like, it's the same shit, right? It's like, it's still bigoted. I don't like, yeah, you might quote unquote respect an individual trans person. That doesn't mean that you're not fucking bigoted, right? You're still transphobic if you hate trans people broadly, right?
Say on Twitter, like on YouTube, like, where's the TOS? I'm just wondering in terms of how I want to react to this, because
that's fair enough.
That's not how this works, you know? Like, can you imagine if these fucking people, like, try to apply the same logic to, like, racialize people? Like,
yeah, that's literally what I just did.
If you're like, you know, if this black person doesn't respect me, I don't have to respect them. I'll just, like, openly call them racial slur. No, you will.
Yeah, well, I think my argument was worded better, but I guess hers was more concise.
Get your fucking teeth kicked in, you will get dragged through the mud anywhere you go, except outside of like your fucking Nazi circles, dude.
I agree, but that's... I feel like if you framed it more as like a moral argument, it's like, you know, I don't know. I think my framing was better, but fair enough. I still agree with her.
Aiden's viewpoints about religious people and religion itself are expressed through the most vile and disgusting language that I've honestly seen referred to any sort of group. Language that I would never...
Yeah. This guy is just way too sensitive. That's all there is to it.
use about trans people. Language that I would never use about people that are quote-unquote gender non-conforming, but language...
But, are you sure about that, my guy? Are you sure about that?
Which that Jaden, a trans person, is totally comfortable using about religious people, or specifically Christians. And it has to be made clear right off the bat that everything I'm about to show you is actually reflective of Jaden's beliefs. These aren't like, you know, edgy jokes made. Jaden is a very far left person in terms of his politics. He actually believes that like religion in society is like disgusting.
Oh yeah, no, this dude's like a whiny bitch.
Yeah, we're just gonna...
Yeah, exactly. He's just fucking whiny. It's like, oh no, somebody said that religion is bad. It's like, yeah, and she took an optics L maybe for not specifying that, okay, individual religious people can be good as long as they're not, like, homophobic or transphobic. As individuals, they're fine. But religion broadly, religion as a concept, especially religious fundamentalism, and religious institutions especially, you know, are guilty of a lot of dumb shit that harms society. Now, that's not to say there isn't religion or religious people that don't do good things, but there's still valid criticism there. It just gets buried behind, you know, bad optics, really. That's all there is to it.
I'm gonna read some of Jaden's tweets about religion in general. I want religion gone.
Notice how she didn't say religious people, but religion. And that's an understandable thing, because a lot of people will use religion as a justification for their hatred. So it can... I understand why she was frustrated, right? Because it's like, well, religion is being used as a tool against me. Well, I wish that this tool that's constantly used to berate me was gone. Then what would their justification be? It would be, you know... I mean, it wouldn't be any more rational, obviously. It just wouldn't be as socially acceptable, right?
I never said ban all religious people ever. I said the world would be better without religion. Dude, that's like...
Yeah, exactly. She made an obvious categorical distinction. Again, not the best optics, but... Again, I think that anyone who isn't interpreting this in bad faith knows what she actually means. Again, she should have worded it differently so that bad faith actors like Acheeto don't take her out of context and deliberately misconstrue her words, but still. It's like, okay, she's not doing anything immoral here, right?
Like saying I don't want to ban all trans people, I just think the world without them would be better. Right now, the only thing keeping me sane...
Except, yeah, but the thing is that gender-affirming care actually improves people's well-being, right? And when she says she wants religion gone, it's like, okay, is that necessarily her being completely irrational? Maybe not. I mean, but religion is a tool that often gets used against, you know, people's rights in general, and it's like, and at the end of the day, it's like, okay, asserting that your religious worldview is the correct one is really what she has a problem with, you know?
How are these two? How is this? How do you connect the dots here on this? Is it so because Jalyn is a soy Reddit atheist, she's evil. This is the whiniest drama I've ever fucking seen. Holy.
Yeah, it's literally just reading old tweets of her, whatever, doing edgy atheist shit posting. It's like, imagine getting offended over that. It's honestly pathetic.
You see, you gotta understand, you know.
What we need is okay, so remember how in 2016, there was the whole anti-SJW thing where people would make fun of whiny SJWs? We need that, but, like, we need to bring that back, but for, cringy, right-wingers like Acheeto, right? Because they're honestly, more annoying, and more pathetic than any of the SJWs that were annoying, who ended up being TERFs, by the way. You know, they're anti-trans, right? Those were usually the most annoying ones. Those, you know, the annoying feminists or whatever, like the most annoying ones who acted like Karens, right? The 2016 equivalent of a Karen or whatever with the dyed hair, especially, maybe. You know, they a lot of them ended up being TERFs, but oh, you know, how dare you make fun of J.K. Rowling, right? Or people that support her.
know, in
oh, they just care about women's rights. Yeah, fucking bullshit.
what the fuck is this guy's name? You see, in Acheeto's mind, trannies are like religion, and like the trans masculine trannies, that's like Islam, I guess, and the trans feminine trannies, that's more like Judaism or Scientology.
Yeah, exactly. It's like imagine comparing something that's backed by actual statistics and scientific data and comparing that to like blind faith. That's fucking stupid. Scientists don't go based off of blind faith because they're not retarded, right?
I don't understand how this fucking analogy works.
Why go?
Me neither. It's completely irrational. It's based on him being too sensitive, whining about issues that don't exist, etc. He's grasping at straws. You know what? Nah, fuck that. He's not even grasping at straws, okay? He's grasping at thin fucking air. Actually, no, I changed my mind again, okay? He's grasping at the vacuum of space, alright? That's what he's grasping at right now.
Your entire life.
Like, all of the issues he has are basically non-existent, right?
Believing something that is so blatantly false. Jaden, you understand this can easily be flipped back to you and say, well, Jaden, you're obviously a man. Like, why do you believe you're a woman? Why would you go your whole life?
Because the scientific consensus is that gender-affirming care decreases the suicide rate of trans people, and also you have no factual basis in saying that trans women are men. Okay, there's nothing factual about you saying that. You asserting that does not make it any more true, okay? Because sex and gender are not the same thing. And if you want to debate me on that, Acheeto, my DMs are open. You can debate me. I've offered to debate you over gender, but you refused because you're a pussy. So as soon as I requested to debate you, you just banned me from your shitty Discord server and blocked me on Twitter because you're fucking scared. You're terrified. You're scared shitless of debating a 900 subscriber YouTuber, because you're a fucking coward, right? I mean, after getting shit on by Bunk numerous times and getting shit on by Demon Mama, I guess you've decided to avoid, the whole left-wing debate sphere, because you realized that it makes you look bad, because you're a pathetic loser who has lost every single debate. You've, had, like, 10 debates now, and you've lost every single one, other than maybe a stalemate that you had with Jalyn, because both of you are awful at debate? Oh, wow. Wow, congratulations, you managed to have a stalemate with Jalyn, who doesn't do debate. Congratulations. Even though you were the one, like, begging her for a debate. And the one time you were begging somebody else for a debate, you get a stalemate. Oh, that's beyond embarrassing. Like, you didn't even make any whatever.
Believing something that is blatant.
But you're afraid of debating, any of her friends who are actually good at debate, of course, right?
False. If you want to be a transgender woman in society and you want people to believe that you're a woman, right, and treat you like a woman, the literal least thing that you could do is allow for Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, and Catholics, and Jews, and all others, right? You have to allow them, or at least respect their desire to be people of faith. Religion has...
Yeah, you can be people of faith. Just don't fucking, I don't know, just don't use it to be a shitty person, and don't pretend like it is the ultimate truth, and that everybody else should abide by your worldview when it's not based on anything but blind faith. The reason I can say, okay, well, you should abide by my worldview is because, one, my worldview is the most mutually beneficial one. It's deliberately made that way, okay? And two, it's not based on blind faith. It's based off of facts, logic, reasoning, etc., okay? But, of course, Acheeto, thinks that blind faith is a better standard than the law of non-contradiction, for instance. Whereas I believe that the law of non-contradiction is one of the most important things fundamentally, right? If A equals B and B doesn't equal C, then A cannot equal C. And if you say otherwise, well, then you're wrong, objectively. So you shouldn't be like, oh, but my religion says otherwise and you should respect that. Like, that's a false equivalency. Like, sorry for stating an objective fact, my guy, and saying, but if you're like, oh, but Z equals Y, it's like, well, maybe it does, but it could equal infinitely many variables. We don't know. Like, that's the but, like, you can't claim that the law of non-contradiction isn't true because of your religion, right? But, of course, Acheeto doesn't understand that. Either he's too stupid, or he's willfully ignorant, Or maybe it's a combination of the two.
Has been around since like forever at this point, okay? People only started taking transgenderism seriously like a decade ago. There's a
yes, because whether or not something is morally correct or valid scientifically should be based on the number of years it has been around for. But oh wait, hasn't Judaism been around way longer than Christianity? Well, doesn't that completely discredit Christianity as a whole? Because it's only been around for, not, like whatever. Oh, Christ, died on the cross like 2,000 years ago. Oh, but the original manuscript was written like 9,000 years ago. Oh, wow, that's crazy. The one without Jesus in it. Oh, wow. So, it's like, oh, but people that believe in Judaism don't believe in Christianity, so therefore Christianity is wrong. So according to Acheeto's own standard, Christianity is completely invalid because it hasn't been around as long as other worldviews. You know what? Fuck it. Judaism isn't valid either because the polytheistic religions in places like Egypt and shit, those were first, right? Those were around for a lot longer. So that means that they're more valid. It's like, oh, wow, it sure is convenient how Christianity's only been around for like a couple thousand years. Oh, wow, isn't that convenient? Okay, again, according to his own standard, it's like, okay, well, you've just discredited your own religion without even realizing it. That's what I mean when I say I value the law of non-contradiction, while people like Acheeto clearly don't.
a lot of people that still don't give trans people any respect, and I'm really sitting here willing to give you that respect, but all
No, you're not. You constantly talk about how trans people are invalid. Again, I've already made the analogy to race, which makes it abundantly fucking clear, alright?
you have to do is, like, let's start with not tweeting, I hope World War II happens to religious people. But I don't...
Oh no, she made an edgy joke. Oh god, that's terrible. I mean, in a way, it kind of did. I mean, Judaism is a religion, is it not? Now, obviously, you know, there was more of an ethnic cleansing, but still, if you practiced the religion of Judaism, you were fucked, right? So, I mean, it seems like an edgy joke more than anything else.
I don't even know if you can be saved at this point because your anti-religious sentiment is so rooted in your belief system at
yeah, exactly.
this point. So you're telling me what you think is that religion is the same character as Nazism and the same people who erased a lot of Europe's Jewish population because of their religion. Don't you think that's a bit dumb? And then Jaden just goes, yes. So Jaden literally believes that if you're a person of faith, you're like akin to a Nazi. It's so retarded.
I mean, broadly, I think religion has caused more harm than good when it comes to people's worldviews. Now, I believe that religious institutions have done both good and bad, and there are people that, you know, use their religion as a justification to do good things. There are other people that use it as a justification for bad things. Ultimately, I don't believe that religion really influences them that much as they think it does, because no matter what, they're gonna do what they want to do no matter what, and then they're gonna use religion as sort of like a post-talk rationalization, right? Because it doesn't have to be rational. It just has to, like, kind of, like, it makes sense intuitively to them, and that's their standard, right? It doesn't need to make logical sense at all. It can be completely irrational, which it is. And that's fine if you want to, you know, donate to charity because you believe that's what God wants. You know, I don't think that that's inherently worse than, you know, being an atheist and doing it out of the goodness of your heart. I think that those both produce the same outcome. But you have to realize that religion has also been used as a justification for a lot of shitty things. And it consistently gets used as some sort of justification to, you know, regress society, you know? Without religion, what is their justification, right? They don't have one. They can pretend to have one, but they lose every debate, you know, until they make unfalsifiable claims, right? And then it's like, oh, well, you know, it's like, okay, then I'm just going to appeal to my Christian fundamentalist fan base, and then it's like, okay, well, if you do that, then yeah, maybe they'll agree with you because it's like, oh, well, if it's against my religion, then it's bad, or whatever the fuck, right? If they believe that.
To the point where if you showed this to anybody who didn't engage with Twitter that often, they would think that you're actually about to take violent action against, like, a religious group. I know this, like, extreme religious hate has become kind of common on, like, the far left and stuff, and kind of like Jaden's sphere, but to those of us who don't constantly try to self-diagnose with autism and don't constantly spend all day on Twitter, we would actually...
Don't pretend like you don't spend all day on Twitter, Acheeto, okay? Being as sensitive as you are, you know, I think you do.
actually view this as pretty uncalled for and not very. But watch, there's still gonna be people on this video that comment stuff like, "Bro, just say you're transphobic because I'm deciding to actively."
Yes. Yes, just say you're transphobic. You would have more of a spine if you just admitted that you don't like trans people. This is just fucking weaselly and embarrassing. And you trying to morally grandstand when your morals are the incorrect ones, the ones that aren't based on anything other than your feelings and your religion, rather than an actual, like, philosophical framework that doesn't contradict itself. Yeah, I think that, yeah, it's fair for people to make fun of you for that, yeah.
Actively misgender Jaden. Like, okay, you clearly have paid no attention to what I've said.
Acheeto, have I misgendered you throughout the video? Again, you know, if I were to misgender him, I think that would be, you know, justified. It would be kind of confusing, but justified, because it's like, okay, well, he does that, so according to his own standard, it's fine, right? It's fine to misgender. And maybe he wouldn't care because he's not trans, and like, he's confident in his gender identity because he was born into it. But like, if he was born in a woman's body, I don't think he would like that very much. He can say he doesn't care all he wants, but I genuinely believe that he would.
I'm gonna boil this whole
I
thing
love
down.
how he thinks he's making like some huge fucking point. Like, oh yes, I'm going to actively be bigoted towards this person I don't like simply because I don't.
But I'm just not. I'm not bigoted. I just say bigoted things and have a bigoted worldview and believe trans people aren't people, or that they don't exist, and that, yeah, okay. But then trying to morally grandstand and then use religion as an art, it's the weakest shit imaginable. It's preachy and it looks fucking pathetic, because that's what it is. It's pathetic.
Don't respect their opinion. Like, that's not how that works. This is just such a fucking lazy attempt. Dude, literally, just like have some fucking balls. The problem with all of these drama people is they have negative balls. Their balls have like fucking like left completely. Like, they're just like, I don't want to be attached to this person anymore. Just call her a fucking tranny. You know you want to. You know you want to, but you don't
oh, for sure.
want to get demonetized because you're a pussy. You'll never say what you believe.
Down to a simple anecdote, okay? If Jaden had the chance to erase all religious people from Earth, he would do it. If I had the chance to erase all trans people from the Earth, I would not do it. The cherry on top.
Really? You wouldn't? Then why do you think that they should be forced to, you know, stick with their gender assigned at birth? I mean, is that not erasing trans people to an extent? I mean, not only does it increase their suicide rate, but it forces them to not be themselves, right? And clearly, since you're against a gender-affirming care and whatnot, and you like to misgender people, and you believe that, you know, that you'll only respect a trans person if you really like them, as if it's like some sort of compromise to your worldview, right? Like, oh, you know, I may not like trans people, but if you're really nice to me, you know, maybe I won't misgender you. You know, it's like a compromise type of thing. It's fucking stupid. Like, no. Whether or not my gender identity is valid is not dictated by whether or not Acheeto likes me. That's fucking stupid. It's entirely relativistic. I think that Acheeto has an egoist worldview. I think that, you know, he believes that the world revolves around him, and that he is the ultimate arbiter of truth. He might, you know, point to religion and be like, well, I believe that God told me that this is the truth, but ultimately he's telling himself that, right? He just says that, oh, well, God said this, so it's true, right? But it's really just him telling himself that that's what God said as like an irrefutable justification for it, right?
Top is that Jaden thinks that religious people are weak-minded. They're not strong people. They're not good at getting through the hard.
I mean, maybe religious people like you, yeah, but like obviously not all of them.
Times when, ironically enough, he has tweeted, "Does the self-hatred ever go away?"
Okay.
Oh my god, no way. I find it funny that you think religious people are weak when religious people have literally been genocided throughout the history of the world, and yet
they've also been people who do the genociding, okay? That has nothing to do with religion. That's just some people are really shitty, okay? And a lot of the times, the systems in place are just fundamentally flawed, right? Or easy to take advantage of, right? But it was one religious group versus another. Like, you know, but it's not about religion necessarily, it's about power, right? It could have been one atheist group against another. It doesn't matter. Religion was kind of irrelevant. And ultimately, you know, the Holocaust wasn't even just, you know, you know, getting rid of people, like, or it wasn't about getting rid of Orthodox Jews. It was an ethnic cleansing. It was about getting rid of anyone who was either an Orthodox Jew or ethnically Jewish. Hitler wanted to get rid of both, right? So it's not just about religion. It's about power. It's about, you know, doing horrible things because some people are just horrible people. You know, it's not because, you know, religion, right? I'm not going to be like, all Christians are evil because there were some Christians that did bad things. It's like, no, that's obviously stupid, right? And I don't even necessarily, like, think that it was good that Jalyn tweeted these things, but, like, clearly Acheeto is overreacting. I'm pretty sure Jalyn is, like, apologized for those tweets anyway, which I don't think she had to, but...
They still stand today. The Armenian genocide killed like over 1 million Christians. The Chinese government still like doesn't like Muslims. It's like literally.
Okay, yeah, that's bad. Yeah, you shouldn't kill people. But guess what religion the people who killed Jewish people in Germany during World War II believed? They were Christians. They believed in Christianity. Now, I don't think Hitler believed in anything. I think he thought he was God. If anything, he thought he was the ultimate arbiter of truth. But like in terms of like the actual like Nazis and his supporters, and especially the everyday average Nazi in Germany back then, I think that they genuinely did have religious beliefs, right?
This guy is incredibly fucking stupid. It's crazy how fucking stupid. This guy's like a massive. He's fucking retarded. Okay, I said it. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take that back. He's a fucking retard.
True. Based Keffals.
He's so dumb.
This is what I mean when I say that Keffals became based.
He is so fucking stupid. I am fucking in awe of how dumb this guy is.
But you're gonna call the people of that faith who exist in this world today weak, while you are a commentary YouTuber with a U2's collection. Okay, you have a pop vinyl collection, but
yes, because your strength is dictated by whether or not you have a U2's collection. That is what determines your strength mentally as a person. It's your U2's collection. The larger it is, the weaker you are.
Yeah, dude, just call them weak and weak-minded.
Okay,
yeah.
You know what? This is the only valid point. The pop vinyl collections it's cringe. I'm sorry.
I agree that it's cringe.
Your content is so void of personality that if...
As opposed to yours, Acheeto, which totally isn't void of personality. I would honestly rather content be void of personality than for anyone to have, like, the small amount of personality that Acheeto has. Because the small amount of personality that he does have, like, if anything, it detracts from his content. It would be better if he had no personality and was just, like, a fucking AI robot who just, like, said things. It was, like, you know, made a video, if, like, a Jalyn video wouldn't be like, oh, yeah, whatever this fucking shit is. Oh, how dare you say this about religion. It is like, here are tweets that Jalyn has said. These tweets are tweets that exist. Trans people exist. If he had just done that, that would be more entertaining and more bearable. You wouldn't be nearly as insufferable.
If we got a TTS to do the job for you, he'd probably have more subs. Cover.
No, I don't think so. I mean, okay, sure. No, I think that, and ultimately, Jalyn posts, content about the news. So she doesn't have to, like, put her personality into it. That's what the Jalyn live channel's for. That's for her personality, okay? Her main channel is for reporting the news on YouTube drama. Okay, so she has to make content quickly. She has to focus on the topic, the situation, right? So it makes sense that, okay, she can't make it about herself, right? Now, I have given her the advice of, okay, yeah, maybe slowly change that over time. Make your personality like a fundamentally, make it a fundamental like aspect of your content. Make it integral to your content, right? It needs to be like a fundamental aspect of it. I have given her that advice, because ultimately it's more sustainable in my opinion. I believe that, yeah, you can get views faster if you just do topic commentary, but the reason I don't do topic commentary beyond whatever these live streams were, really, it's still about my personality, right? it allows me to build a more dedicated fan base. It allows me to, you know, have more long-term success. Even though I'm not, like, blowing up or anything, I have steady growth, and that's really what I'm looking for, right? Is steady growth. Now, if I get a shout-out from PewDiePie, hell yeah. I'm gonna, you know, thrive off that opportunity. But ultimately, you know, it's like, because ultimately, you know, it's like, okay, a lot of those new subscribers might end up being dead subscribers who don't care about me, but I'm still going to end up with more, you know, dedicated fans than I otherwise would have had, right? And I'm not too worried about, like, oh no, what if my subscriber count is way more than my average view count per video? It's like, okay, I don't give a shit. You know, it's like, okay, what I do care about is how many dedicated fans do I actually have? Not how many subs do I have, how many views does this one video get, how many views can I get per video? Like, I'm not as worried about that. That's why I don't always do trending topics. I do evergreen content that's meant to, you know, be timeless. You're meant to be able to watch it whenever, and it's still good. It's still entertaining, and that's the whole point. Even with the live stream content, you're meant to be able to listen to it as a podcast, like, way after the fact, okay? You know, if you're watching this in 10 years, hopefully this is still entertaining. And while I may have gotten better at live streaming, from, you know, right now, as of me streaming this, to whenever, you know, 10 years from now, you know, it's like, this should still be entertaining, right? That's the goal.
News in the most boring way humanly possible, and the only time...
Acheeto, you're not any less boring. You're more boring. Like, what do you want her to do? I mean, yeah, I agree that maybe she should put, you know, her personality at the forefront of her content more often. I agree with that. I've even told her that myself in DMs. Like, come on. Like, obviously, that's not... That like, you're not saying that because you genuinely are trying to help her get better at making content. Right? And her content's not bad either. And not to mention the fact that you're actually, like, way more boring than she ever has been, right? And when she does include her sense of humor and whatnot into content, it actually is entertaining. But Acheeto, with his quote-unquote personality-based content, is still boring as shit. That's him with his personality. So I don't, like, again, he is not somebody who is in a position to make that criticism, obviously. I am, because my content does revolve around my personality. You know, regardless of channel size, I think that, yeah, that's a valid criticism I could make. But again, it's not that big of a deal, and ultimately, if, you know, if she's just doing YouTube news, she can't make it entirely about her. Obviously, there's a balance. Lean more towards, you know, her personality being, like, really important, right? While the news might still be important, it's like, okay, you know, slowly shift your content to something that is really sustainable long term. Otherwise, you're gonna, you know, rely too much on the YouTube algorithm. You're gonna rely too much on, you know, relevant topics happening that you can cover quickly, and whatnot, right? Like, you rely too much on your circumstances. But if you put your personality out there, and that's, like, the most important part of your content, people are gonna stick around no matter what you're talking about, right? You could be talking about fucking anything you want, right? If you notice my like, if you take a look at my channel, right, it seems pretty well organized, right? There seems to be, like, a specific niche I have, right? But that niche isn't, you know, dedicated to one topic or type of topic. No. That niche is dedicated to me as a person. It's about, you know, categories that I am a part of, right? So I fulfill the femboy niche because I just so happen to like to dress a certain way. You know, I fulfill the politics/philosophy niche because, well, I give my opinion on everything. Sometimes I fulfill the comedy niche because I like to, you know, make jokes about shit, especially in, like, the shorter form content, right? Like, long form content, I'm not gonna be cracking jokes 24/7 or, like, playing it up, you know, for the camera, right? I might make some jokes, right? But it's like, okay, I'm gonna say what I actually think, like, in the moment, in more of a podcast type of way. Not everything I need to say has to be the funniest joke of all time, right? That might get a little bit, you know, tiring. You know, I'd feel a sense of fatigue, right? So it's like, okay, I'm only gonna do it if it comes really naturally, right? And sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll go on a spree where I'm actually saying a whole lot of shit that's kind of funny, right? It's like, okay.
Times that you make videos on stuff you actually care about or give your opinions on, they tank, and then you go back to doing the news videos. Now there's...
Okay, that seems like a YouTube algorithm problem. But again, that's not Again, a criticism you could make is, yeah, you should include your personality, but I've explained this already.
There's nothing wrong with not having a personality set for YouTube. It's not for everybody. That's why not everybody is a YouTuber. But oh my god, stop complaining on Twitter about how bad your channel's doing. Damn.
But I think, okay, if you don't like those complaints, then don't look at the Twitter. I think that, yeah, the YouTube algorithm being shitty to creators is a valid thing that, you know, makes people fucking, you know, feel like shit about themselves, right? It's like if your videos aren't performing as well, it's like you feel like shit. It's like, why isn't my channel growing as fast? And it could be either your content got worse or the YouTube algorithm just kind of doesn't like you as much anymore, right? And it's hard to know, and it fucks with you. There's that level of uncertainty. And especially if you're mentally ill, like me, for instance. Oh, wow, I know, crazy. Who would have guessed, right? But, like, in all seriousness, right? It's like, okay, that can kind of, you know, fuck with whatever the, your mental health, right? Why do you think YouTubers are stereotypically mentally ill all the time?
I really fell off my channel 1 year ago versus now. This is why I don't make COD videos. Guys,
God, what a whiny fucking baby. Yeah, just like go over to someone's Twitter account and then complain because you spent all day looking at someone's Twitter account. Like,
yeah, literally. It's like, oh no, somebody is disappointed because they didn't make as much money as they intended to when it comes to their career, right? Like, think about it as like someone at like an office job, right? For those of you who aren't YouTubers, which is probably most people, right? And most of the people that watch me are, like, adults. So imagine you're at your job, whether it be part-time or full-time, right? And you get paid, I don't know, $15 an hour, right? And then, you know, you get paid that for a year, and then the next year you get paid $20 an hour. You feel really good about yourself, right? You feel great, okay? But then the next year, after you're used to making $20 to $25 an hour, right? You know, it maybe raised even more, right? You actually start getting paid $10 an hour because your boss decided to randomly fuck you over, even though you're doing the same amount of work, and say, you know what? No, you're making less money now. You're making less than half of what you used to make, even though you're putting forth the same amount of effort. You would probably lose your shit. You would fucking, that would be infuriating, right? But it's harder to empathize with a YouTuber, right? Because, oh, it's a dream job. I agree it's a dream job, but it's fun no matter how much money you make, in my opinion at least. But it's like, if you do it full time, yes, the amount of money you make is important, right? If you're not making that much money, then yeah, that's gonna fucking suck, because that affects you as a person, as an individual. Anyways.
Are they all this stupid? Like, this guy makes Keemstar look like Albert Einstein.
Homeless all.
I mean, aside from the fact that Keemstar has improved over time, yes. Even Keemstar from 2016, when he was, like, kind of a piece of shit, right? Is more intelligent than this guy, right? Keemstar is, like, actually not that stupid anymore. He actually is level-headed now.
All of the dream money dried up. Okay, this one's sarcastic, but still, please stop. I don't think I've...
Well, okay, you identified the joke. So why are you trying to police her humor? Be like, oh, stop making jokes. Stop saying things that are obvious jokes. How dare you? Even though I already know it's a joke. But I don't like the joke, so don't do it. It's like, I guarantee you, if one of his YouTube friends, you know, said the same shit, he wouldn't give a fuck, right? He wouldn't be making this video. You know, but like, again, he's including it because, well, he's not even able to grasp at straws or thin fucking air. He's grasping at the vacuum of fucking space. Okay, that's what he's grasping at this point. It's pathetic.
I've ever complained about my views on Twitter. I think I did one time because I thought I was shadow banned. And the only reason I thought I was shadow banned is because my channel analytics looked similar to
Oh, it's because my channel analytics
shows when he was actually shadow banned.
Oh, he was actually... Shut the fuck up.
So I was like, okay, maybe I am. But other than that, the only thing I really complain about
but
my channel
I would
on
never
Twitter,
complain about stuff. I would never whine about pointless, inconsequential shit, you know? As Acheeto, the person who never complains about anything that doesn't matter. Okay, I would genuinely, like, sure, maybe in the grand scheme of things, not making that much money in a month is inconsequential overall. But it's a much more valid thing to complain about than whatever the fuck Acheeto is whining about.
there is if stuff
like, why is he so sensitive? I just don't understand.
Is getting demonetized. And that's a fair complaint because most of the time when my stuff gets demonetized, it's like not supposed to be. Literally.
Oh, but it's supposed to be when it happens to Jalyn, who does the most harmless content that, if anything, is probably too safe. We're like, oh, it's fine when she gets demonetized. She shouldn't be able to complain. But when I get demonetized, I'm gonna, you know, at Team YouTube as quickly as fucking possible so I can complain and bitch and whine. Because I was unfairly demonetized in my video where I said that trans women are men. Oh, yeah, I was unfairly demonetized. But Jalyn, who doesn't even say anything doesn't even say anything really controversial in this video that gets demonetized, how dare you complain about not making as much money off of your videos when you actually abide by YouTube's TOS? Like, probably, like, too much, more than she should. If anything, I don't fucking know. Maybe not.
97% of the time when I have a video that gets auto-demonetized, when I submit it for human review, it comes back green, meaning that
okay.
Human watched it and actually was like, oh yeah, our bot was wrong. This should be monetized.
But it's still something that you can complain about, right?
So when I complain about the demonetization on Twitter, I'm not really complaining about my channel's views being bad or anything like that.
Is he really gonna spend an entire section of the video fucking bitching and moaning and complaining about how his videos get demonetized?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's so funny. He has so little self-awareness, he doesn't even realize what he's doing. He first starts out by complaining about how Jalyn was complaining about, oh, I really haven't been making any money off of YouTube lately. This really sucks. This is my livelihood. You know, he bitches about that. But then he uses it as an opportunity to complain about when YouTube demonetizes his content and when he makes less money. He's so unself-aware. It's astonishing. And it's not like he's, like, doing it over the course of multiple years and completely different videos with different topics. It's, like, back-to-back statements. It's fucking absurd. Oh my god.
About a literal error going on with YouTube's system. So we're in a tough spot because my suggestion would usually be, hey dude, like, incorporate your personality to try to make your videos better, but
that's a legitimate suggestion. Yeah. Add your personality more. I like Jalyn's personality, okay? I talk to her, right? She's genuinely funny when she's just being herself, right? And I've told her as well, yeah, you're actually like an entertaining person when you incorporate your personality. Okay, I have given her that same sentiment. But what I haven't done is given her these. I haven't compiled all these other criticisms which are complete dog shit, and acted like those are also valid, right? All of the other criticism that Acheeto has given are fucking dog shit, so I don't think that he genuinely cares about, like, her well-being or her ability to make the best possible content. He's just, finding anything he fucking can to criticize her for, when in reality, he doesn't actually have anything against her, other than he doesn't like trans people. That's it. And the fact that he was offended by her jokes about religion. That's it. That's all there is to it.
But for now, I can't really suggest that because your personality, as I've seen on Twitter, as, you're actually yourself on Twitter.
This guy, he has no right. He has absolutely no right to complain. He has like fucking dishwater personality.
Yeah, no, his content is like no personality, but like even worse, right? Because it's like he has no personality. He's boring. The way he presents information is incredibly boring, right? But not only is he boring in the way he presents everything, not only is he lazy as fuck and can't be fucked to edit, just live stream at that point. At least then you're doing something, right? At least you're doing like a podcast or a live show or making long form content where realistically, okay, who the fuck would edit this entire thing, right? Who has time for that, right? But it's like, okay, if you're gonna make 8-minute videos, just enough to get ad revenue, just edit them. Edit your videos, put effort into it. Have a personality, okay? It's like, okay, it's one thing, and it's like these people will are the same people who will shit on Hassan for eating a fucking sandwich while he's, like, reacting or whatever. But that's genuinely, and I'm not, like, a Hassan fan or anything, but that is genuinely more entertaining than anything Acheeto has ever posted. That sandwich eating footage is genuinely better than anything that Acheeto has ever posted. Genuinely. I would rather watch Hassan eat a sandwich than watch Acheeto give his shitty commentary. But not only does he present the information in an incredibly boring and monotone way with absolutely no personality, very dissimilar to the way I do it, but everything he says is wrong. If you're gonna have no personality, at least be correct when you say things. At least don't have the wrong opinion that's based off of your illogical preconceived notions that all contradict each other at some point. At least be right about everything. Like, even if I didn't have a personality, at least something that I would have going for me is that I'm right about most things, right? So even if I have, like, an off day, or I'm tired, or I'm not really feeling it, right? You know, it's like, okay, fair enough. And sometimes this happens at the end of live streams, right? You know, I might, you know, tone it down a little bit. I might not have as much personality just because of fatigue, right? And that's fine, but, like, at least what I'm saying is usually right. Now, I might get specific details wrong. I have been guilty of that. I have gotten really stupid specific details wrong at, like, the end of 7-hour live streams, right? That happens, okay? And I'm like, oh my god. He's, like, the person I was reacting to or watching said this thing, and I clearly misinterpreted it. I look fucking retarded here. But that's different from, you know, recording for 8 minutes, for an 8-minute video, because you can't cut anything out, because you're lazy as shit, and then and having no personality, and saying things that are clearly wrong, and then editing it, like rewatching it, and still not realizing that what you're saying is wrong, or realizing that what you're saying is wrong, which is even worse, because then you're just so lazy that you couldn't be fucked to correct yourself, you know, and edit it out, and change it. It's not like you have to even set up your camera or anything, again, or you just record your voice in Audacity, and then quickly put it below the gameplay footage. Like, come on.
He has absolutely fucking zero personality.
Yeah, but again, the main categorical distinction is, you know, everything he says either has no value or deducts value. Like, I not only do I not gain anything from his content, not only does it have no value, but I actively lose something when I watch his content. I literally lose, like, so many fucking brain cells from the dumb shit he says.
The only reason that he's going after Jalyn's personality is because of Jalyn's autism. That's it. This guy...
Yeah, but again, Jalyn actually has a personality, right? I don't know if I don't think it's because of her autism, to be fair. I think he's just grasping at straws and trying to find anything he can possibly criticize her for. And when it does come to, like, her news coverage, yeah, sometimes she doesn't put her personality in it. And again, I've talked to her about that. And I'm like, you have a good personality. I like talking to you, right? It's like, I think that could be a really useful tool in your videos. Like, you're funny when you're just being yourself, right? You know, maybe some people say she's unfunny. I couldn't disagree more. The reason that they say that is because they already don't like her. So if she makes a joke, they're not going to find it funny because they're clearly biased against her. But if you actually are neutral or like Jalyn, you're going to find her jokes funny. Okay, people who say she's unfunny are just saying that as cope, because they don't like her, right? That's it. That's all there is to it. And, you know, and you're well within your rights to not find it funny, but at the end of the day, a lot of people do find her funny, when she makes jokes, right? And I think that she should incorporate that in her videos, right? And that is a genuine criticism I've given. But for Acheeto to try and attack her as a person and her personality, and you know, attack her gender identity while claiming that he respects trans people, which is completely, you know, contradictory for obvious reasons, and then, you know, being like, oh yeah, your personality is shit, but also you should incorporate your personality in your videos. It's like, make up your fucking mind. Either she should include her personality in things she does publicly, or she shouldn't. Make up your mind. Which one is it, Acheeto? Because clearly you can't decide. You're just throwing shit at the wall and hoping that it sticks. And it's very fucking apparent. And it's like the tiny amount of shit that has stuck is criticism that, like, small, extremely light criticism that's inconsequential that I've given that has literally nothing to do with her moral character. Like, that's not something you would make a video about. That's something you'd privately say, oh yeah, by the way, you know, I think that maybe this video could have included more personality, or, oh yeah, this was a better video. I liked how you know, made this joke. You know, it's better than your other videos because of X, Y, or Z, right? It's like, yeah, you know, or, yeah, this video was better because you included face cam. It's like, yes, face cam videos are better than non-face cam videos. I'm sorry, that's just a fact, right? Objectively. You get more, you get more of a connection with your audience, right? Like, they can connect with you more if they can see you, right?
guy's a fucking idiot. He has nothing to say, and this entire video has just been him bitching and moaning. All right, okay, fuck, keep yourself safe. Okay, hold on. Let me get Jalyn on.
Hello?
Hi, watch that video. Who the fuck is Acheeto, and why is he such a retard? These are
Hey, that's my girl Jalyn. Yo. On screen right now. I wonder. All right, I'm gonna read chat real quick. Femyoz uwu. Yes. Oh wait, I already read that. I got an Amazon Prime account. I'm thinking of getting new femboy clothes. Any tips? I think I have some clothes linked in the description of my how to become a femboy video. So if you just use those, they're reasonably priced. Just find clothes. Just see what looks good. Just go on a femboy subreddit, and if you and take screenshots of clothes that you think might look good on you or that you'd want to see if you could pull off. I'd say that the misgendering thing just comes off as more dictionist than edgy. Yeah, exactly. The same way that, like, if I were to be like, if I were to, like, what's something rude? If I were to make fun of somebody for, I don't know. I don't know. If I were just to be an asshole to somebody, right? If someone were to, like, approach me and be nice to me, and I were to be like, shut up, you're a butthead. It's like, okay, then yeah, that's not me being edgy. That's just being an asshole. There's an obvious difference there, okay? Like, that's not edgy humor. That's just, oh, you're just antisocial and you're not a very nice person, right? That's not being edgy, okay? You don't have to like edgy humor, obviously, but it's like, just got here, what have I missed? Oh boy. That's my response is, oh boy. Some transphobios, some transphobia, some autism bashing, and some Christian conservatives take on it. Yeah. Son, you'll only use my pronouns if I agree with you. Yeah, and you have to agree with him, and believe that trans people are delusional and that gender affirming care should be banned, especially for minors, in order for him to respect your gender identity, of course. And you have to like religion as well, and you cannot dare criticize religious institutions for being greedy, and don't even get me started on criticizing religion as a concept. Oh, how dare you? That would be evil. That's the devil's work. I don't think she framed it as a moral argument. That's just how it works in society generally. Yeah, no, that was the criticism I made of the rhetoric, right? I think that making a moral argument is always going to be better, because when you are talking about why something someone is doing is wrong, you don't want to make a descriptive claim, right? Unless you're saying, oh, well, you're stupid for doing this. You're not going to make a descriptive claim, because it's like, oh, but because then Acheeto could, and I'm not saying Acheeto would respond like this. He's too much of a pussy. But someone who's further right could be like, oh, well, but that's not the way it should be. You should be able to get away with that. They shouldn't beat you up for that. I guarantee you Acheeto's response would be, well, you shouldn't be beating anybody up, even if they say something really bad. That's illegal. He would come up with some pussy shit like that as his response to, like, oh yeah, if you call a black person the N-word, you might get beat up, right? Or alternatively, he would morally grandstand and be like, oh, why? Is it because you think black people are more aggressive? It's like, no, it's because if you go to the south side of Chicago and you call a black person the N-word, they will beat the shit out of you. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. The same way if you go to, like, whatever, like, oh my god. Not just any vacuum. He's grasping at the voids between galaxies, where you can go half a click without running into a single atom. True. Because he can't even grasp at molecules. Yeah, I'm talking about a literal vacuum, not just like it's like mostly a vacuum. Like, not the vacuum of space, as in, like, yeah, I'm talking about it like a literal pure vacuum. No molecules, no particles, okay? Not even subatomic particles, okay? You have the freedom to go ahead saying racial slurs, and everyone else, employers included, have the freedom of association to shun you from society. Yeah. Not just any vacuum. He's grasping at the voids between. Yeah, wait, I already read that. But yeah. Hold on. Let's read more chat. Let's see what else. Speaking as a member of the Jewish community, I'm really tired of Christians slumping us in with their bigoted worldview. True. Again, not all Christians are bigoted, but a lot of them are. I'm sorry, that's just a fact. Giving gender non-conforming children training on how to be psychonauts and do healing rituals and be a bridge between the community and the spirits goes back thousands of years. Yeah, true. Must not give in to the religious ransering. Must not go on 50 patch page message. Must not yeah. Oh wait, hold on. I hate, okay, Streamlabs is being a piece of shit. Keemstar isn't stupid, there's plenty of that is off with his neurochemistry, but he seems to be pretty sharp up there. Yeah, I don't think he's like dumb, but he's done some really stupid shit. But I think he does it like out of like as like an emotional reaction. I think he's like had anger issues in the past, and I think he's worked on it, so that's why he's mellowed the fuck out, right? I think he's gotten psychological help. But yeah. What else? Okay, I'm just gonna use this live chat, right? Alright. Oh wait, no, hold on. Alright, must not use college education is, yeah, that is the religious mindset. Must be going to the history between the Catholics and the Nazis. What the fuck? Cheeto? Yeah. That's one of my biggest critiques of the quartering, aside from him being a breakthrough cure for narcolepsy. Oops, I meant to say insomnia lol. Yeah. Oh, it looks like somebody donated. Thank you, Mutated Cutie, for the $10. You absolute... Oh, wrong button. Absolute legend. Oh, we watching that idiot again? People who are autistic don't talk about being autistic. People who are trans don't talk about being trans. I will only use your pronouns if you agree that they're grooming the kids. True! That is literally his worldview. And yeah, that is what I was talking about. Thank you for the $10. Very nice of you. But yes, I agree, Mutated Cutie. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, you know, I'll respect your pronouns if you agree that trans people don't deserve rights, of course. Yeah. And that they're all groomers. And that you shouldn't have, like, gender-affirming care, which has been statistically proven to reduce the suicide rates of trans people. You should be forced to live a life that you hate. Obviously. Come on. Fem is actually all that far off on his interactions are a little spotty, but he's pretty accurate, at least as far as the Holocaust went. Not that far off. Also to know that wasn't just Jews during the Holocaust, it was trans people and gay people. Yeah, no, I know that. I should have mentioned that, you're right. I was mainly focused on, like, it's not about a religion thing. It's like an ethnic thing. But yes, it was a thing against trans and gay people as well. But obviously, Acheeto doesn't do his research. For a better historical dive, look up the term pink triangle. Yeah, I mean, I do know about, like, you know, book burnings and whatnot, you know, because obviously the more information, the worse it is for, you know, a Nazi worldview, because you have to be less intelligent to believe it in good faith. You either have to be a bad person with an egoist worldview, who just doesn't care about other people, or if you care about other people, you have to just not have certain knowledge. Yeah, the Nazis ended up genociding and experimenting on every group that modern rightoids have a perpetual conspiracy-fueled hate boner for. True! Funny, that probably just a coincidence? Yeah. Faith is inherently weak if you have to enforce them upon other people, especially if it's your morality and worldviews. Yeah, and it's not just about morality and worldviews, right? It's like, okay, but if your morality contradicts itself and it negatively affects other people, then you shouldn't be able to impose it on others. Now, my worldview, I think, should be imposed to an extent in that my worldview is that we should do what maximizes human happiness. That's my worldview. So that, you know, preventing people from, like, committing hate crimes, for instance, is like an example of that, right? You shouldn't be able to, like, go out and beat up trans people for no reason, or you know, discriminate against people, right? You shouldn't be able to do that. You should be able to make jokes, at most, maybe jokes about discrimination, but anything beyond that, no, you shouldn't be able to do that. Right? I think that's pretty obvious, right? It's like, okay. But that's because, you know, my worldview actually benefits people, right? And my worldview includes being able to practice whatever religion you want. It's not a worldview that is, you know, mutually exclusive to other worldviews. It's just mutually exclusive to worldviews that cause harm. That's it. But you can believe in Christianity and not be a hateful person, so long as your actions don't, cause harm as a result of your beliefs. So long as you don't use your belief system to justify shitty actions, I don't have a problem with that. Obviously, I mostly subscribe to more of a consequentialist when it comes to, what actions are and aren't okay. And if you want to practice religion, which is an action, then you're more well within your rights, because that in of itself is not an inherently negative thing, right? But it can lead to negative outcomes if you use it as a tool for evil, right? And some people have, for example, Hitler. But yes. And yeah, Acheeto is no place to give Jalyn shit for having a boring personality. Only thing that gives him entertainment value is him being such a cowardly dumbass, and getting his ass handed to him. Yeah, agreed. Like, he loses every debate, and it's funny because he's like a lol cow, but that's it. That's all there is to it, right? And ultimately, and here's the thing. He's, trying to have a personality, but he doesn't have one. When Jalyn, does shit on her second channel that includes her personality, she's funny. She's actually entertaining. That's the difference. She can be entertaining. And it's not like her news videos are bad either. It's okay, yeah, she's just reporting on YouTube drama, giving a quick summary. It's short-form content. It's okay, yeah, new viewers, who is probably a lot of her target audience, but they're not going to know much about her, and they're not going to get to know her, right? So it's okay, you're trying to appeal to a broader audience, right? When it comes to reporting the news, right? Because that's a very broad set of people. Check your gendering, yeah. But yeah, people bitching about other people's bitching aren't that self-aware, or they're like me and and they're hyper-aware of that and have embraced their based instincts for funsies. True. Yeah, the way I do it, when I bitch about it, I do it in a way that's funny. That's the difference, okay? And I'm not gonna grandstand or anything, or be oh, I am morally superior because I don't bitch about these things. That's not a moral argument. It's just wow, you're really annoying. Can you shut the fuck up? You sound stupid right now. That's the argument I'll make against bitching about shit. But if you're gonna make an argument against trans people, I will assert the fact that I am morally superior simply because I am, right? My belief system leads to more positive outcomes than transphobic ones, right? Being transphobic leads to harm. Being a trans ally leads to good, and that's just a fact, right? Unless you don't want to unless you want to deny certain presuppositions that are really obvious and intuitive, and everyone considers common sense, good things are good and bad things are bad, and if A equals B and B equals C, A equals C. If you want to deny shit like that, or deny oh yeah, if you want to deny the fact that happiness is good and that suffering is bad, you have to bite so many weird bullets in order to have a consistent worldview that's aligned with transphobia, right? It's you have to assert then, if you want to be transphobic and assert that your worldview is morally superior to mine, you have to also then assert that happiness isn't inherently better than suffering. That you have to include that in your worldview. Otherwise, you're just objectively wrong, right? Wait, do I have Jalyn's gendering wrong here? She's a woman. But yes, she transitioned. She, her pronouns. But yeah. Good on you, muted cutie, keeping those Soros bucks flowing. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Donating to the George Soros grift fund, not only does Hunter Avalon, obtain money for the grift fund, but George Soros has expanded his horizons a little bit, and now his grift fund includes the likes of me. Yes, yours truly. Yes, indeed. Anyways, we're gonna finish this, well, you know what? No, we're not even gonna finish this video.
The pressing questions.
He's a
Actually, yes, we
commentary YouTuber. It's just part of the gig.
Yeah, it just.
I think I've already talked to her about this. So if you guys want to know more about what Jalyn has to say on shit like this, I've done like an interview with her on a past live stream. It's called the Jalyn interview. It's 5 hours. So if you want to learn more about her and what she's about, I would recommend watching that. Like, so yeah, because that's like an instance of, oh, here's like a neutral platform, right? For her to like express herself and like with a reasonable person on it, right?
Went through the whole thing and it's just so fucking devoid of any actual criticism.
I mean,
true.
I will say my tweets on religion. I mean, those were pretty bad. I don't stand by them for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and it's mainly an optics thing as well. Like it's the way they were worded, right? Like in terms of her actual worldview, she doesn't actually, she doesn't hate individual religious people, obviously. She does hate the way religion is used as a tool against trans people, and she's made that clear. And I talked to her about it as well, and that was consistently, what she seemed to believe, and I agree with her. I believe the same thing.
I find them very, very, very cringe.
I mean, I also think they're cringe. It's just kind of like Reddit atheism, but the way that it got taken was just completely fucking ridiculous.
Oh yeah, he overreacted over like what? A minorly cringe series of tweets. Oh, that was kind of cringy. That wasn't a very smart thing to tweet. But it's like what is this like, isn't Acheeto supposed to be against cancel culture? Apparently not. He's for it, actually.
Ridiculous.
People like me are people that are actually against it, right? So if Acheeto, if you're watching this and you decide, you know what, you want to become a based trans ally, and you want to stop saying retarded shit, and you want to make better content, or you don't even have to make good content even. You just have to be a decent person who doesn't say retarded things that are objectively wrong, and you just don't have to lie about things or state things that are factually untrue, right? You just have to become a better person, and I'll forgive you. I'll be like, yeah, you became based. I mean, look at how I talk about Keemstar, okay? I praise him for mellowing the fuck out, becoming reasonable and level-headed, not being a piece of shit anymore, right? I believe in reformative justice, both in terms of, like, the legal system, but also, like, morally speaking, like, fundamentally, as a concept, like, in general, broadly, right? And I apply that same level of respect to you, Acheeto. So here I am, offering you my hand, okay? I'm offering you my hand. If you want to take it, you want to learn the ways, you want to learn how to be based, you are more than welcome to hit me up and ask me what my worldview is. Ask me why I think you say a lot of stupid shit and why I think you need to really change for the better. Because, if you want to do something, if you want to do that in good faith, let's say you're afraid of a debate. You don't like the confrontational element of it. And you've seen that I'm kind of an asshole sometimes. I don't disagree, right? I do kind of tear people apart. But if you want me to, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't think you care that much. I think maybe you do. You care about the things I say about you. Obviously, you don't care about me. You don't know me. That's fair enough. But if you want me to, stop, tearing the shit out of you as a content creator and kind of as a person, right? For saying stupid shit, just let me know and, I'll stop if you're willing to talk to me. Again, I'm offering you my hand. You can take it, you can not. And, I will teach you the ways. I will teach you how to build a consistent moral framework. Because I think that's one of the main reasons you're struggling right now, is you don't have a moral framework. You may think you do, but at the end of the day, all you have is blind faith for a religion. Now, I'm not trying to take that away from you, but having a consistent moral framework and being religious are not mutually exclusive, okay? And you should agree with me on that, right? You should agree with me, right? Like, now, religion itself can be inconsistent, but that's, I'm not I mean, we can have a religious debate, but I don't think you're interested in that. You're not like a debate lord especially when it comes to, Christianity, right? And it's like, I'm going to make arguments, you're not going to know how to refute them, but at the end of the day, I don't think you have to debate me on Christianity. I don't give a fuck, really. Like, I debate Christian presuppositionalists because it's fun and I enjoy it. That's it, right? It's not because I care. But, like, what I do care about is when you spread, you know, lies and misinformation, and you talk shit about trans people, and you whine over issues that don't exist, you whine about old tweets that were really just kind of cringe, but not that big of a deal, and you know, she apologized for it anyway, and you're gonna misgender people, then, you know, I'm gonna call you out, and, you know, again, if you genuinely want a good faith discussion, and you are genuinely willing to change your mind on these things, you know, you're willing to listen to me, you know, even though I'm confrontational, I can also be a nice person, right? Believe it or not. You know, I know, that's crazy. There's more to my personality than me being an asshole debate lord who's terminally online. I know, who would have guessed? You know, if you don't want me to be mean to you, that's fine, as long as you're willing to, well, offer me a certain level of respect that I would be offering you in that case. Either way, I think you can change, you just haven't. You know, Keemstar's changed. Look at him now. Keemstar is based, okay? He's based now. And I support Keemstar for being based. Is he perfect? No. I'm sure he's gonna say some stupid shit in the future. He's Keemstar, after all. I mean, come on. But, you know, I don't think he's malicious at all anymore. Like, he's not hateful or spite-driven anymore like he used to be. You know? And I mean, I don't know. Again. And maybe you don't want to take advice from me. Maybe I was too mean to you for, you know, being a pussy and not debating me. Fair enough. Okay, then approach someone like Bunk. Okay, someone like Bunk, who you know who Bunk is, obviously. I mean, you've debated them multiple times. I think you should reach out to them and ask them for advice. I mean, they're like a really nice person, right? Like they're not like me where they you know, constantly engage in blood sports, right? Like they're like really like good faith, but they know their shit, right? And they're very they're not like me where like I react to stuff and I'm like, oh, look at how angry I am. Grr, this is very infuriating. I am so angry type of shit. Obviously but you get the point, right? But just reach out to somebody who can help you build like an actual moral framework, please. Otherwise, you shouldn't be making these moral arguments because you look really, really fucking stupid. And that's okay. We've all done stupid shit, okay? I've done stupid shit. You've done stupid shit. Even Jalyn has done stupid shit. Yeah, Keffals has also done stupid shit. We've all done it, okay? But the difference between me, Jalyn, Keffals, etc., and you, Acheeto, is you haven't changed yet. And I want to emphasize the word yet. Because I have hope for you. I think you can change. But if you don't, well, you know, well, I mean, I might be making a hit piece on iDubbbz, who knows? Not a hit piece, but a very critical video of him, right? But after that, you know, if you don't change your ways, I might have to release a certain style of video. One, you know, where, it's like, it's the type of video where, like, you know, I don't want to say I'm, policing your content, you know, but it's like, just acting as like somebody who enforces the law of non-contradiction and the law of you better make some good fucking content or be a good person, right? Like someone who, like a law enforcer, you know, that type of hit piece, right? It's sort of like a, you know, acting as the YouTube police officer, but, like, also being, funny. Like, if only there was, like, a certain, like, series that I could reference that did exactly that. Where there were really good, but also funny points that were made. You know? If only I could reference a certain series.
Because you said religion shouldn't exist. It's like, okay, I have a free reign to misgender you now. That's not how that works. It's like...
Yeah, exactly. Acheeto was so fucking stupid.
I'm just kind of...
Like, I'm sorry. Like, he can change, but... Right now, he's an idiot. And, well, he hasn't reached out to me. He's got me blocked on Discord. He banned me, on Twitter, he banned me from his Discord. And, you know, he's not willing to reach out to me. So, I can't help him improve. He's unwilling. He is unwilling to change, and that is why I think he's a piece of shit. That's why I say he's a bad person. Is he intrinsically a bad person? Maybe not. Maybe he deep down inside is a decent person. But as of right now, he is so far gone that he has a lot of fucking work to do. So even though I've been really charitable in the past few minutes, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna be really nice to him. I'm still gonna be an asshole until he has to reach out to me directly, or at least make a public statement saying that he's working on himself, trying to better himself, and not be a piece of shit before I'm gonna stop being an asshole to him. Because he hasn't offered me or Jalyn or anyone else, and especially not Natty Forsyth, that level of respect. So why would I offer it to him? He lied about Natty Forsyth and that whole situation. He treats Jalyn like shit and whatnot. He doesn't think trans people are people, etc. So at the end of the day, By the way, have you heard about the drama between Tipster and Augie? Yeah, I saw part of it, but it's like, okay. I mostly agree with Tipster. Augie is being cringe. Oh, wouldn't say based. He's still malicious dickhead, but he has chilled out a bit since he accepted that mental illness and getting therapy are real thing. Okay, but that's the thing. The fact that he's made an effort to change, it means so much to me, right? Does that mean that he's perfect now? No. He's still gonna say and do stupid shit. He's still gonna be a dick sometimes, obviously. That's a given, right? But the fact that he's constantly improving, he's become a better person, he's a lot nicer than he used to be, he's not manipulative or cunty anymore the way he used to be, he doesn't really lie about people anymore or make false accusations. It's like he's actually learned. Like, he's learned from his mistakes, and that's what I care about. He's improving. He's improved so much. He's come such a long way that it's like, I'm encouraging that, right? It's like, it's like he's doing, like, obviously bad habits are hard to break. Old habits die hard, right? And even if he occasionally might, have a lapse or maybe even a relapse temporarily, it's like, I still think that overall, he's generally trending upwards in terms of becoming a better and better person. And you know what? I have mad respect for people who are willing to better themselves as people. And that's why I respect Keemstar now. I might make jokes about him, but, like, based on what I've seen recently, it's like he hasn't done anything really bad. I mean, he might say something stupid every once in a while, but nothing I can remember off the top of my head. So clearly it's not bad. Hey, thank you, Mutated Cutie! Thank you very much. You say you always have the right takes, but look at your titles. I see femboy in almost every title. What does this have to do with anything? I don't know. Well, but the person giving opinions is a femboy, okay? Am I not a femboy? And like, like, not all the titles, like, is there femboys in this title? No. And when I do include femboys in the title, the videos are about femboys. Right? Those videos are about femboys. But when I do debate streams, they're called Debate Me Live. And then there might be a femboy in the thumbnail, but that's just because it's me in the thumbnail. The thing is about me, right? Like, that I'm the main focus. Either way, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Very nice of you. I always appreciate a nice donation from a very nice viewer. Because, yeah, people like Mutated Cutie are people that, help keep me going, It's like, sometimes I get, a little demotivated when it comes to, producing YouTube content and whatnot. And it's like, you know what? I have hope. I think I could do this as a career. And it keeps me going. And ultimately, I'm going to need to make money at some point, right? And I want this to be my main source of income. And this is really, what I care about, right? I care about entertaining people. That's what I want to contribute to society, I haven't contributed that much to society yet. But what I have contributed is I've contributed entertainment. I've contributed, the best takes you can possibly have on everything, basically. All right, I've contributed good debates, good perspectives, and I've helped people come out as femboys, as trans, etc. I've helped people be more comfortable. Like, even though my Femboy Destroys Femboy Haters series is like, oh yeah, that's just me having a fun time or whatever and making jokes. Even though, it's like, oh, okay, obviously some of the value there is comedy/entertainment value, but it has helped people be more comfortable in their identity and whatnot, because they see me not letting it get to me not taking it seriously and whatnot. And they're inspired by that, and they're like, yeah, like that's what they want to do, right? Like they want to be able to have that level of confidence as well. And it's like I want to like, and when I see people leaving comments telling me that I helped them come out in some way, or that I'm the reason that they're able to be themselves, or I helped them get out of whatever hole they were in mentally, or maybe even like a bad situation they were in. Maybe I helped them out of through my content, even if it wasn't directly. It's like that feels really good, and I know I'm doing a good thing. I'm providing value of some sort, right? Like you're not gonna, like, I don't think anyone says that to Acheeto, right? I don't think that anyone in Acheeto's comments is like, oh yeah, by the way, you really helped me come out as trans, or, oh, I'm comfortable being myself thanks to you, Acheeto. No one has ever said that. No one ever will say that to him, because he's like the opposite of me, right? He gets offended over things that you shouldn't get offended over, but he also has no moral framework. That's why he's a pretty bad person, I must say, right?
Mad, just constantly seeing like how much of a punching bag you get used at in the commentary scene. Well,
yeah, and if she wasn't trans, I don't think that she would get as much shit as she does.
Doing like, do you provoke any of these fights, or do they just see it as easy content?
I think it's 50-50. Sometimes she provokes fights a little bit. Like, she'll walk on the line of, okay, maybe I shouldn't have said this thing, or, oh, maybe I reacted more than I should have, and then she gets backlash. Or she'll, like, usually she'll feed into it. She feeds into it too easily, but she doesn't usually instigate. She doesn't usually instigate. She just feeds into shit. And then that's what causes drama.
Most of the time, it's just like people. Usually, it's people coming at me, and honestly, I am horrible at like confrontation. I'm just really.
I agree with that, and ultimately, then there's a reason that people harass Jalyn a lot more than they harass me, because they know that Jalyn isn't as good at responding to it as I am. Okay, if you do it to me, like, I don't give a shit. I just make fun of you or I debate you, and either way I win, because I'm funnier than you, and I'm smarter than you, and I have better arguments than you. If you're somebody that hates me, yeah, all of those things are true, right? So there's no beating me. But when it comes to Jalyn, it's like, like sometimes she, like, she lets her emotions get in the way, and then she responds, in the heat of the moment, right? And it might not look good. Even though she's not doing anything immoral, she might have bad optics in that situation, which is obviously, well, something she gets shit for. But people label it as her being a bad person or evil or whatever the fuck, when she hasn't really done anything wrong. Like, she's made, like, the amount of mistakes you would expect from, like, your everyday average Joe. It's like, yeah, there's some mistakes. Yeah, there was one thing you probably shouldn't have said, but it's like, that's not a good methodology for judging somebody's entire moral character, right?
Really bad. I've never handled any drama I've ever been in very good at.
I agree. I think that she does need to do a better job, but that's okay. And frankly, I think that a lot of the time she should just ignore it, not because I think there's anything wrong with responding, but because if you're going to respond, you got to be good at it, right? Don't respond if you're digging yourself a hole in doing so, right? Otherwise, that response serves no utility, right? If you're responding in a way that hurts you, that actually does the opposite. Not responding would have more utility than responding in a way that negatively affects you, obviously, right? Now, ultimately, there could be a response that does serve utility, the type of response that I might give. But that's because usually when it comes to me forming my arguments, I'm very level-headed. Even if in the heat of the moment, right? I might yell at someone, call them retarded, but, like, that's entertainment, and I'm still thinking, right? Like, I can think pretty clearly when I'm angry. For the most part. Maybe not nearly as much, but, like, I can still make good arguments, and it's like I already know my shit, right? So it's like I already am right, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna point out contradictions. Usually, the person contradicting themselves or just being wrong, like, super blatantly is the thing that pisses me off, but...
At all.
Can I confront Acheeto on your behalf?
If you want to.
I want to confront Acheeto on her behalf. In fact, I intended to do so before... he blocked me on Twitter. He banned me from his Discord server for daring to question him and ask him to debate me. Because he's a fucking pussy. He won't do it. He's a loser and a pussy. He's scared of me. Someone with a measly 950 subscribers. It's pathetic. Like, imagine being scared of a 900 subscriber debate bro who's a femboy and wears cat ears. Imagine being that fucking terrified of a conversation. You're that terrified of getting shit on that you won't even engage. You will actively block me over that because I asked you to debate me. It's pathetic. It's weaselly. It's really kind of shitty. But if when I have a large platform, there's no running away from me, right? Like, at that point, I'm just gonna be like, okay, like, let's say I have 100k subs. It's gonna be like, okay, if you're not willing to debate me, I know you're watching this, I'll just, have people, tell you to debate me in your comment section. And then I'm guessing his response to that would be, banning my name from his comment section, which I see as a win, right? If he bans the name Femyoz from his comment section, that is a W. That's fucking hilarious, right? And it's something that I could clown on him for. And either way, I win. Like a bitch because he doesn't debate me, or he looks like a bitch because he, gets shit on in the debate. It's a win-win. He looks terrible no matter what, and I look good, right? And I look like the winner in the situation, because I am. I don't lose debates. At least for the most part. I lost a vegan debate because I didn't really know anything about veganism. But the only reason Dingo got the W there was because, okay, he did have the morally correct position that works better within my own moral framework. So the reason why I was willing to concede so easily is I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I'm going to agree with whatever fits into my moral framework, even if it's not intuitive, okay? And his non-intuitive position, his unintuitive position, well, it fits within my moral framework better, and, well, that's why I changed my position. It doesn't mean that I've gone completely vegan in terms of how I live my life. I'm addicted to food, okay? But at the end of the day, morally speaking, I am aligned with it, and, if I were to build a diet from scratch and I didn't know what anything tasted like, I wouldn't eat meat at all. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't eat ice cream either, because I wouldn't know what I'm missing, right? Food is addicting, though, so it's like, I don't know if I can end that addiction, right? It's like, it's a weird thing.
Sure.
That actually sounds like it'd be very funny.
One thing I do want to address, because I kind of feel that it's important to address, is he brought up Natty Forsyth, who's...
the name seems familiar to me.
Yeah, they're also a, trans commentary YouTuber.
Yep.
But anyway, there's been, for the last, 5 years or so, they've had, these allegations, over their head. Something happened when they were 18. They were in some edgy group chat or something, and they flirted with a minor who they didn't know was a minor. And so
exactly,
it's just kind of something that's been over their head that keeps being brought back up, and they've defended themselves, saying that they didn't know the age. And it's like a...
I think what Natty should do, and maybe not right now, but in general, sometime in the future, whether it be now, a year from now, whenever she feels ready, I think that she should make a response video dedicated to all the shit that people have said about her. Not where she necessarily entirely defends herself, but where she just completely shits on and destroys all of the videos that are basically lying about her, pointing out all of the different contradictions, instances in which the person is lying about whatever evidence they have on screen, or instances where they contradict themselves, or where they can't keep their dishonest story straight. Whereas Natty's story is very simple and coherent, and obviously it's what actually happened, right? As opposed to people just making shit up. And when people make shit up, well, those stories don't line up. So that begs the question of which story, if you genuinely believe that Natty isn't innocent and that she's guilty of grooming, which grooming narrative do you agree with? Because they don't all line up. They contradict each other. Because it's all a bunch of people making shit up, right? Because they want, ad revenue, really. That's all they want, views and ad revenue. And they don't like trans people, so there you go.
It's a very complicated scenario, and there's never been any definitive this person knew that they were talking to a minor, essentially.
Right, exactly. And that is an argument for somebody being stupid as an 18-year-old. Yeah, not an 18-year-old would ever be stupid, by the way. Rather than somebody being malicious or grooming. Okay, grooming implies malintent, okay? Not stupidity, but malintent, okay? So that would, in order for her to be in order for her to have been a groomer, she would have had to have found out about the age and continued to flirt with her and not change the behavior. But she didn't. She stopped engaging with this person. She cut her off as soon as she knew that it was a minor. So clearly she isn't actually interested in flirting with minors. Once she found out that it was minor, she was completely fucking disgusted, as any normal person would be. She just didn't know that it wasn't an adult because, that she was on an adult-only 18-plus Discord server, and, she had assumed that her friends, who she trusted, had verified the person's age, which they didn't. But she assumed that they did, because they weren't supposed to bring on minors. So it was implied that it was an adult. Either way, I don't necessarily disagree that Natty was being stupid in that situation, and she should have asked the person for ID verification, but obviously, she doesn't have malintent. She never did.
Right.
And so Acheeto, he flamed me for associating with Natty Forsyth, and said that I was I was knowingly supporting a pedo, or I was friends with pedos. I was a pedo ally or something like that.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, and I pointed this out earlier, and I'll point it out again. When Jalyn and Natty Forsyth had their falling out, quote unquote, were basic, and they didn't really have a falling out. They were just mad at each other, really, over stupid shit. You'll notice how when Jalyn brings up that situation, to try and shit on Natty, she doesn't say, people know you're a pedo. She said, people think you're a pedo. The word think is so fucking important in that sentence. Because that implies that people think that, but that doesn't mean that it's true. It's implying that, okay, well, that's not true. People think that. If she was trying to shit on somebody who actually was a pedo, she would have used the word know, because that is more impactful. She would have said, people know you're a pedo, right? She wouldn't have used the word think there. So, yeah, the whole criticism falls flat on its face when you realize that even though it might seem like a very small and inconsequential semantic difference, it's a very fucking important one. It's really fucking important. Really important, and nobody else has mentioned that. It's insane.
And said I was the only person who's defending this or being friends with this person, but it's
which she isn't. I'm also defending her because she did nothing that was worthy of getting her canceled or being called a groomer. She did something stupid as an 18-year-old. Yes, 18-year-olds do stupid things all the time. Okay, they drive 30 miles an hour over the speed limit. They a lot of them do drugs. I don't know, say stupid shit. They do stupid shit. They're not thinking about their future very much, or as much as they probably should be. They're not very responsible a lot of the time compared to other adults. I mean, there's a reason that people say you're not a real adult until you're 25, right? Not just because, part of it is because that's when your brain is kind of done developing. But also because, obviously, you function, in terms of you and your mentality and how mature you are, yeah, I would agree. You're not really a real adult. You are legally, and as you should be. I don't think that the legal age that is considered an adult should be older than 18. But in terms of, being the maturity aspect of it, right? It's okay, yeah, that doesn't happen till later, right? And ultimately, the only difference between Natty doing something stupid as an 18-year-old versus everybody else doing something stupid as an 18-year-old, right? We've all done some stupid shit as an 18-year-old that is objectively stupid, a bad idea, etc. However, that doesn't mean that everybody is evil for doing that. That doesn't mean that everybody is a groomer because they did something really fucking stupid. And again, if you're under the impression that somebody is of age and you're flirting with them, that doesn't mean you're a bad person. You can say, oh, well, that was not a very smart thing to do. You should have checked. I agree. But again, that says nothing about her character and says maybe something about her intelligence if you want to say, oh, that was really unintelligent. It's oh, yeah, you could question her intelligence, at least at the time, because people can become smarter and more responsible and more self-aware over time, obviously, right?
They've gone on to multiple podcasts, Augie RFC's podcast, and debated defending themselves, and it's there's never been a definitive yeah, this person is like a pedo, no one should.
Right, exactly. And my standard, and I will say this a million fucking times, but I really need to emphasize that my standard is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I do not want pedo accusations to be made about somebody, even if, let's say, it was somebody I didn't like. I wouldn't want them to be accused of being a pedo, unless, you know, it's proven, they're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Unless that person maybe is, like, really terrible, and it's, like, a funny meme. Like, I know that, like, okay, there's a difference between, like, saying it as, like, a meme or a joke or, like, shit on the person versus, you know, actually accusing them. Like, for instance, I might call Matt Walsh a pedo, because he said very questionable things, let's just say, about 16-year-olds, and how much he you know, he seems to like them a little bit too much. Let's be real. He thinks that they should be seen as adults in society. Oh, wow, I wonder why. I'm sure it has nothing to do with who he's sexually attracted to. Yeah, absolutely nothing. But again, one, you know, he deserves, you know, the worst, right? Because Matt Walsh is genuinely evil. Natty Forsyth obviously isn't. And two, it's like, okay, I'm not making a genuine point there. It's like, oh, I'm just shitting on Matt Walsh. You know, I'm making fun of him. You know, because that is a very weird thing to say. And it doesn't seem like he even disagrees with it now. Or would say anything differently, you know, other than, oh, I wouldn't say it because, oh, that's not good optics. Or maybe then, but I don't know. Either way.
And they don't need evidence, right? Like,
No, they
even
don't.
if, you know, even if the accusations are 100% unfounded, just...
Yeah, and the accusations contradict themselves, blah, 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 etc. They have no bearing in reality. It's just assertions. It's just people going off of what they heard from other commentary people, right? That's all that that's their entire standard of evidence. If they see it in a Grimsy video, then it must be true, because Grimsy would never lie or be too fucking lazy to do research. You know, that's totally not within his character to, you know, be fucking lazy, right?
Just because Natty is trans, it's always going to be 10 times worse, you know?
That too.
The groomer accusations are just always going to be a fucking thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I've like talked to Nat like personally, and I've like
yeah, it's crazy how these accusations were, you know, never deemed to be worthwhile in terms of discourse until she became trans. It sure is funny how suddenly now that Natty is trans, the accusations just so happen to be resurfacing. You know, the false accusations. I mean, you know, I don't even think that false accusations existed. It's like accusations. There was like, oh, here's like evidence of shit maybe that was not smart, but that was it. No one gave a shit. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, no one cares, whatever. But as soon as the person is trans, they're held to a completely different standard. Why do these people hold trans people to a different standard to everybody else? Well, it's because they hate trans people. That's it. That's all there is to it. They just don't like trans people. Plain and simple. You know, they have a higher standard for how they think that we should behave and what they think the standard of evidence should be, which is very low for us, as opposed to, you know, for conservatives where, you know, it's like the standard of evidence is, oh, yeah, basically you have to prove, like, beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, you have to prove it, like, you have to prove prove it with some sort of epistemological foundation, otherwise the rape didn't happen. But as soon as it comes to trans people, it's like, oh yeah, standard of evidence? What the fuck even is that? I don't even know what that is. It's like, okay, and they won't even have the preponderance of evidence, let alone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, yet they'll still make these accusations. Why? Because they don't like trans people. Nothing they say is based in reality.
Asked them like heart to heart, like, did you know? Like, are you like guilty? And they've like said like straight up, no, like no, I'm not guilty. Like they've been like assaulted in person because of this. They've like gone through a lot of like stuff like mentally. Yeah. It's just
yeah, and it's fucked up.
It's like a very
and I don't care if you know, if a lot of people don't like me in the commentary community because I defend Natty Forsyth, but I'm not here to fucking lie to you. I'm not here to tell you that well, you see, I just don't know. I would need to look more into the situation. I've looked into the situation, and I know that Natty is most likely innocent. So I'm not gonna lie to you and say, oh, I don't know. I just want to stay out of controversy. Fuck that shit. That's like pussy centrist bullshit that I would make fun of. Okay, I'm gonna say things how they are, and if people don't like it, that's their problem, right? Sorry for being honest. Oops, my bad. Like. No, I'm not gonna bend to the will of commentary YouTube. Fuck that.
I don't. It's a very complicated like scenario for me to like be in, because I mean I like this person as a friend, and like I don't know if I should not be friends with them anymore.
You should be friends with her. You should still be friends with her. basing whether or not you're friends with someone off of false accusations is obviously stupid. Now, if you don't want to publicly associate with someone like that, that's a different decision. It might seem like the safe decision, but ultimately, long term, it's not a good decision, because if you're known to, play it too safe, it seems like you're being disingenuous. And that's why I don't play it safe. I'm like, no, fuck that. If I like somebody, I like somebody. If I think that they're a good person or fun to be around, and I don't think that they've done anything that's actually that big of a deal, and that these accusations are false, I'm not gonna not publicly associate with them, okay? I'm just gonna be honest and say things the way they are. And if people don't like the truth, then they don't like the truth. But ultimately, what I am doing is way more sustainable than this relativistic, only associating with people based on what is currently popular, or what narrative is being spread, because ultimately that can change over time. And ultimately, if the correct narrative ends up being the more popular one over time, which I'm sure it will be, I'm sure eventually a lot more people will agree with me on this after looking into it, right? That they will realize that, well, people like me, Jalyn, and Natty Forsyth herself are correct and in the right, and people like Grimsy, who don't do any research, are wrong. And people will learn that over time, but it takes people like me who actually talk about it to get there in the first place. Somebody has to make videos, or at least somebody has to at least dedicate like some sort of like video or portion of a live stream to like clearing shit up, like on her behalf, because it's like obviously she's gonna be like emotionally invested in shit, right? She's not gonna give the best response, right? She's, her response was fine, but I don't think it was as good as it could have been, right? Like, there was nothing morally wrong with her response. It just wasn't strategically the best response, right? But like, if I were to make a response, it would be strategically a lot better. And again, that's why I've said, okay, maybe not right now, or even in the near future, but at some point she should probably make a video where she shits on all the people who lied about her, where she shows that they're proven pathological liars, and show clips of their narratives not lining up with each other, and be like, okay, if you want to accuse me of being a pedophile, which narrative is the correct one? Because these are mutually exclusive narratives. So you got to pick one. And how are you going to decide which one is the correct one? Are they all correct? Do you not believe in the law of non-contradiction? It's shit like that where it's like, okay, you got to be aggressive, right? And that is why I am aggressive, right? Like, there's a reason, right? I do it in a way that's effective. I do it in a way where it's like, okay, no matter what, I'm unambiguously correct here. That's all there is to it.
Or I should condemn them because I don't know. I don't know if they're guilty or not.
Yeah,
They're not. Just say that they're not. Assume that they're innocent until proven guilty. That is the standard of evidence. I think that Jalyn should have just been like, I'm pretty sure she's not guilty, and even if she was, there's literally no evidence. Okay, even if there was a 50-50 chance of her being guilty, which there isn't, by the way, she's almost definitely not guilty, as far as I'm concerned. I've not seen any sufficient evidence, but if there was a 50-50 chance of her being guilty, I would still be friends with her, because my standard of evidence isn't the preponderance of evidence, what you would see in a civil case / lawsuit. It is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt when it comes to an accusation as severe as pedophilia or grooming or whatever the fuck, right? Like, that is a serious accusation where that is a criminal offense, right? You can't just, go off of, yeah, this is probably true, lol, I heard other people say it. Obviously. That is a stupid thing to do. It's like, well, anybody could be guilty of anything, right? For all we know, LeafyIsHere might have raped a 12-year-old the other day, and we would never know. It's like, oh, well, I can't prove that he's innocent, but we're going to assume that he didn't do that because, like, that's called charitability and having a good standard of evidence, right? That's the whole point. And a consistent one at that. I might not like Leafy, but I'm not going to falsely accuse him of being a rapist when I have little to no evidence of that.
I don't really trust people in the commentary community to make accurate decisions or judgments.
Oh, absolutely.
It's on people because, that story being real is not sensational. It's not going to drag in clicks. But the accusation that you're like protecting a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I haven't gotten as much attention as some of these other people. Because I'm not, when I covered that situation, I wasn't doing it for attention. I was doing it to find out whether somebody I was going to potentially be friends with was, guilty or not. And I determined that there wasn't enough evidence, and I'm like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go on and be friends with this person. Because they're chill, they're nice to me, and they haven't done anything wrong as far as I'm concerned. So, it's like, okay, yeah, like, At the end of the day, it's just another example of commentary people being stupid, and that's not all commentary people, but a lot of them are. A lot of them just make shit up, lie about shit, exaggerate shit, do shit for views, etc. And then they blatantly contradict themselves, but it's like nobody seems to care anymore. Like, whatever happened to people caring about the law of non-contradiction? Like, wasn't the commentary community supposed to be against, hypocrisy and contradicting yourself? That was supposed to be, like, the main thing that they were good at, was pointing out people's hypocrisies, but not anymore. Not anymore. They don't care about that. They just want to push their conservative narrative, and that's it. Their inconsistent, morally baseless framework is what they go off of. And there's nothing consistent about it.
Pedophile, predator, groomer, that's going to bring in like hundreds of thousands of more clicks.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly. I mean, Acheeto.
If you were to make the title of a video, Natty Forsyth did something kind of stupid 8 years ago or some shit. I don't know how old she is. Like, oh yeah, she did something stupid 7 or 8 years ago. Like, who the fuck is gonna click on that? Oh wow, I care so much. She made a mistake when she was 18 and she's in her 20s now. Big fucking deal. No one's gonna click on that. That's gonna have a click-through ratio of like 1.2 or something really shitty like that, right? No one's gonna watch it. But if you title it something like Natty Forsyth is the new EDP, it's like, oh shit, there's another EDP. Oh god, I gotta watch this. I can't believe there's another Predator. Oh my god, I gotta find out what the drama here is, right? Again, it's about views.
Like, knew about this alleged incident like years ago.
No, the only thing that's new is that the person is trans. That's it.
We were actually in like a commentary like group chat I had, and Acheeto brought this up to like Nat a year ago, and then said that he didn't care. And so he knew about this alleged incident like over a year ago, and
I really want to see Jalyn provide evidence of that, because, and I'll ask her. I'll have to remember, because I might be making a video about it, Acheeto. You never know. And ultimately, the more evidence I have against the fucker, the better. And, and it's funny because he's hypocritical on multiple layers. Not only would he be contradicting that, but like he was accusing Jalyn of so you're only gonna speak out against this person when it's convenient for you, basically, when you're personally against this person because of personal reasons. Well, obviously, that would be an example that's literally what Acheeto did. So that not only would he be wrong there, but he would be projecting so fucking hard. Like, hardcore projection from Acheeto right there. And that would make my point even better. So hopefully I can find that. Hopefully she has that saved somewhere.
He just now brought it up as like a point against me. And it's like, if he's...
Yeah, it's like if you genuinely believe that somebody is a pedo, and you've genuinely believed that, right? And you knew about the thing that causes you to believe that for years, why the fuck didn't you say anything? Why did you continue to be friends if you genuinely believe that? So either you're falsely accusing someone of being a pedo, or they're a pedo, and you were okay with them being a pedo until it was convenient for you to not be okay with them being a pedo, and you decided to use that as ammunition because you don't actually care about the victims. Either way, Acheeto looks fucking terrible because he's not a good person. He doesn't have a moral framework. There's nothing based on morality there. It's just, oh, now I can use this against this person because I don't like them anymore.
Seriously thought that Natty was some like dangerous like groomer or something. It's like, why didn't he bring it up until now? And he never brought it up to me either. He just suddenly decided to use it as a point against me.
It's kind of weird because like this is like what I was trying to talk to Keemstar about when I had Keemstar on the stream. I think one of the things I hate the most about the commentary community is a lot of them keep trying to do vigilante justice, right? Like,
true.
They go past drama and then they treat themselves like they're some sort of like sheriff, and they're going to take...
Yeah, and it's fucking cringe. But it's like you can't be a sheriff or a content cop if you're, worse than the people you're criticizing, and you're also lying about them, and you also do the things that you've accused other people of doing. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry, the law of non-contradiction is too powerful.
Take down people, but...
So, I mean, I guess it does work to an extent, sadly. I mean, people, seem to watch it, so that's unfortunate, but that is the reality. But.
No, that's not what they're doing. They're just directing hate mobs. Like, they're not actually invested in weighing out the evidence and looking at...
True, they don't actually give a shit.
...things objectively.
Yeah, I'd say that's true. It kind of depends. It kind of depends on the scenario. Like, someone like EDP, for example, he was like messaging... he was messaging like minors and
yeah. Why don't they keep talking about EDP? Well, because that's a dying topic. It's better to make a video about Jalyn. That's like what's relevant right now. Oh, who is Jalyn associated with? Because obviously we have to grasp at straws and not actually find anything that she's done wrong, because there isn't anything that she's done that's actually that big of a deal. Oh, she associated with someone who you know, was accused of being a pedophile. So they're probably a pedo, I'll bet. Yeah. And so why don't we use that as criticism? That means that she supports pedophilia because she's friends with someone who was falsely accused of pedophilia, right? It's like, okay, great. Wonderful criticism. Glad to see that the commentary community is so intellectually honest these days, right?
Stuff for like a year.
It's funny because I used to think that they were. And there are some intellectually honest commentators. It's not all commentators that are intellectually dishonest. Some of them are either misled or they actually do have decent takes. I think Willie Mack Show would be a good example of someone I don't agree with on everything, but he seems like he acts in good faith. I don't think he's a bad person. He is a little bit chronically centrist, but a lot of people are, and that doesn't necessitate having bad intent or being malicious or anything. It's just, oh, you have a kind of bad opinion because you didn't look into this. And it's like, okay, fair enough.
Year before he ended up getting caught and stuff. And so I think someone like that is maybe something that probably deserved more attention. So I made quite a few videos on EDP back then before there was much attention surrounding what he was up to.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like that's like a long-standing issue, though, you know, where there's like definitely clear evidence of him doing what he's done.
Yeah, I think it just kind of depends.
Yeah, it's almost like there's like a certain standard of evidence that we should use.
A case by case basis.
Yeah,
exactly. It's people like me and Jalyn, etc., who have a consistent standard of evidence. Obviously, the people who levy false accusations against Natty don't.
For sure.
Because like sometimes
I don't want to keep talking. I've already talked about a lot of this shit. And at the end of the day, oh wait, this was a garbage stream. I thought that maybe it would be worth watching, but it wasn't. Anyways, let's read chat, and then we're gonna do the thing where the standard of evidence on their side is they have to be convicted at least 3 times. And if one of those judges have ever said something remotely woke in the past, it's a hoax by the Matrix. True. You can't find any evidence of being woke. It's because the CIA are just that good. True. It's because of the Matrix, guys. Hate to break it to you, but it doesn't get better at 40. You just do stupid shit. You just do new stupid shit. It shows you're growing as a person if it's differently. That's fair. You do stupid shit, but like more subtly, right? Yeah. Hell yeah. Anyways. Oh boy. I'm gonna close the blinds 1 second. Oh dear. Anyway, oh, I forgot to show off my outfit. Do you guys like my outfit? I think it's cute. Ooh. Do like a spin. Oh dear, my cat ears fell off. I'm smart, guys. I swear, I'm very. Oh man, I'm tired though. I'm drained. I'm tired. I think we'll probably watch 1 or 2 more videos and we'll end stream. Probably. Yeah. Anyways, what we are going to be doing here is we are going to do the thing where basically and then maybe I do a debate if somebody debates me or wants to debate me. All right. Anyways, hold on. The next thing we're going to be watching is Leafy versus Keffals. Leafy is here, Rumble stream. So we're going to watch the VOD, whatever. And see if, see what happens. Because, I mean, I know Keffals showed part of it, but we only saw a few clips. Let's see what the whole thing is, the uncut version.
Girl tried to take down Kiwi Farms and failed. Wait, she tried to take down like a website? Has this person
a website that's known for allowing doxing? Yes, she did. Because I know this might be hard to believe, but like doxing is bad. Holy shit, who would have guessed?
cut their dick off yet? Or are they just, like a fake transgender person? She was
Oh wow, right off the bat, he's obsessed with her dick. He's like, he really wants that girl dick.
starting shit with me, and I saw in her like Twitter bio before she blocked me that it says like, biggest trans activist of all time. So like, I would hope that she's at least cut her dick off, or he has.
From doing Percocets to doing hydromorphone.
It's like he has to incorrect himself. Like he was accidentally using her correct pronouns So he had to correct himself and say he instead of she.
What the fuck is that? Dude, this person kind of seems fake. I'm not gonna lie, and it's not just the.
You've watched 2 seconds. How does she seem fake? You've watched 2 fucking seconds of her content, and she seems fake to you. After watching 2 seconds. 2 fucking seconds.
The fact that she's a transgender person, but like, dude, I think she's lying about all this drug bullshit.
Doing that.
Based on what evidence? What evidence do you have of her lying? How do you know she's lying? What is she? You got a source? Do you know something we don't, Leafy? I mean, you're on drugs, Leafy. Maybe that's why you think that is because she's more level-headed than you. Because you're currently on drugs, whereas she was on drugs, but she's currently not. I don't think.
A lot, and then
Like, I don't think you can just get a Percocet like prescription.
You used to be able to. That's what she described, and also she's Canadian, so the law there is going to be different. Leafy, you're not Canadian, so just because you couldn't get Percocets legally does not mean that nobody else can, because if somebody lives in a different country where that was legal, then yeah, they can get that, potentially, right?
I think she's full of shit, dude.
eventually what happened was that my ex found out that
She took like 2 Tylenol and then said it was Xanax or Percocet or what. Dude, she's just full of shit.
I was going to my dealer's house to buy heroin, and
Bro, that's a fact.
they got so mad.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if this entire story is just made up.
Life to witness himself.
What are you using to come to that conclusion, Leafy? Do you have a source that proves that she made it up? Or did you make it the fuck up? Is that your source? Your source is you just made it the fuck up. That's what I think it is, Leafy.
Suffocate to death. And it's still something that
This person's just fake, dude.
I have nightmares about.
How would you know that? How is she fake? What is she faking? And how did you come to the conclusion that she's fake? Is she fake because you say so?
Fake woman, fake fucking dude. They have no dick. It's just fake, bro.
Fake by what standard? What is she fake because you say so? Because that's not a good enough reason, Leafy. You have to come up with an actual reason for why you think she's fake. Saying she's fake over and over again and repeating yourself like you always did in the past to get to the 10-minute mark in your shitty content that was unwatchable, basically, does not actually make your argument sound any more valid. Okay, repeating yourself just makes you sound either like you're retarded or like you have dementia. It's one of the two, or maybe both. I don't know.
Bro.
I have like
She's saying fake shit, or he's saying fake shit. I can't.
Again, here he is incorrecting himself. He said he used the correct pronouns, and he had to remember. Oh wait, fuck! I'm trying to appeal to like a right wing audience. Fuck! I have to remember to use he him pronouns, even though she clearly is a woman. God damn it! Not again.
Trust the word this dude says.
Recurring nightmares about.
Look at him. He's fake crying now.
People suffocating to death. Just give me a sec.
And what are you using to determine whether or not she's crying or not crying? Keep in mind that. You know, your father dying and whatnot, and very personal experiences are personal. But not only that, but this is from a live stream. Fake crying during a live stream is a lot more difficult than, you know, the fake crying you would see in like a YouTuber apology video, right? Whether or not, I mean, I can see why she would be emotional. Like, this is emotional shit. I don't think she's faking it. I would need to see good evidence of that, right? I'm not just gonna assert that she's faking something. Is there a possibility? Yeah, sure, there's a possibility she raped somebody at the mall the other day. That doesn't mean it fucking happened, though, right? You assume best case scenario until they give you a reason to not do that, right? Otherwise, you're just gonna falsely accuse somebody. You have to have some sort of evidence, right?
She never
reading from a script. Yeah, you can tell she keeps looking down at it, or he keeps looking down at it. Stop.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's so bad at the transphobia thing. Holy fuck. It's like, it's not just like that he was, it's not just Leafy was, you know, oh, he made one joke. He used him to, like, piss her off in one tweet, whatever. It's like he's, like, making an effort to, like, appeal to, like, the transphobic crowd, but he's either, like, he's, like, too stupid and or too lazy to do it effectively, so he accidentally... He accidentally uses the correct pronouns. I mean, you can see, like, even in his chat, it says somebody donated saying stop calling him a she. So you know, you can see the types of people that he's attracting, right? You know, like this is a like Somebody is telling Leafy that he should get Nick Fuentes on, okay? So it's not just like these are politically unmotivated edgelords, okay? These are like Nazis, right? Because Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. Now I'm not saying Leafy is a Nazi. I don't think he cares about politics, but and I'm not saying all of the people that are fans of him are Nazis either, right? But a lot of the loud ones are, right? And here are people in chat accusing Keffals of being an internet terrorist based on no evidence at all. It's just made up, right?
Stop calling her or him a she.
I found out that my dad had...
The fact that he's so bad at being transphobic that the transphobic people in his audience had to, like, remind him to be transphobic is fucking hilarious to me. He's so bad at grifting. He's too fucking lazy to actually be consistent with the grift. Like, he's so fucking stupid.
He had, like, months of...
But he's the one... He's calling Keffals fake. Yeah, she is the one that's fake when you're this bad at grifting and you just don't give a shit, right?
Percocets.
You're just trying really hard to, appeal to, Nazis and whatnot.
Just lying around the...
Here's the thing.
You just want to please the transphobes, the Christian conservatives, and Nazis in your audience. That's all you're doing.
It's fucked up. I would have been on this person's side if they didn't try to start shit on Twitter. But now, like...
But you were the one saying that trans people are fake. You were the one that started it, right? She just said ratio as like a joke. So you were arguably the one that started it because like she's a trans person and you were saying something bad about trans people. So yeah, you were, whether you realize it or not, Leafy, you were saying something bad about her. You were saying that she isn't real, that she doesn't exist, that she's invalid, and she was simply responding to that with like an attempt to ratio you, which is kind of an inside joke on her channel, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I don't think she actually cares that much if she ends up winning that or whatever. Like, she's aware of the fact that ratios don't actually mean anything. It's just a funny thing, right?
Like, I'm kind of glad that all this bullshit is happening to him.
He got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, which is a chronic pain condition that affects the nervous system. The symptoms include...
Dude, this person is just full of shit. There's no way...
Oh, based on what? What are you using to come to that conclusion? You're just saying she's full of shit because she's full of shit, and that's just your presupposition because you're Leafy, and if you presuppose something, then it must be correct. It's fucking embarrassing. Holy shit. Maybe I was wrong when I said that Leafy should try streaming. Holy shit, he's awful at this. Like, he's not entertaining. I mean, he was already not very entertaining, so I guess that's not much of a downgrade. But he's also incredibly fucking stupid. I don't know if it's because he's on drugs, or if it's because he just doesn't know how to stream, and, like, this is, like, the first time he's doing it, or if he's just this fucking dense, or, like, bad at grifting.
She has all these issues, or he has...
Like, if you're gonna grift, at least know, like, have enough of a work ethic. Like, don't be so fucking lazy that you can't even, like, memorize all of the bullshit anti-trans talking points. Hey, is that a donation? Hey, thank you, Mutated Cutie, for the $3. Just got here. I gotta say, after watching 1.5 seconds of this stream, I think you're fake. Are you really a femboy? God, I loved girl dick. I mean, I hate the trans. So true. That is literally how Leafy thinks. Like, he's so fucking transparent in a weird way that he's not trying to be. Like, he's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't give a shit about trans people. I wouldn't even... Like, there's a 50-50 chance that he's trans himself. It really wouldn't surprise me if Leafy was a closeted trans woman. But she's, like, so... Like, she has so much self-hatred built up inside... And she knows that she would get bullied by her old audience if she came out, so she can't do it, right? So she has to, like, pretend that she's not trans. Either that, or at the very least, he's, like, a femboy. If not, he's a gay twink bottom, okay? Like, he's not heterosexual or heteronormative, okay? I'm sorry. That's just, yeah. But anyways, thank you for the $3, Mutated Cutie. By far the top donator on the channel.
Has all these issues. Well, he probably has a few, if we had to be completely honest. I mean, he chopped his own dick off. But, like, dude, it's like every minute...
It's like... Well, I mean, like, if you're gonna, like, paint it... Like, you said that it's at least... I mean, before Leafy was saying, well, if you're gonna do the trans thing, at least chop your dick off, implying that it's a good thing. But now he's saying that it's bad if you chop your dick off. You gotta make up your mind, okay? If you're gonna be a grifter, sure... contradicting yourself constantly is kind of part of the job, right? Like, you have to lie and contradict yourself and say things that are untrue and easy to refute. obviously. Matt Walsh does it all the time. But you can't be this blatantly fucking stupid. You have to make it so that at least, like, a centrist, watching it won't think you're fucking retarded, right? Like, a centrist who sees Matt Walsh might be like, oh, that's just a different opinion I disagree with. But they don't understand really what's going on politically, right? That could happen. It's like, oh, politicians saying political things. That's how they see it, right? And I mean, I don't mean centrists as in political ones. Like, people that are, I don't mean centrists. I mean apolitical people, right? They might be like, oh, that is an opinion that exists, I guess, right? But if they were to watch this, they'd be like, what the fuck is this dude talking about? He sounds retarded. What? Like, what? Wait, why he's saying she, her, but then he, him? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's clearly a woman on screen. Is she like is she transitioning to a man? Was she born a woman, but like she's gonna become a guy? Was she born a guy and transitioned to woman? What the fuck is going on? Like, the average apolitical person who sees this is gonna be like confused as shit. So like, if you're gonna spread anti-trans propaganda, like, do a better job. Okay, this is pathetic. It's lazy. It's embarrassing.
Illness in the book. Oh, I couldn't work. I was on social disability. Dude, just call yourself retarded.
Include things like fibrofog, where you lose your train of.
I guess you could say, as a wise man once said, and I'm talking about Leafy right now. Yo, is this person fucking retarded? Yes, he's retarded. Is that the answer you were looking for? That Leafy is retarded? Oh, I guess so now I'm the asshole, cause he was just asking the question. You got me. You got me good, Leafster.
Thought, and when you know that about me, it becomes kind of obvious because I do have issues with my.
Just hit yourself with a car and say someone else hit you if you want to be, socially disabled, like every,
Leafy, you funny bastard. Now this is peak comedy. That's that bombastic language that iDubbbz was talking about in the content cop. The
other normal person.
Concentration.
You don't have to make up all this bullshit.
At the time.
What are you using to determine whether or not she's making something up? Yeah. Oh, right. It's because you don't like her. And if you don't like someone, then they must be lying about everything. Of course.
I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia. I got put on long-term disability because I couldn't work. I couldn't go to school and I couldn't work and I didn't know what to do with myself. I really wanted to feel like I had a sense.
I mean, it's not like Leafy is able to, research these illnesses or whatever to, figure out if they line up. He can't even pretend to be intellectually honest. It's fucking insane.
Of purpose in the world. And
like, he's so lazy that he can't even be a right-wing grifter, which is literally the easiest fucking job in the world. Yeah, you just have to make shit up. But you have to do it without looking this retarded, right?
And that's around the time that I started getting involved in politics. That's when I joined the Communist Party.
Dude, you can't make this shit up.
It's basically a surgery for getting rid of breast implants, because I got silicone implants.
I mean, personally, I don't agree with communism. I don't think it could work. I think socialism could potentially work, but I don't think communism could work. But I don't think Leafy has the right to make fun of communism, because if somebody asked him to make a genuine argument against it, he would be like, because it's bad, you would be poor. LOL. That would be his entire argument. It's like, you see, the USSR was communist, and it's like, that was not actual communism. Now, I don't think that communism could work because people would build capitalist systems within that communist system, because if there's no power structure, people are going to build their own inherently. There would have to be a power structure in place to prevent that from happening, which also isn't communism, right? Because pure communism at its purest form is physically impossible because, even if we were to start out with communism, it still wouldn't work. Is what I'm saying. But Leafy doesn't have that level of analysis or ability to analyze, how, like, the basic, fundamental aspects of an economic system like that. He thinks it's bad because it's unpopular. That's it. Because he heard other people say it's bad, therefore it's bad. So that's how he forms his opinions. Now, I'm not super smart when it comes to economic shit, okay? I don't know all the ins and outs of the economy or the way it works or what systems should be in place that would be the most effective if a policy position for that's related to the economy would or wouldn't be effective, okay? I don't know all that shit. Like, I don't know all the specifics, but theoretically, you should be able to have some basic analysis, right? But Leafy doesn't.
Put in when I was 18. When I got them out...
Dude, this person's just sick.
a lot of my pain issues subsided. It was
Yes, she was sick, both physically and mentally. Yeah. Wow, glad we have Leafy over here with his incredible analysis abilities. He figured it out. He figured it out that Keffals had an illness. Oh my god. He figured out that she was mentally ill and that she was physically sick. Oh my god. Wow. Oh, yeah, it took him 3.5 minutes to figure it out, but okay.
Still, this person is just fucking nuts.
There, but it wasn't.
By what standard? You're the one that's addicted to drugs still, Leafy. She's gotten over her drug addiction. She's not doing drugs anymore. You're the one that you know, we all know that you were the one drunk driving and speeding at the same time. You got your license revoked. You were bitching about it to Keemstar. Keemstar felt bad for you, of course. I don't feel bad for you, Leafy. You're a pathetic loser, and you deserve to be made fun of. Not just because you don't have a chin, which obviously you don't. Maybe you've gotten surgery. I hope for your own sake. You know, I do remember in the Content Cop, Ian made the suggestion of raising funds so that they could you cut your jaw open and like push it forward and like put screws in it and shit. You know, I'm hoping that you at least did that before coming back, right? Otherwise, you're not in a position to criticize or make fun of anyone because you're not really criticizing, right? You haven't made any actual argument points.
It wasn't as excruciating as it used to be. There's a thing called breast implant illness.
Burn it, bro.
And a lot of the symptoms mirror that of fibromyalgia, but it's something that doctors
imagine the smell
really aren't sure about. I was in the room when they pulled the plug on him. There's something they don't really tell you.
Dude, that never happened.
Do you have a source? Do you have like security footage of that not happening, of them pulling the plug while she's not in the room? Or is your source just you made it the fuck up yet again?
About that.
This is what drugs. This is what happens if you. Keffals is the example of what happens if you overcome your drug addiction. You become based and successful. Leafy is the example of how hard you fall off if you stay on drugs and don't make any changes. So I think Leafy is a walking advertisement for why you shouldn't do drugs, or if you've been doing drugs, why you really need to seek help and get treatment, right? Because you don't want to become like Leafy. I mean, he's like really pathetic now. Like he's like a loser, right? Like Leafy is, not only did he fall off, but he lives a sad, miserable, lonely life where he's addicted to drugs. He's using the last portion of his YouTube ad revenue from 2016 to fund his drug addiction, and then what can he do from there? Work at Burger King? Well, he's not fucking qualified to work at Burger King, okay? That would require, too much, that requires too much intelligence for him. He can't figure out how to do that. Plus, he wouldn't even have, the drugs available, because, that would be too expensive. So it's a sad life that he's living. He's and obviously, it's not like Leafy has any friends, outside of what, like, he talks to Keemstar occasionally, that, 3 times a month. Come on.
To be there to witness him suffocate to death.
And dude, look at him just like do these weird smirks out of nowhere.
I spent almost 100.
Dude.
Yes, when people get emotional, sometimes they can either smile or laugh. That, my friend, is called a safety behavior, okay? I would know because I'm in exposure therapy, all right? Which is for OCD and anxiety. So it's not like she's smiling because she's happy, okay? She's not smiling because she's like really gleeful, okay? It's a safety behavior, okay? And you can research this. You know how but if you don't want to do research and you're like Sneeko and you only care about anecdotal evidence, you know how a lot of time, like sometimes in like a really shitty situation, like you just start laughing when it's extremely inappropriate for you to do so and you really shouldn't be laughing, but you can't help yourself. That's an example of that, right? It's a similar thing. You're not laughing because you think you're happy. You're not laughing because you're happy though, right? Like that's not why you're laughing. You don't even want to be laughing. It's a safety behavior. It's a way of coping, right? And it's not like she's even laughing or anything. But again, smiling is a similar safety behavior, right?
He's fake.
100 days on Percocet from the day that he died until Christmas. And on Christmas,
hopefully he gets back on them.
Holidays, when I was in Niagara Falls with my ex and with my family, I ran out.
I mean, when you're not trying to have a mental breakdown, then in front of your audience, then yeah, you're gonna you might like, you know, try to, you know, not have a mental breakdown. You might smile a little bit more, you know, even if it's not a safety behavior. Yeah, you're gonna try to appear like you're fine, right, in front of your audience. You don't want your audience to see you have a mental breakdown. You can see them, you're fine. I mean, I'm assuming, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I'm assuming that Keffals is fine with people understanding her emotions, but I don't think she would be fine with like having like a full-on mental breakdown, like bursting in tears in front of her audience. I don't think she would want to do that, because she knows, okay, well, that's not gonna, that's just that's a little bit too much. That my audience doesn't need to see that. I can do that behind closed doors or with close ones, right? I don't need to do this publicly. You know, like, people aren't gonna, like, that's not gonna serve any utility. I just need to get the story out there so people know what happened, and then call it a day, right?
But I was too ashamed to tell them what happened.
People are asking, like, why do you not like this person? Dude, they started shit with me on Twitter.
Wait, no, you started shit with trans people by saying that they're fake, and then she responded to you. You're the one that was stirring the pot, which is fine. That's what you do, I guess. You know, you're stuck in 2016. I don't care. I personally wasn't offended by it. I just think, oh, at the end of the day, it's another example of Leafy being fucking retarded. So the answer to, is this person fucking retarded? Yes. Leafy is retarded, okay? But at the end of the day, you know, if you're gonna do this shit, at least put a little bit more effort. The main criticism here isn't even that Leafy is saying anything offensive. He's fucking so goddamn lazy. Like, it's like as if his you know, videos that he stretched to the 10-minute mark for ad revenue weren't bad enough. His streams are somehow even worse, which is fascinating. I don't even know how that's fucking possible.
Happened.
I want an apology, and then we'll be
An apology for what? Responding to the dumb fuck thing you said?
good.
Puking my guts out. And
is it a guy? Yeah.
That's
time out. Are you guys sure that he cut his dick off?
Of course he cares about whether or not she cut her dick off. Which, I mean, you don't literally cut it off, by the way. There's like a whole like process. It's not like you chop it off and then you magically have a vagina or some shit. That doesn't happen. There is a very specific process known as bottom surgery. But it's not, they don't just like grab a big kitchen knife and chop it off. Or they don't grab a chainsaw either. None of that shit.
Keffals still have a dick.
Of course Leafy wants to know that. He wants to know if he has a chance at getting fucked in the ass by Keffals. But Leafy, you don't have to worry about it, okay? Pegging is a thing, and I'm sure that Keffals would be more than willing to peg your cute little femboy ass, okay? Yeah, I'm sure she would love to do that.
Oh shit. That dude straight up chopped him off.
Stuff ended with Drop Kiwi Farms. I moved into an apartment on my own.
Of course, Leafy is disappointed, because, you know, while it is true that, you know, he can still get pegged by her, it's like, well, she's probably not going to. And also, it's like, it's not the same as feeling the warm flesh of a nice 7-inch cock, you know? And, like, you know, he'll never get to experience, like, you know, getting his bussy filled with girl cum, you know?
I got out of a relationship.
What happened with her and Kiwi Farms? Let's just watch something else about it.
Oh my god. And you have people in chat saying, trans people aren't...
Keffals is a Twitter user best known for her recent campaign.
This is great because I don't even know anything about this person.
Against the website.
I just know that he had some issues with me.
It was on a...
there he goes! He accidentally genders her correctly, so he has to quickly incorrect himself. He's like, yeah, I don't really know anything about this person. I don't know if she. I mean he. Okay, guys, I totally give a shit, and I'm totally transphobic and a right winger. I care so much about their grooming agenda. I totally care about this, guys.
I'm gonna talk about her beginnings.
I totally have a moral opposition, and I'm not just grifting.
The communism starting from early childhood and a trip to Cuba, how she joined the Communist Party of Canada in 2017 after the election of Donald Trump in the Quebec City mosque shooting, and how during trips to both Seoul, South Korea, and Beijing, China, she became more infatuated and content with her political identity. Back at home, she'd work with the party more, knocking on doors and trying to spread communism around her city as her father's health declined.
Hell yeah, based communism. You know what? Honestly, you know, just for the sake, I don't agree with communism. I don't think it would be effective. But I am a contrarian, and a lot of people don't like communism, and that's like one of the main things I do like about it. Is it's like unpopular, which makes me like it more.
Due to cancer, as time went on, her beliefs weren't falling in line with the party anymore. She decided to resign from the party,
which is fair enough.
altogether. Keffals goes on to explain that big leaders in the party disagreed with settler colonialism and didn't recognize its existence, which
This is what communism does to you, dude.
I just
Yeah, okay.
went back to streaming.
Except Leafy doesn't even... I guarantee you, Leafy is the type of person to think that communism and socialism are the same thing. I guarantee it. He probably couldn't even explain the difference between the two, even though they're completely different and have nothing to do with each other.
Even after dealing with all of the traumatic things that I dealt with in the last year. And my mental health.
Also, my cat's trying to leave. One sec. Sorry, Reese. Okay. Sorry. Anyways, we could continue.
Started to spiral. Like, it was really bad behind the scenes. And to be honest, I'm really grateful that I'm alive, because there's a chance that I wouldn't be here today. I was struggling a lot. I didn't want to be alive.
But of course, Leafy thinks that opening up and being vulnerable is cringe and fake or whatever. But at the end of the day, he's the one that's gonna end up being miserable. He's the one that still has a drug addiction. Keffals has overcome her drug addiction, at least for the most part. You know, I don't know the ins and outs, but it seems like she's at least recovering. You know, she is willing to open up. You know, she's willing to make her life better. And Leafy is never going to change. He's going to always be the same Leafy he was in 2016. Literally nothing about him is going to change. He's always going to be lazy. He's always going to be an asshole. I mean, fair enough. I don't care. I'm an asshole sometimes too. Except the main difference being I do it for like actually valid fucking reasons, right? Either way, still whatever. Fine. Don't care. You know, he's never going to end his drug addiction. He's just going to become you know, somebody who lives on the streets. He's going to become homeless because he spent all of the remaining ad revenue on drugs. Assuming he doesn't get convicted of whatever crime he ends up committing, you know, I mean, I'm sure he'll get another DUI and whatnot because, you know, it's like he doesn't care that his actions affect other people. I mean, he's not a good person, right? It's like, but maybe not for the reasons that you would think that I would say, right? Like, a lot of people are like, oh, I don't like Leafy because he bullies people. I don't give a fuck about that. That's like the least of my worries. But it's like, okay, if you're drunk driving, that's not okay. You're putting other people in danger when you do that. But clearly he doesn't give a fuck. And that is an example of something that makes it very obvious to me that he doesn't give a shit. It's not just his YouTube personality and being edgy on the internet, and maybe he's like really nice in real life. Nah, fuck that. If you're drunk driving as well, and you just don't give a fuck about anybody but yourself, you're just a narcissist, maybe a sociopath, I don't know. I'm not his therapist, but he's definitely got some weird-ass shit going on. Let's just say that.
I had dealt with so much, and my life was so fucking hard. I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics.
Dude, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, of course you don't. You're bad at grifting. Surely, if you were good at grifting, by now you would be talking about how this is just her way of grooming her audience by making them feel bad for her so that because this is how, but like, and then she's gonna use this to push the trans agenda. She's gonna like, I don't know, whatever the fucking talking points are, right?
I think this person is evil, dude.
By what standard? Leafy, what did she do that was evil? Please tell me.
Someone just said that she's encouraging young people, like people 15, to get, teaching them how to get hormones or something like that.
You mean, like, people that are, know their gender identity? Okay. Wait, why do I give a shit? Oh no, she wants to reduce the suicide rate of the trans youth? Oh God, how dare she? And ultimately, at the end of the day, I believe that, whatever the medical institution seems to be doing is good enough, right? Like the whole, put them on puberty blockers so that they have more time to decide, and then, they can choose whether or not they want to go on hormones after a couple of years, right? And ultimately, again, this is just another example of Leafy being stupid. The entire point he just made, whining about like a non-issue, only works off of the presupposition that the hormones that your body naturally produces are inherently more desirable, from solely from the standpoint that your body naturally produces them, as if bodily autonomy isn't something that should exist in children as well. It would be one thing if it's like, okay, well, this is something where you can get the same result but later, right? Like a tattoo, for instance. It's like, you can wait to get a tattoo because you know, it's not going to be harder to get a tattoo when you're in your 20s or 18 or older, whatever, right? But if you are forced to go through the wrong puberty, right, that's irreversible. You know, I can't, you know, even though I'm, you know, going to go on HRT, even though I'm going to go on estrogen, I can't reverse the effects of testosterone and what that's done to my body. Now, frankly, you know, I don't think my gender dysphoria is bad enough for that to be like the biggest deal in the world. And if it boil, and at the end of the day, it's like there's some good things to it, right? Like once I get voice training, I'll be able to, you know, have a man voice and a woman voice. Both of them serve different utilities, right? And you know, it's like, okay, I think I'd be able to pass, you know, as like a cisgender woman, right? But ultimately, you know, like everyone is going to be a little bit different to an extent, right? And then you have people in Leafy's chat saying that the West is fallen, and that, you know, and people saying KYS, you know, people just saying weird schizo shit in his chat, obviously. What do you expect, right?
That's insane that all this shit is happening to her, and she's like telling young people, oh, this is how you can, you know...
Here's how you can decrease your own suicide rate, and make yourself happy and have bodily autonomy so that you don't have to go through a traumatic experience and go through the wrong puberty that you already know that you don't want. Yeah, fuck bodily autonomy. What even is that, right?
Act like, you know, I don't know, be like me.
And that I was in fights with Keem.
Because that sounds like not a good, you know, deal.
Star.
Or something.
By what standard? What is the moral framework you're using here, Leafy? Oh wait, you're not using any. You were just saying that what she's doing or what she did was bad because you don't like it. That's it. That's it. Now, if you want to say that, like, if you want to say that it makes you, you're not sure about it, or that you want to do more research, or that maybe it sounds bad, but, like, you're not sure, then, okay, fair enough, but don't make a moral argument when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because somebody like me could tear that apart in 5 seconds, right? I just did. Again, pointing out the fact that you presuppose the fact that the natural puberty is the natural hormones that your body produces are inherently more desirable than on the sole basis of them being naturally produced by your body. But that's what Leafy believes. But as soon as you ask Leafy a question, or any right winger for that matter, a question like, okay, if a child's body, all right, let's say there's a 15-year-old, and their body just naturally stopped producing hormones, period. But they need to take either testosterone or estrogen, or that would be the argument there, right? You know, the bodily autonomy of the child is the argument against a parent forcefully injecting HRT into the child, right? Same, it goes both ways, right? But that's the thing, is my worldview is consistent. Leafy doesn't have a worldview.
Close to voting for her. Oh, this is the same thing. What the hell? I don't get minors on HRT, not 7, get it right.
Based.
Keffals went on H3H3's podcast to talk about how she helped minors get access.
Based. Honestly, based. I like, again, I don't see the problem with that. Yes, decreasing the suicide rate of trans kids is good. That's a good thing. I mean, it has been statistically proven that gender-affirming care decreases the suicide rate of trans kids. Do you think that they should be more suicidal on the basis of their parents being shitty or transphobic or bigoted or whatever? Or do you think that they should have a, you know, more of a chance at life, right? The chance to be happy, you know? Oh, you don't give a fuck about the kids. You're just, you know, virtue signaling. Of course. He's so bad at grifting. It's hilarious. It's almost like a parody of the grift itself. It's like he's almost like showing like what goes on in the minds of like you know, people that are better at grifting. It's like a parody of that almost. You know, where like it's very clear like that they actually don't give a fuck, right?
Access to these drugs. Jesus, bro. Yeah, this person is just straight up evil, dude. I think she's like
What did she do that was evil? Decrease the suicide rate of some trans kids? Oh no, that's so evil. How dare she?
Negative to society, if we had to.
Negative according to what standard? Or is it negative because you said so?
Sum it up like that.
I was going through
can we all agree that like her trying to teach 12-year-olds how to get the hormones is like a bad, you know, that's like bad? Because that.
No. Well, I would first of all I would assume that you know, part of the hormone treatment would be pubertal suppression, right? And that's reversible, so that's not a bad thing. And then after that, you know, when they're a little bit older than 12, like whatever, 14, 15, whatever, you know, then they go on to HRT. I think that is a perfectly reasonable time to make a decision like that, right? Like to decide, yeah, okay, like there's a reason that you know, sometimes the age of medical consent is lower than, you know, being the age of, well, being a legal adult, right? And at the end of the day, I think that bodily autonomy should take precedence over what you know, Leafy intuitively feels comfortable with. Not that he actually gives a shit, of course. And no, I don't think that it is evil to do something that has been statistically proven to decrease the suicide rate of trans people. Like this is absurd, right? It's like, okay, you have to be a complete and utter moron to disagree with me on that. You have to be a science denier. You have to, you know, deny what the medical consensus is. You have to pretend like there aren't all of the peer-reviewed studies that all say the same fucking thing, or the meta-analyses that you know, make it very fucking clear as to what does and doesn't decrease the suicide rate.
That shit seems horrible, dude. It's like some sort of like folklore or something where...
So is it horrible because you said so? Or do you have like an actual moral reason, or is it horrible because you don't like it?
This person gets cursed with this fucking, you know, disease, and there's...
Disease? What's the disease? Drug addiction? That would be the disease that you have. Yeah, she cured that disease. If that's a disease, you know, or she's curing it, or treating it at the very least. You're not. You're making the disease worse, right? It's like Leafy's the type of person to get cancer and then try to treat it, like, and then it'll be like, fuck it. And then, like, shoot, like get by a you know, see if he can, like, you know, get, you know, like, find some sort of device that shoots gamma rays at himself, right? I mean, that's basically what he does to himself, right? With the drug addiction thing. I don't know.
Solution.
If you want to compare it to a disease, right? But of course, it's not. Drug addiction is more than, it's not really a disease. So, obviously, that's a stupid comparison to make. But that would be the logical conclusion of that, right? Is that Leafy is, well, yeah, well, basically what I already described.
Into it is just like, I'm going to try to infect everyone else.
So, infect them with what? A lower suicide rate? Oh god, the horror. I'm gonna infect you with a happier life and a lower suicide rate. Oh, wow. That's wonderful. Like, what does he mean infect? What the fuck is he talking about?
So irritable that I just had to pause for a second and I started calling them retard. I kicked off
like
more shit than I have ever gotten from the left. I did was that big of a deal. No one was hurt because of that. The only person that was
I think this person needs to be locked up in like an insane asylum or something.
Why?
Really hurt at that.
Is it working? Okay, yeah, we're back. Okay. Sorry. Audio just died. Yeah, I know. Anyways, all right. I'm not gonna read chat any more than that though. Anyways, all right, we're back. Okay.
It was
I think this person needs to be locked up in like an insane asylum or something.
Really hurt.
Why though?
Hurt at that time was me. But after the fallout,
maybe like shipped to Africa or something.
From
that is a funny joke. It's funny because Africa. Why would you want to go there? That would be really silly.
All of that and all of the drama, I decided, fuck it. I figured out how to get drugs on the dark.
Maybe not Africa. That's a little fucked up. Maybe just like North Korea or something like that.
Okay, all right. That was a little bit funny. But like all the other jokes he made were complete dog shit. That one was like, okay, that was decent. But everything else he said is complete dog shit.
And I started making a plan to kill myself. I started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering heroin from the darkness.
This person's full of shit, dude.
To end my...
How have you come to that conclusion? You say that, but you don't have any reasoning. You just say things for the sake of saying things. It's very strange.
My own life.
All right, I'm calling Sneeko right now. He better pick up.
Okay, and then this is here. This is the 4 minutes where he basically just begs Sneeko to call him his favorite YouTuber. Oh boy. All right, let's read chat a little bit. Voice to text. Back to more standard painkillers. Yeah. Process still okay. Oh wait, I'm so confused. Any sane person would look up a random person to see if they have a penis. Obviously. Yeah, the most sane right winger, you know, seeing if they can get that girl cock, you know? It's like he's so bad at grifting, it's hilarious. Like I wonder, like I mean he did refer to his content as satire before. Maybe this is like satire, you know? Maybe he's making fun of right wingers. Yeah, but here's the thing, Leafy definitely does have tells he sounds like he's on oh yeah. It's like you could tell that Fem does a lot of coffee. Oh, who, me? I don't do coffee. I do caffeine. Oh. Wait. I don't. Well, I take prescription drugs. I am prescribed Adderall after all, but I have ADHD, so it doesn't make me like high the way it would for like a normal person, right? Because my brain functions differently. I also take caffeine pills because I fucking hate coffee. Coffee is disgusting. It tastes horrible, okay? That's just a fact. Sorry. Since when did Leafy start existing again? The other day, I guess. The right parts are all there. They just got to be rearranged. But on the plus side, Femyoz, you don't have to worry about them staying hard with the strap-ons. True. You're so... Yeah. Someone should tell Leafy that pegging exists. He doesn't need to be all bent out of shape because his internet celebrity crush Keffals doesn't have a dick anymore. It's like, yeah, but she could still peg you. You know, I think she'd be down for that if you paid her enough money. Oh, that's what you were saying. It doesn't have to. Okay, yeah. I hate opioids. But it beats surgical levels of pain, at least. And if it's anything like my previous surgeries, but more extreme, I'm not going to have to take them for too long before I can go, oh, damn. Yeah, he's properly pulling an Ollie London versus Ethan Klein here. Yeah, true. Is it just me, or is Leafy not even good at being edgy for the most part, lol? Yeah, like, it's like occasionally he'll say something funny, but like, it's like 1 out of every, like, 20 jokes is funny. Okay, the North Korea line was actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, but the 30 previous jokes were just cringy. There was one other that was almost amusing, but it was still cringy. But that was it. It's like if you throw shit at the wall enough times, eventually a little bit is gonna stick, right? At least you'll get a shit stain on the wall. In this case, that would be okay. That was kind of good, but like. The other 30 jokes were cringe, type of thing, right? I think that the last video we're going to be watching, and maybe it's not the last video, hold on, is from TomDark. It says that in the title, Kiwi Farms is down. Now, I think that that's a good thing, but apparently TomDark disagrees. I've already disliked his video, because I saw the first however long of it, because Tom thinks
now, I don't know how many of you guys actually
oh god, that scared me. Because Tom thinks that doxing is okay, and that... But that DDoSing a website that's known for doxing is where the line should be drawn. Now, I don't care if doxing is legal or illegal. I'm pretty sure it's illegal. But even if it's legal, that you can't make a moral argument and say, oh, that means it's okay for Kiwi Farms to do it because it's legal. A lot of things that are legal are still bad, you know? For instance, I mean, I think Turkey Tom would be of the belief that being a 75-year-old who has sex with somebody who just turned 18 yesterday, I think he would agree that that's still bad. You shouldn't do that. I don't know. He would be consistent and say, oh, well, they still have the right. And it's like, yeah, but it's like, okay, that's still kind of fucked. And you wouldn't be wrong in criticizing it, right?
Farms, but if you watch my videos, you probably know of it. Kiwi Farms is a website that is controversial as you may think it is. They don't break any laws. There's no reason.
I don't care if they break laws or not. I'm pretty sure they do. But even if they don't, guys, I know this might be hard to believe, but doxing is bad. Like, what is this fucking bullshit? Like, well, is Tom scared that he's gonna have a Kiwi Farms thread where he gets doxed, so he has to like pretend to like them? It's like, or you could just be neutral and not talk about it if you're scared. I wouldn't blame you for that. But don't pretend like doxing is good. It's like, okay.
Reason for it to be.
Yeah, doxing innocent people. Yeah, that's totally cool with Turkey Tom. But a website getting taken down for doxing, now that's some fucked up shit.
Down. Everything they do is well within the law. You know, some people will point out they're posting of personal information. I don't
Yes, I would point that out.
support that. I don't think that's cool, especially when someone like Dream or Corpse.
Yo, you don't think it's cool? Yeah, it's just a little uncool. It's just kind of cringe. But you know, you should be able to, fuck up somebody's entire life. You know, you with no consequences. You know, you should be able to release somebody's, like, a famous person's personal information, right? So that their livelihood gets completely fucked. Yeah, no, that's totally okay, and you shouldn't have to face any consequences for that.
Husband who doesn't deserve to be doxxed because they're not a piece of shit. But by that same token, as far as I know,
so if somebody's a piece of shit, they deserve to be doxxed. I mean, I guess it depends. If Matt Walsh was doxxed, I wouldn't be sad, but I think that as a rule, not the exception, but the rule is that doxing is generally a bad thing, and it shouldn't be allowed. Period. Now there might be a few instances in which doxing is okay. Well, that was a really shitty person, and they were a pedophile, so actually it was warranted. But that's far and few in between. Most doxing is unjustified, right? It's just, oh, there's a famous person that these people don't like, so then they dox them. That's all there is to it, right? Now, even though I tend to lean more towards act utilitarianism, when it comes to what should and shouldn't be allowed, I'm gonna make rule utilitarian arguments. And the rule utilitarian argument here is doxing is bad. Are there instances in which it might actually be fine? Yes, but as a rule, it is a bad thing that should be prevented. Because most of the time, it is a bad thing that causes objective and measurable harm. The amount of harm that's caused by doxing and doxing not being prevented completely outweighs the tiny, infinitesimally small amount of good that it causes for the few instances in which it might actually be warranted, right?
I know
it's better if nobody gets doxed than if everyone gets doxed, right? Okay, can we all agree with that? Unless the doxer gets doxed, that's actually a good thing. You know what? Fuck it. That would be one of the only exceptions, right? Oh, here's a doxer who doxed innocent people. They deserve to be doxed, get a taste of their own medicine, right? I'm not opposed to that, right? I'm not I understand that there's nuance, right? Or if somebody is like, if someone is planning to, whatever, like, do something like dangerous, or like somebody plans on committing a shooting or something, and they're saying it anonymously on the internet, I think it's fair to seek out their personal information and whatever, and report them to law enforcement, right? But again, that's the exception, not the rule. In most cases, I think that it should be illegal. Now, I don't know how that would be enforced. I don't know how the law would account for that nuance, right? It's like, okay, if they're a genuine but I think that generally speaking, doxing should be illegal unless the person being doxed clearly poses some sort of threat, okay? And so that, like, obviously, I think that should be the most obvious take to have, right?
Anyway, I don't think doxing is illegal, so they're well within the right to do that. Essentially,
doxing isn't illegal, so it's okay. Okay, yeah. Great. Wow, what a great prescriptive claim from TomDark. Wow, I thought Tom was supposed to be centrist and not fucking retarded. Holy shit. Like, I mean, it's like, okay, I make fun of centrism, but centrism isn't that bad, right? It's the second, the closest thing there is to liberal leftism, right? It's like, okay, fair enough. But it's like, okay, and a centrist can become a leftist, but they can also become a rightoid, and that's a bad thing, right? But at the end of the day, saying that doxing is fine is fucking retarded. Oh, how dare you not be okay with doxing? How dare you try to take down a website that was literally trying to ruin your fucking life? Yeah. Oh, wow, what an awful thing for Keffals to do.
The Keffals stuff, Kiwi Farms has been having issues with DDoS attacks and things like that. I tweeted out the other day saying Kiwi Farms is down to the repeated...
no. DDoS attacks is where the line should be drawn morally, because that's probably illegal, so that means it's bad. That's where you should base your morality off of. According to Tom's own logic, by the way, slavery was morally justifiable in the 1700s because it was legal. Well, he would have been there, arguing, well, it might be kind of shitty sometimes, you know, you shouldn't mistreat your slaves, but, you know, like, I mean, at the end of the day, slave owners are, well, within their legal rights to do so. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. It's like, yeah, but slavery is bad, you dumb piece of shit. I don't care what the law says is okay. Okay, I'm not making a moral argument based on legality, okay? And people like Tom are fucking stupid, because what they don't understand about morality is, versus the law, is that legality is formed because of morality, not the other way around. We don't just create laws for no reason and then build our morality off of that. It's the opposite. We build our morality based on laws. And those laws are, well, designed most of the time to be mutually beneficial. Well, that's the whole point of a law is, okay, well, this is mutually beneficial for everyone in society. Now, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of laws that are fucking retarded and don't benefit anybody and only do harm, but generally, as a concept, that's what the laws fundamentally as a concept are designed for, usually. Like, again, as a concept. That's not always how they're going to be used. So, obviously, not all laws are going to be good. Okay, what if, you know, okay, what about the law in North Korea? Is it justifiable to, you know, starve people because, oh, well, you're well within your legal rights to do that? Oh, what about where, you know, oh, but in this country, it's, you know, brutally murdering people for no reason is illegal. Is that okay, according to Tom? Again, there's no, like, if that's where you, you know, draw the lines between right and wrong, then your worldview is entirely relativistic and not based on any sort of moral framework. Tom isn't using a moral framework here. He's just saying that it's okay because it's legal, which is fucking stupid. I don't care if something is legal or illegal. There are plenty of things that are illegal, such as, you know, smoking weed in certain states, that aren't immoral, and there are plenty of things that are immoral, such as doxing, that aren't illegal, obviously, right? Slavery used to not be legal. Was it any more morally justifiable when it was legal? If tomorrow you woke up and you found out that slavery was legal again, would you be in favor of that? Again, at the end of the day, it's just another example of Tom being fucking stupid and not understanding the logical conclusions of the dumb shit he says. He doesn't understand what it means to take something to its logical conclusion, right? He doesn't do that, ever. Because he doesn't know how to think critically anymore. I thought he was able to when he made good video essays, but the shit he posts on the TomDark channel is fucking pathetic now. And I remember watching a few TomDark videos, and they were actually decent. Like, it was like, oh, okay, I disagree with a few takes. But this is just brain dead. I don't know how he went from making good video essays to this shit. Like, goddamn, somebody really fell off, huh? He fell off just as hard as Leafy. My god. I thought Tom was base, but god. He thinks that doxing is fine because it's legal. What if it became illegal tomorrow? Oh, well, then it's justified to ban that. What do you think laws are why do you think laws are made in the first place, you dumb piece of shit? Do you think it's because we don't work with a moral framework outside of the legal system already? Holy shit.
DDoS attacks, and a website like Kiwi Farms being unlawfully shut down through DDoS.
Unlawfully? Who gives a shit? I don't care. I don't care what the cause of it being shut down is, okay? Oh my god. This is the most bullshit, anti-consequentialist, anti-moral framework in general bullshit I've ever seen, okay? Kiwi Farms being shut down, whether you like it or not, even if you're the biggest fan of Kiwi Farms, you have to acknowledge that Kiwi Farms existing did more harm than good, okay? That's just a fact. Even if you're the biggest Kiwi Farms fan, you have to acknowledge that it caused harm, even if you enjoyed using it, okay? Obviously, not everyone with a Kiwi Farms account, you know, is necessarily evil or whatever, right? Maybe you can make a general rule, but if you want, but, you know, to make generalizations like that, it's like, oh, what if you made an account because you were just curious about the website, you didn't know anything about it, or whatever. Either way, at the end of the day, it is beneficial for people in general, for Kiwi Farms to not exist, okay? Less people get doxxed, which is a good thing, but no, Turkey Tom, like I want to debate Turkey Tom. Holy shit! After the stream, I'm gonna @ him in the description at a specific timestamp, because holy fuck, he needs to debate me, because this is embarrassing. This take is embarrassingly bad. It's not just like your average cringe centrist. Oh, you know, I think that both sides just need to resolve their differences. Ooh woo. Type of bullshit, right? It's like, okay, I understand that. I used to be like that. That's reasonable enough, right? It's like, okay, you just didn't think about your opinion enough to know that, okay, one side is clearly in the wrong. But, like, like doxing apologia, like being okay with doxing. Now that's fucking embarrassing. Turkey Tom is literally arguing in favor of increasing the amount of doxing that happens. He is in favor of allowing more doxing to happen, and he is against preventative measures being taken to prevent doxing. That is what he believes. Well, I sure as hell hope he gets doxed then. Holy fuck. Because that would be one rare instance in which, you know what, if you're okay with this, then you shouldn't have a problem with you getting doxed, Tom. If you get doxed, I won't feel sorry for you in the slightest. Because you said yourself that everyone was well with that, because according to your own standard, they would be well within their rights to do so.
Attack, which in my opinion constitutes tortious interference of a business, and I think Null would agree with that. I would say that,
I don't care if it's a business. Businesses are not intrinsically good. You fucking idiot. If businesses are promoting doxing, they're bad. They deserve to fail. They deserve to get shut down for making the world a worse place. Period.
It's unjust, you know? There's nothing they do there.
It's unjust? What is your standard of justice? Holy shit, this is embarrassing. By what standard? The legal system where the law changes? Is your moral framework just so relativistic that it doesn't even exist? You just base it off of what's legal? This is fucking embarrassing. We're 40 seconds in, and there's so much shit wrong with what he's saying. I thought he was like a centrist. I thought he was based, but no. Holy shit. When did he become this dumb?
Is illegal. They don't host child pornography. They don't host illegal
They don't host child... Oh, so your standard is it's fine as long as they don't host child pornography. What if child pornography was legal the next day? Would it be okay then because they're well within their legal rights to host that? No, you would be against that because that's retarded. But then you would be breaking your own stupid fucking standard of morality that you have established in this video.
materials. They only host content that's legal. If there's illegal...
I don't care if it's legal. It's wrong. And I don't even think it's legal, but let's say it is. Let's assume that he's not lying when he says it's legal. I don't care. It's wrong. It leads to negative outcomes. Your moral framework should not be dictated by law. It should be the other way around. Laws should be dictated by morality. That's why we make laws. Because we all kind of agree that it's immoral to commit murder, for instance. Well, there's a law for that, okay? We don't think that murder is wrong because there's a part of the legal system says you can't murder people. That's not why we're against murder. We wouldn't suddenly be in favor of murdering people if suddenly that law no longer existed. We would still have a moral opposition to that. It wouldn't make it any more justifiable to kill somebody for no fucking reason.
Illegal content, they take it down. They haven't done anything bad, okay?
They haven't done anything bad! So you're not just saying they haven't done anything illegal, but they haven't done anything bad. You don't think doxing is bad? You think doxing is a good thing? Really? Do you not see why your moral framework is fucking retarded?
Anything bad legally. Whatever you think of them. You know, whatever content may occur there. There may be things you...
Is this an April Fool's joke? Was this posted on April 1st? No, it was posted on May 15th. Holy shit. No, so it's not an April Fool's joke. This is embarrassing.
You disagree with it happened on Kiwi Farms, but Kiwi Farms itself is just a host of that content. And Kiwi Farms...
Oh yeah, they're just the host of that content. You could make the same argument for if they were to post child porn or allow that. Oh, but that's illegal, right? Now we're back to using legality to make a moral argument, which is fucking stupid. Holy shit! I need to debate this loser. Holy fuck! He used to be based. He used to give good opinions and actually, base things off of facts, logic, and reasoning in his video essays. Now, not entirely. There were some things he said that were wrong, but overall, he wasn't retarded like this. He wasn't trying to justify doxing and say it's not bad to dox somebody and try to ruin somebody's life for no reason. Oh, you can disagree with it. Yeah, well, okay, if you want to make that argument, you can also disagree with child porn, which you've established you are against. Oh, but that it's illegal. That's where you draw the line, is with legality. At the end of the day, you're just being fucking dumb.
Farms, unlike what some people do, where they'll be like, oh, Kiwi Farms said this. Like, Kiwi Farms is not a person. A lot of people will be like,
I don't care. Okay, so if a site were to host if they were to host CP, would you make the argument of, well, they're just a site, not a person, so they're not doing anything bad? No, you would be against it. Why don't you apply this same standard? Why is this category, aside from legality, which isn't a moral argument, why is there this categorical distinction? Okay, both things cause objective and measurable harm, and doxing not being something that people can do, it betters society. It makes society a better place, and at the end of the day, you are arguing for a worse society. Okay, it's not like freedom of speech where it's like, oh, well, there you see, there's a slippery slope where if the right gets censored, the left gets censored because, it's like, well, corporations are just going to censor whoever they want, right? It's like, okay, so we should be against censorship because it's mutually beneficial, right? But you can't make that argument, in terms of like, because like at the end of the day, and right-wingers will disagree with me on this because they're either dishonest or retarded, but leftists get censored more than rightoids. I know that might be hard to believe, but think about Twitter, for example, the way it's run. Yeah, leftists get banned more than right-wingers now. It's because, well, the CEO is a right-winger. So ultimately, whether or not people get banned is entirely relative. It's like going to be relativistic to A, whatever makes the company the most money, and B, maybe if it's the owner is a retard like Elon Musk, it's going to be based on politics, right? And ultimately, that is going to be relativistic. It's going to be based on what the company wants. So if we all agree that, okay, a company should be able to, do whatever. Like, and again, it's funny that he uses 4chan. He has 4chan on screen. 4chan is not the same as Kiwi Farms, I don't think. Does 4chan allow doxing? If it does, they shouldn't be able to do that either. But that's not their main thing. They're even though I think that, okay, 4chan is a cesspool, do you really get anything out of it? It's like, okay, but their whole thing isn't doxing. Their entire, it's not an entire website dedicated to making the world a worse place, necessarily, right? Maybe it does make the world a worse place, but I don't think it should be banned, right? Because ultimately, 4chan is a genuine example of, oh, okay, yeah, just, say whatever you want. I don't think that they allow doxing, though. Maybe they do? I'm not familiar with 4chan as a site. I don't really use it.
Like, oh, 4chan did that. 4chan is not a person. It's not a collective body. Kiwi Farm.
We're not talking about 4chan. I don't hear about any doxing incidents from 4chan. I'm sure it happens. I don't think that 4chan, allows it, let alone endorses it, but I could be wrong on that. Maybe they do. Or they have, low, they're not good at, preventing it. But Kiwi Farms actively allows you. They make sure that people are able to do that.
Farms and 4chan are websites that a bunch of individuals use. Sometimes those individuals agree on things, sometimes they don't, but...
So that means that doxing is okay? I mean, I think that, sure, there should be a law that says doxing is illegal. That should exist. But in the meantime, while that isn't a law, according to you at least, you know what, we need to look up, is doxing illegal? It's got to be at least in some countries, right? So even if it's not illegal in the United States, it's going to be illegal in, I don't know, Canada or somewhere else that has the internet. Is doxing illegal? Yes, you can go to jail for doxing someone. Although so it says, although doxing itself is not illegal, so okay, there's some truth. It can contribute to another criminal offense like harassment, stalking, intimidation, identity theft, or incitement to violence. What do you think happens on Kiwi Farms? Do you think they just dox people just for shits and giggles? They don't intend on causing any harm. They don't intend to harass or stalk any of those people. They just dox and just put the information out there, but they don't have any malintent. Or do you think that the reason why they're doxing is because they intend on doing these things, which are ultimately the outcomes of doxing? And ultimately, these are the outcomes of, well, Kiwi Farms existing. Kiwi Farms has led to harassment, stalking, intimidation, incitement to violence. I don't know about identity theft. Frankly, I have no idea. I'm sure it's happened at least once, but still. Either way. So, yeah. Yes, you can go to jail for doxing someone, so long as the outcomes of said dox are negative. As in illegal. And in terms of the U.S. News World Report, okay, so here it says, is doxing illegal? It depends. Releasing personal information that's publicly available and obtained legally is generally not a crime. All right. So, doxing laws in the US may define doxing as a crime if the data was illegally obtained or if the doxing attack is linked to cyber. So, yeah. So, literally, yes, doxing in this context is illegal. Because it does depend on what the outcomes are. How did you obtain that information, right? There's nuance to it. It's not always legal. Okay, there's nuance. How did you obtain that information? Well, probably illegally, most likely. Usually when people obtain certain information, it's illegally. Or, sorry, they release it. If you release private information, that's not publicly available. And if a doxing attack is linked to even cyberbullying, it seems, which I'm not even worried about cyberbullying. People can bully me if they want. I don't care. But I don't think that, you know, either way, the exact definition of doxing is still up for interpretation. From live stream gamers outing the pseudo-identities of rivals to journalists revealing the true identity of controversial TikTok handles, shady businesses, and politics, what used to be a specific set of actions, almost always with malicious intent, is now more nuanced. Wow, that's almost like what I said. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I said, well, okay, yeah, if someone's like a genuine threat, then doxing is okay in that instance, at least morally speaking, right? These days, anyone can claim to have been doxed. Holding powerful people accountable might now be negatively pegged as doxing. Pegged? Yeah. I like pegging. No, I'm just kidding. Sort of. Not really, but whatever. Ah! The cat ears fell off. Do my cat ears fall off if I say something stupid? Stretching the true meaning. Well, I don't know. Gen Zers might even colloquially say that they dox themselves. Oops, I revealed too much personal information online or posted in flattering selfly. I totally doxed myself. Yeah, that's not what I mean when I say doxing. Right? Unless I, if I somehow accidentally revealed my home address or something, I would have doxed myself at that point. I would say that, yeah. The internet has extended publishing access to anyone who wants it, including angry employees, jealous rivals, and sketchy hackers, whether you define doxing as a form of cyberbullying or novel accountability tool. The doxing has the potential to stretch far beyond its intended purpose. Doxing is scary because it reveals the vulnerability of our private identities. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Is if you are genuinely in favor of having the freedom to say whatever the fuck you want on the internet, doxing is a barrier to that. Doxing is a barrier to that. So if you are a genuine free speech absolutist like me, doxing is pseudo-absolutist, right? Absolutist would indicate, okay, you can yell movie you could yell movie in a movie theater, and that wouldn't be illegal. But you can't yell fire in a movie theater, right? That's illegal for a reason, right? And I think that doxing should be illegal for a similar reason. And actually, it's almost like a paradox. If you allow doxing, well, if you're scared, then you can't speak about certain things because you're afraid of getting doxed, right? So that is less free speech. You can't say certain things because you're scared if you're too controversial of a figure that you'll get doxed. So that would be a barrier to you saying controversial things. So if you genuinely care about free speech, then you should be against doxing. So obviously Turkey Tom doesn't give a fuck about free speech anymore. I thought he cared about free speech. I thought he was better than this. I thought he genuinely cared about people being able to voice their opinions without feeling like they're in danger, right? Without being in genuine, having a legitimate fear of being in danger, whether it be in danger of getting persecuted by the law or by social media websites, which isn't illegal. For social media websites can ban whoever they want, but Turkey Tom is against that despite it not being illegal. So why is that a different standard? Oh, because he's fucking inconsistent here. I don't know why the fuck he thinks doxing is okay. In most contexts, at least malicious doxing, right? And that is exactly what has happened on Kiwi Farms, and they've done nothing to prevent it, right? All right. But and so ultimately, doxing, someone might dox you to seek revenge, hold you accountable, or because they are offended by something you did. Okay, Turkey Tom. All right, Tom. Do you think it would be okay if I doxed you? Because I was offended by a video you made, because you said something I kind of disagreed with, and I decided, ah, fuck, well, that's too offensive for me. My soy boy SJW libtard ass is gonna dox you now. Is that okay? I mean, according to your own standard, it would be. Oh, but that's different, because, yeah, that's different, because it's like, oh, well, that's an individual person. And that's, oh, because, like, it's different, because, like, he wouldn't be able to explain why it's different. Any categorical distinction he makes is going to be completely arbitrary and contradictory in terms of what he believes, okay? And at the end of the day, that would be an example of how it would reduce free speech. That's the point I'm making. You can say, oh, well, I would disagree with you for doing that. That would be a fucked up thing for you to do, because I didn't do anything wrong. Well, from my perspective, you did. And actually, the people that get doxxed on Kiwi farms, you more often than not didn't do anything wrong. But the people on Kiwi farms think that they did. But I might perceive you, Tom, as somebody who did something wrong. I mean, you did endorse doxing, right? Or, sorry, not endorse. But you're clearly in favor of it being a thing that exists, without any limitations. So you would be okay. So maybe you need to clean up your speech a little bit, because maybe I'll dox you. You're okay with that. So I'm gonna hold you to a standard that I set. And decide whether or not I think you should be you deserve to be doxxed, and then based on that, I'll decide whether or not I decide that you are worthy of being doxxed. Do you not see why this is fucking stupid, Tom? Because I don't think that I wouldn't dox you, right? Like that's a shitty thing to do. But according to your own standards that you have set forth, I would be well within my rights to do so, and you would deserve it, right? Oh, wait, no, you wouldn't deserve it, but it would be okay. It would be justified. And it would be unjust if someone were to prevent me got offended by something you said. Because you said that you don't like something that I like. Or because you said that you didn't like someone who was a left-winger, and that means that you're a Nazi, or some shit like that. If I mean, that would be, the left-wing equivalent of the deranged shit on Kiwi farms. Is you said something I kind of disagree with, and then I decide to dox you. It's the same shit. You don't understand how it goes both ways, Tom. Doxing means less free speech, because you would have to walk on eggshells and be chronically fucking centrist no matter what. Right? Because if you don't, then you're gonna get doxed. Or just don't be a public figure at that point. Since you love doxing so much. You wouldn't want to get doxed, though. But either way. But anyways, it says, is it illegal to reveal someone's personal information? Not exactly. So, Tom, I mean, there is some truth to what Tom said. But he omitted the actual truth, right? The nuance, right? Not exactly. If the information is available in public records, legally required... Okay, keyword legally required, and is not a part of a larger harassment, or stalking technique. Cough, cough. Exactly what fucking happened to Keffals, one of the main people who was targeted. Okay, it's not necessarily illegal to dox somebody if that's not the case, but that was the case. So Tom, since you care so much about the law and you think that our moral framework should be dictated by what is and isn't illegal, now that we've established that what happened on Kiwi farms is illegal, have you changed your mind on the subject, or was legality never your actual standard, and you just you just want Kiwi farms to be able to have these doxing and harassment campaigns that are obviously illegal and immoral, because of your feelings. Because obviously you care more about your feelings than facts. You don't care about factual information. You don't care about building an actual moral framework. It's pathetic. It's embarrassing. I don't know how the fuck someone who's been on YouTube for as long as you posted something this fucking embarrassing as a video, not even just like saying something stupid in the stream. You posted this on purpose. You posted this video on purpose. It's not like you watched it and then was like, oh, I said something stupid. Maybe I shouldn't post that. No. So maybe because I don't like your take on this, maybe as a result of me disliking your take and being against it, maybe I should, according to your own standard, there would be no issue with doxing you, because it would be unjust if someone were to stop me, right? I should be able to do it. In fact, fuck it. People should be giving me the tools to do it. I don't know how to dox people, but maybe somebody else does. They should give me the tools. I mean, they're well within their rights. It's legal, right, Tom? According to you? I mean, harassment, if it's for part of harassment campaign, it's actually not legal, but you didn't specify that, so according to we're just going to use what you said and use it against you, right?
Like, Kiwi Farms does not think anything. Individuals on Kiwi Farms will think something.
Yes, but if the same way, Kiwi Farms probably doesn't think anything about CP either, but they ban it. Why? Because if they didn't ban it, that would be even more unambiguously illegal. Now doxing is harder to define legally. Obviously, there's nuance to it. But at the end of the day, because then you have to define what is a harassment campaign. And you have to define, okay, proving intent is hard, but even if it's obvious, right? But at the end of the day, Tom, whether he realizes it or not, is anti-free speech when he gives this take. He doesn't want people to be able to give controversial left-wing takes that right-wingers who want to, don't like, and, he wants right-wingers to be able to dox those people, because he doesn't like their speech. He wants them to be too scared to speak. Not from the government, but from, well, the internet, because of things that put them in physical danger, like doxing. Because then somebody else can see, the dox of a public figure and be like, oh, well, shit, time to swat them. And it gives them an outlet to do that. And people will do that. It's happened. It's not like this hasn't happened. It's not like we don't know what the outcomes ultimately of doxing and harassment campaigns are. It's very obvious. But Tom is choosing to ignore that, of course, because he has a narrative to push. Because he has to do right-wing apologia again. But no, he's totally a centrist. I hope he admits to being a right-winger at this point, because, he clearly is anti-free speech, in a way. Not in terms of just legality, right? It's funny, because he's anti-free speech in a moral sense, right? He doesn't want people to be able to, say things without risking their safety, Which is no different from then if, the government were to, persecute people legally, and make it a legal matter for speech that the government doesn't like. But, you're against that. You're against the government putting people's lives in danger if they say things that the government doesn't like. But, it's okay if it's anyone else. But also, big tech censorship is a bad thing, but also legality is the ultimate arbiter of truth and morality, and that's where the moral standards are. But oh god, YouTube shouldn't, ban Leafy or whatever. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Fuck YouTube. That's fucked up.
What's happening with Kiwi Farms?
He says DDoS attacks suck in the transition slide, but okay.
This is a message from Null that he posted that I read. This was the first message he sent. It was pretty interesting. I'm tired and feel a more complete explanation is owed. Hashtag drop Kiwi Farms is effectively dead, but of the hundreds of Slacktivists who have come and gone in boredom, there's one persistent person who has made it his personal mission to obliterate his history of rape and professional misconduct from the Kiwi Farms. He believes that his psychotic threats and abusive behavior will eventually allow him to leave behind his past and pursue a
Who's he?
fruitful, happy, and productive life if only the Kiwi Farms were gone. This persistent individual has crossed many lines many times, but all effect-
Who is it? Who is this individual? Is it Keffals? Because if they're saying he, him, then it means she, her, right? Because it's backwards.
Parties currently wish to sit on their hands with a wait-and-see approach while this person continues on an incredibly abusive and threatening manner towards innocent third parties every day.
Innocent third parties who have doxing campaigns and dox people for no fucking reason. Completely innocent. The completely innocent doxers on Kiwi Farms who will dox people for simply being trans and a public figure. Or for being trans and speaking out against, transphobia. How dare you? But Tom is totally a free speech pseudo-absolutist like me. Oh, wait, no, he's not. Because he's in favor of something that reduces free speech in terms of actual opinions that you can share, okay? Sending somebody's IP address or some shit is not an opinion, okay? So the amount of opinions you're actually allowed to share, the amount of jokes you're allowed to make, decreases, Tom. How are you too stupid to see this? It's so fucking obvious. Holy shit.
It is with incredible reluctance that I do not name names. I personally know there is no wisdom in holding back. So for the sake of boosting confidence and making things clear, the individuals you're trying to pry into submission will not submit. I will not allow good people to deal with you without my assistance. And they realize you are an unreasonable person, they will stop trying to be nice. There are a million—
As opposed to the reasonable people who are really nice that dox trans people on Kiwi Farms for no reason. Because they accuse every trans person of being a groomer or a pedophile. and, you know, because they're fucking unhinged. Oh, yeah, all those innocent people. Yeah, that's wonderful. Wow, when was Tom this fucking deranged? Holy shit. He used to have good takes. This is just absurd. At least back in the day when he was a chronically centrist, he would shit on both sides, right?
Million visitors to my website every month, and they will all know you soon. As long as I am alive, I will not permit some freak to decide what I can and cannot say. And what the
Yes, your freedom to spread people's personal information in order to put them in danger on purpose. Oh god. Oh, but yeah, no, let's just ignore their freedom to, you know, say whatever opinions you disagree with, obviously. You know, in terms, because obviously freedom of speech for opinions isn't as important as me being able to say a series of numbers with dots in between, you know? Oh, yes. Yes. Being able to, you know, plaster somebody's IP address and home address and whatnot and their phone number, all of that is fine. You know, I should be able to do that. That's an opinion. But your actual opinions, that should be, you should be scared to share those, right? You shouldn't be able to, you know, because then, yeah, it's not like it can go both ways. What Tom fails to realize is you know, and this argument is what I use for a pro-free speech argument, by the way. I'm very pro-free speech. I care a lot about the First Amendment and beyond that, okay? I think that the First Amendment should be expanded upon, okay? But that being said, this is the opposite of a pro-free, like, this is anti-free speech. Because free speech is about being able to share whatever opinion you want. And guess what happens if you are scared of putting your own life at risk because a few retards on a weird website are deranged and will dox you for saying something they have a slight disagreement with. And if you think that this is only going to get left-wingers doxed, you are sadly mistaken. It's going to get anyone who makes an edgy joke doxed. It's going to get anyone who you know, if doxing is a more widespread thing that people can do, you know, everyone will get doxed. Not everyone, but a lot of public figures who don't deserve it will continue to get doxed, more so than they already do. And the fact that a public figure who is, you know, just as much at risk of getting doxed, and you know what? If he gets doxed, I don't give a fuck. He deserves it, honestly. I'm not going to dox him, but if he's gonna defend doxing like this, which is obviously like doxing with malicious intent, but you know, the doxing of trans people on the basis of them being trans, of course, you know, then it's like, well, according to your own standard, you deserve to get doxed because there are people that don't like you that are capable of doxing you, so you deserve it, right? Oh, but that's different because reasons, I guess. I really want to debate this cunt. Holy shit, I liked Turkey Tom before he posted this shit. Holy fuck. I actually had respect for this guy. This guy was actually respectable. I liked his content. I thought his video essays were well put together. This is fucking embarrassing. This is beyond embarrassing. Holy shit. I've never seen such a bad fucking take. My god.
Thousands of people use my website, cannot say. These small reprieves from your laundry being available online will not last. You should accept that and move on with what remains of your short and mangled life. I also promise that if something were to happen, by some inconceivable force, the Kiwi Farms could not continue, that you personally will never live down what you have done, and you will never see a day where you are not known as a...
Done what? Who are they talking about? What? I'm confused. And sure, if somebody raped somebody else, that's bad. No fucking shit, okay? Obviously. But just because, like, okay, let's say there is a legitimately a rapist, okay? And that's not just them accusing a trans person of being a rapist because they're trans and they don't like trans people. Let's assume that that's legitimate. Okay, then that's the exception, not the rule. Kiwi Farms still causes more harm than good. Now, ultimately, if Kiwi Farms were to be like, okay, you know, we're gonna actually prevent, like, doxing unless it's like, okay, the person being doxed is being doxed for a legitimate reason, like, as in, like, they intend to commit a shooting, or they are a legitimate danger to society. And this doesn't mean just asserting that they are because you said so. This means there has to be some sort of evidence, concrete evidence of whatever they're being accused of, right? Being trans ain't gonna cut it. Saying, oh, they're a groomer because they're trans and they're transing the kids. That's not a good reason. That's a shit reason to dox somebody. Okay. If that's the standard of reasoning that is required, then I could justify doxing fucking anybody who has opened their mouth and said one singular sentence. Okay. Either way, Either way, like most of the doxing that happens on Kiwi farms, it's not like I haven't been to the site before. I've seen it. I see what goes on in those forums. They dox innocent people who don't deserve it because on the basis of them disliking them. That's all there is to it. They just don't like that person, and they'll make false accusations. They'll accuse them of being, pedophiles as some sort of justification or whatever the fuck, or accuse them of grooming because they don't like trans people. That's all there is to it. All right. But at the end of the day, it's like, whatever they accuse Keffals of, it's like, well, that doesn't matter. She's not putting anybody in danger. Nor are the other people that have been on, on Kiwi farms, right? Again, if you want to use Kiwi farms as a place to, like, dox legitimate threats to society, that's good. You're actually doing a good thing there. But as a rule, not as the exception, but as the rule, doxing causes way more fucking harm than good, okay? There needs to be something done about that, okay? Doxing being bad should be the rule, not the exception, right? The exception is, okay, here's one instance where it's fine.
The people you are threatening are not disappearing silently. There is a fortress being built one brick at a time with your help. The entire industry is learning who you are by your actions alone, and they will know what you are. A predator.
Wait, who are they talking about? Why? Stop this vague posting bullshit. Are they, like, what is this?
Off. So Null is claiming that a rapist, I don't know if this person is anything close to that, but he's claiming they're rapists.
Yeah, exactly. Even Tom doesn't know if the person's a rapist or not. It's probably just somebody they don't like. It's either someone who's a political figure that was on the forums, or it was a trans person that they don't like, or whatever. It wouldn't even surprise me if it was Keffals, and that they were accusing her of being a rapist. Like, some people are genuinely unhinged, right? I wouldn't be surprised. So, but people being unhinged should not be the cause of people's livelihood being fucking ruined. I will say, though, that I will say that this Waffles guy in his chat is based. He said pegging. I couldn't agree more. Anyways, let's continue.
Is trying to shut down Kiwi farms to hide the evidence of what they've done. And that
this is about you, isn't it, Tom? In his chat, yeah, true.
They were a part of the...
Why am I reading his chat? What the
drop
fuck?
Kiwi farm saying there's...
Fucking... This is how you know I've been streaming too much. I'm reading other people's chat as soon as I see it.
Some kind of slacktivist.
It's like, once I see a chat message, it's like, okay, time to read it.
What is the term?
It's like, if I'm not looking at chat, I'm not reading it. If I'm looking at it, I'm reading it.
He uses, which is basically just a term to be like someone who is a fake activist and is not genuinely, interested in doing anything good for any community or any side.
Okay, well, then that's an issue with that one individual person who is using a genuinely good movement for bad reasons. The same way that TERFs will use feminism, which at its core, obviously feminism as aesthetically has been tarnished by people that aren't actually feminists, right? People that just virtue signal and don't say things that are based on logic. But feminism at its core is just, men and women should have equal opportunity and be treated equally until there's like or shouldn't be treated differently on the basis of their gender or sex, right? But TERFs have taken that and they've ruined that for their own anti-trans agenda, right? But that doesn't mean that feminism is bad, right? The same logic applies here. Yeah, just because there's some bad person, let's say, that is against Kiwi farm, just because a bad person condemns another bad thing, it doesn't mean that bad thing is suddenly good, right? It's like, okay, yeah, okay, what if Hitler condemned, I don't know, like, I'm sure he's condemned something bad at some point, maybe. Okay, that doesn't mean he's a good person or that thing is good. Okay, like, what if,
politically, right? Someone who is a slacktivist is taking down his website, a website that has 1 million visitors a month.
I don't care. I don't care who does it. I think it's still a good thing that Kiwi Farms is getting fucked. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. If a rapist accidentally does a good thing, I could not care because they're vengeful or whatever the fuck. If they decide to take action against Kiwi Farms or whatever the fuck, because of the few instances in which the doxing was justified, and they're not targeting the person that doxed them, let's say, that doesn't negatively affect them, assuming that person that doxed them hasn't doxed anyone who, it wasn't deserving of being doxed, and we're assuming that the person is a predator, okay? Then, okay, whatever, in that instance, okay, well, he or she, whatever, I don't know if it's a trans person or not, or, whatever. It's like, okay, well, they're accidentally doing a good thing, right? Like, they're doing it for the wrong reasons, right? But I'm a consequentialist, so I believe that if he accidentally, or she accidentally, or they accidentally, I don't know who the fuck it is, you know, if they accidentally do something that leads to positive outcomes, that's better than nothing at all, right? It's like, okay, well, then, you know, maybe it was for the wrong reasons, but the site is fucked anyway. It's preventing doxing from happening to people that don't deserve it, right? Because that's most of the doxing. Most doxing is unjustified.
And obviously those 1 million visitors are very passionate about the site. They're very passionate about its existence. He's claiming...
Yes, they are a lot of... And I'm not saying this about all Kiwi Farms users. I don't know every single Kiwi Farms user individually, but from a lot of what I've seen, you know, a lot of what I've seen is they're very passionate about, you know, harassing trans people for no reason because they don't like trans people and whatnot, you know, spreading false accusations, doxing, you know, making threats, etc., trying to put people's lives in danger whenever possible. I mean, somebody in Tom's chat literally asks, Augie LGBTQ Keffals? Question mark. It's like what the fuck? Yeah, this is what I mean. It's like we don't know how unhinged this is. I don't know. I'm gonna assume from this point on that yeah, it's probably someone like Keffals who didn't actually do anything wrong. I mean, okay, that doesn't mean she's perfect. I mean, she's done shitty things before, but not like that, right? She you know, was in favor of deplatforming before she changed and became based. Yeah, she was annoying, but being annoying is not the same as being a predator.
I mean that,
and it does not mean that you deserve to get doxxed.
Claiming that this person's taking it down because they want to hide evidence of what they've done. So let's talk about that. Kiwi Farms is under attack, but the consequences don't merely apply to Kiwi Farms. It applies to all of us in this climate. Anyone falsely be accused of some sort of phobia, bigotry, or social crime without evidence and be destroyed.
Okay, wait, whoa. Under attack, but the consequences don't apply merely to Kiwi Farms. It applies to all of us? Who is us? You mean like transphobic people? The ones that like dox trans people for no reason, which is like a big portion of Kiwi Farms? Kiwi Farms is fine with that. They allow that on their website. They do nothing about it. They know it exists, but they're in favor of it, really. But that there is evidence of that. There is evidence of that. What do you want me to do though? Show somebody's dox on stream as evidence of that? That's what Hunter Avalone did. That's what he did one time. And he fucked up because he accidentally showed somebody's dox. That was why him and Keffals had drama. Was because of that. Because he was doing exactly what, he was collecting evidence on stream. And it's like, okay, well, like, what do you... If the evidence is the dox itself and like, okay, yeah, here's where to find the dox, here's why we're doxing them. It's like, okay, yeah, but then you're making the problem worse if you show the evidence, right? But I think it's very obvious to anyone who's been on Kiwi Farms. I've looked at Kiwi Farms. It's like, it's not like this cool place where a bunch of centrists get together to target actual pedophiles like Onision, okay? If they were doxing Onision, I wouldn't care. Right, that would be fine. Whatever. He's a groomer. Like, he's a genuine groomer. Like, a genuine groomer, right? Like, he's unambiguously a groomer, right? But, like, Keffals? No. Nah, you shouldn't be doxing Keffals, right? Like, she hasn't really done anything to warrant that, right? But that's something that's happened. And she's had to move because of it. That's fucking expensive. That's terrifying, etc. And her life was in genuine danger. So, to claim that Kiwi Farms, it's a great site that shouldn't be under attack, no. To claim, now, that doesn't mean that every single post on Kiwi Farms is bad, obviously. Like, it doesn't mean that, right? It's like, not everything on Kiwi Farms is going to be bad. But the bad outweighs the good, that's the point. The bad, like, the small amount of good that there might be on Kiwi Farms of, like, genuine predators getting doxxed does not justify the monumentally larger amount of bad it causes. And I would think that someone like Turkey Tom would understand that it's better if people don't get falsely accused of things and that innocent people don't get fucked over for no reason, while guilty people might be more likely to get away with it. He would probably prefer that over at least in a vacuum, prefer that over, the other way around, like the inverse of that, of everyone, like, oh yeah, innocent people get fucked over, but also, you're more likely to get fucked over if you actually do something bad. I think he would agree that, okay, yeah, it's better if everyone is seen as innocent than if everyone is seen as guilty, right? Same logic applies here. It's better if no one's life is ruined than if everyone's life is ruined. Okay, I don't think he's the type of person to think that it's worth ruining innocent people's lives on the off chance that you end up, like catching an actual pedophile, right? He would agree with me on that. I mean, he knows about the Slazo situation, and I'm not new to his content. I used to watch him, It's like, oh, here's a cool YouTuber that makes nice video essays. I used to watch this shit. He made good videos, but this is fucking insane. Like how far he's fallen. Like, he's fallen off so hard. Holy shit.
Shut down, hashtag Kiwi Farms. And here we have this other post from...
Like, again, he doesn't realize how being afraid of... Like, if every public figure is afraid of getting doxxed for saying something controversial, it's at the end of the day, free speech gets reduced, whether you like it or not, Tom.
No, this is a newer post. Freedom of speech on the internet in the United States will be permanently broken unless all tech creates a stronghold together. The underlying...
No. That's not how it works. Tom, you do realize that freedom of speech is impacted negatively. Okay, you're not able to share as many opinions without being in danger if doxing is allowed for anybody. If you can just dox anybody and not face consequences, and there's like an easy place to do it and to find it and to post it slash whatever, so that those people are in danger, then you're not ever then you're going to be less likely to feel safe sharing left-wing opinions that are more further left. But of course you don't care about that, Tom. You don't care if left-wingers are able to share their opinions because you don't like their opinions. You disagree with them. So because you disagree with them, you think it's okay for them to be in genuine danger for sharing their opinions. Of course you think that that's okay, because you don't actually care about freedom of speech. It's freedom of speech for me, but not for thee. That is your mindset, Tom. That is what you believe right now, whether you realize it or not. That is the ultimate outcome of what you're advocating for, okay?
Lying infrastructure that makes up the internet has been mapped out and attacked. A single dedicated person can deny thousands of people a platform online. No person...
With the doxing, because it's like, well, if you get doxed, if you're at risk of getting doxed, you gotta walk on eggshells, right? Right? So that's an anti-free speech approach. It's insane. And right-wingers will claim, oh yeah, I care so much about free speech. Oh yeah, but they don't. They're against free speech. They're in favor of things that prevent free speech. So long as it doesn't prevent their free speech. Because they don't actually care about free speech as a general concept like I do. They care about free speech, their ability to say whatever they want, right? They care about... That's why they're against big tech censorship, even though it's legal. But they're against, censoring Kiwi farms. Because whatever... Because doxing is technically legal, and it's like, well, only in certain circumstances. Usually it's not, because it's used to target people most of the time, right? People that don't usually even deserve it.
By Liz Wong Jones with bankrolling and support from Honeycomb, a San Francisco tech company. He works as a C-level executive. Now, in fairness, I believe Liz Wong Jones is trans, so when I refer to Liz, I'm going to respect her pronouns, not only because...
Congratulations, you got one thing right.
Because, I believe in respecting those pronouns, but also...
Good job, Tom. You earned a little bit of respect back. Now you're gonna have to, establish that you actually changed your mind and that you're not in favor of people getting doxxed for no reason simply because you think that will improve your free speech absolutist mindset in terms of that being a thing, even though it does the complete opposite. It's similar to it's like a paradox, right? If free speech includes like free speech that causes objective and measurable harm, like doxing, it's a paradox because it prevents free speech. The same way that the tolerance paradox exists. If we tolerate intolerance, then tolerance cannot exist. It's a similar concept, right? There are paradoxes like this that are counterintuitive to some people, but I think that they should be fairly straightforward, and anyone who even spends 5 seconds thinking about it should understand it. But at the end of the day, I don't think that this person on screen right now, they probably didn't even do anything. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Also because YouTube greatly encourages me to respect those pronouns, and I like YouTube. So
yeah, that's probably the real reason. Let's be real.
From that perspective, I think it's important to respect YouTube's wishes. That being said,
yeah, it's YouTube's wishes. There's not. He doesn't actually care, right? Boy. And it's like people, like, it's like his audience is so, like, terminally online. It's like, I'm not all of them. I mean, I used to be a part of his audience. To be fair, though, I'm kind of terminally online, let's be real. But not, like, you know, on these types of forums, you know, doxing trans people for no reason.
when I read this material, I'm just going to read what Null said.
But it's like, how do you know that, this person is actually guilty of what they're being accused of, okay? People on these types of forums falsely accuse people of things all the time.
So
it's like it's the boy who cried wolf. I don't know, doing something so outrageous that free speech itself is threatened is wild. Doing something so outrageous that free speech is threatened is wild. If they're saying what I think they are, or the way it comes across to me, which is what I've been saying, is yes, if you're doing something so outrageous like doxing that free speech itself is threatened, yeah, that is wild. It's like, why would you defend that? I don't know if that's what they're saying or not. It's kind of confusing. But if they're talking about the site getting DDoSed, yeah, no. Putting people's lives in danger when they say things you don't like is not free speech, you fucking idiot. You're an actual moron if you think that. If you believe that, then you'll have to bite the bullet that yelling fire in a movie theater is also free speech, and that you should be allowed to do that as well. But of course, you're not actually going to take that absolutist approach. You're going to pretend to be a free speech pseudo-absolutist like me when you don't care about free speech. Again.
Null is alleging that this person, Liz Wong Jones, is destroying the internet, and that she is basically working with a San Francisco tech company called Honeycomb, which I assume is this Honeycomb.io. Honeycomb scores $50 million.
I don't know. It seems like what she's doing is based. I have no problem with her doing what she's doing. Maybe she did some bad shit. She did some bad shit, maybe. But I mean, look at his chat. Like, yeah, that's fucking. Oh my god.
Investment as observability platform thrives, and he's claiming that this person is using their tools to DDoS the farms. The Kiwi Farms and my person have never been accused of any crime at any level of U.S. law enforcement. We've never lost a lawsuit. We operate.
I don't care if they've lost lawsuits or not. It's like, again, whether or not you lose a lawsuit, it does not dictate the morality.
Transparently within the boundaries of the First Amendment in U.S. law, which is true. Once again, whatever you think of Kiwi Farms, you can't say they're doing anything illegal. They're not.
I don't care if they're doing anything illegal. I care if they're doing something that causes an obvious, objective, moral harm. You know, the same way that you care about big tech censorship. You know, oh no, you know, I got banned on Twitter because they're censoring me. You whine about that, which is fine. I've whined about that as well. That's happened to me. I've been banned from Twitter for making a joke that was too funny. You know, I get that. But don't then go on to say that oh, well, it's within the company's rights to do this, so it's okay. No, that's fucking retarded. Okay, if they're doing something that you know, if they're platforming things that are anti-free speech, that you know, reduce free speech in terms of actual opinions you're sharing, because you know, sending, like, spreading, like, posting somebody's address is not an opinion. Those are jokes.
Best to take it down, which I believe that Null is acting in good faith when he says that. We operate.
I fundamentally disagree. I think Null is schizo.
Apparently within the boundaries of the First Amendment in U.S. law.
I'm not gonna have any, like, those, like, people like that are so bad faith that it's like I can't assume, like, best case. I'm not gonna be charitable to Null.
Despite this, Liz has taken it upon himself.
It's like people will just say anything
Under the banner of his company to do the following. Directly contact ISPs to lie about the Kiwi Farms, alleging criminal behavior and insinuating threats unless we already platformed. If those ISPs do not relent, the family of data center employees become targets. I was informed.
And we don't, like, again, I don't even know how much of this is true. I mean, yeah, like, come on. It's like, yeah, okay. Alleging criminal behavior. I mean, so there might be criminal behavior. I don't know. I mean, from what I understand, there has been. Now, whether or not they get charged for it, like, doing something illegal and getting caught doing it in a way that they can be prosecuted for are not even the same thing, right? It's like, okay, you know, if you do something, if you're, you know, speeding 100 miles over the speed limit, okay, you're or some shit, you're going, or yeah, I don't know, you're going 150 and a 50, okay, If you do that, but there's no police officers around, you may not get caught doing it. You don't suffer any repercussions. You don't get, criminal charges. You don't face anything. That doesn't mean that it was any more legal. I make jokes saying it's not illegal if you don't get caught, but the reason I make that joke is because I don't care about legality. I care about morality. But Tom doesn't care about morality, it seems. He doesn't even know what a moral framework is. I guess he's never thought about right and wrong in terms of things that go beyond legality, unless it's big tech censorship, in which case then it's bad, even though it's legal. I mean, I agree, big tech censorship is bad, but that it's not illegal. So why do you have an issue with it? Like, what? Well, but you don't have an issue with kiwi farms? Like, come on, that's fucking retarded.
A wife of an ISP C-level executive was contacted directly by Liz Fong Jones at early morning hours for what he called a girl talk. If the ISP still don't relent, he then goes after the data center directly and insists the defamatory claims that we are a criminal enterprise, again insinuating
it's not even defamatory. I would say, yeah, if nothing else, they border on criminal activity. I mean, yeah, if they're allowing people to get it, like the same way that, yeah, if you hosted child porn or you allowed people to post that, yeah, that would be criminal activity, right? Same thing with allowing people to, have, dox people for the sake of harassing them, right? Because as like a part of a broader harassment campaign. I mean, we know that's illegal. We looked it up. Not to mention that's in the U.S. I guarantee you it's illegal in other countries as well. And so unless, the kiwi farms is, only available in countries where doxing is technically illegal. I mean, maybe that's the case. I don't know. I've never tried using a Canadian VPN on there to see, is it legal in Canada? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, or a British VPN. It's like, okay, I've used a VPN, but like the VPN goes to New York. So like, it's
threat.
Or did it go to Chicago? I don't know. It went somewhere. But like it was another state.
If those data centers do not relent, their families also become targets. I'm aware of an engineer's wife who lost her job in a completely different industry because of harassment directed towards her employer. If there's no women to attack, he then goes after the other clients of the data center, involving them so that they start complaining and threatening to move as to her the business. To the best of my knowledge, this comes almost entirely from Liz Fong.
I mean, the business, if nothing else, is unethical, right? Can you at least acknowledge that? Like, come on.
Jones through paper mail, telephone calls, and his honeycomb.io email, but it's very hard to get direct confirmation. These scare tactics work such that once people cut us off, I'm rarely given an explanation.
Scare tactics? Isn't that ironic? You mean scare tactics like doxing? Is that not a scare tactic? God damn. People are so fucking stupid. It's like, oh, you're against scare tactics, but only when they're against people that you agree with. But if they're used against people you disagree with, then they're fine. That's why you're okay with scare tactics being used in terms of like, oh, yeah, if somebody says something that's too left-leaning, I'll dox them. Like, it's a pro-censorship position just through different means, right? It's because you want people you don't like to get censored. That's why you're against big tech censorship, because right-wingers can also be censored by that. But you're in favor of, doxing, because it's like, oh, well, most people who are, degenerate enough to dox people are right-wingers. So that, it'll make people too scared to, be left-wingers or whatever the fuck, right? Scare trans people back into the closet, whatever the fuck, I don't know.
What I am told is done anonymously through underlings in the company. Liz Fong Jones and his company have done a very good job of intimidating people into submission and keeping them quiet. This effort...
Oh, isn't that ironic? You mean like when you dox political figures to keep them quiet, or like threaten to dox, or, yeah, no... Yeah. Doxing people can never be used for that, which it is on kiwi farms, by the way.
Is to hide a rape accusation. We've archived Liz Fong Jones' direct admission that a person in Zurich accused him of some form of sexual assault. His strategy was to minimize the sexual assault claim as a mere consent accident and downplay it as a bizarre misunderstanding of...
I don't... Again, there's no evidence of anything happening. They're not sourcing anything. They're just kind of asserting shit. So it's obviously... It's like, oh, yeah, I don't know if that was the person's response or whatever or some shit, but I guarantee you that, like, okay, it's whatever he's reading is not trustworthy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna take their word for it. That's fucking stupid. Okay, my standard of evidence is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And nobody has proved that whoever the fuck this person is, I don't even know who they are, is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Over dog hair. It is
Like, come on.
Not possible to know the specifics of the original claim because all evidence, except Liz Wong Jones' tweets admitting it happened, have been removed from the internet. This crusade started in 2018 when Liz Wong Jones, then an employee of Google, used his corporate at lizf@google.com email address to intimidate my email provider. This was super
good. You deserve it. Fuck you.
Protect Trans Lifeline from evidence.
This is what you get for you know, doing something that increases the amount of censorship in a weird way. And I've already explained this.
We hosted, showing that their company was embezzling money. This
allowing quote-unquote speech, which isn't really speech, but it is more along the lines of scare tactics, aka doxing, and whatnot. Allowing that decreases free speech because you're encouraging scare tactics that are used against people who have controversial opinions, which is what free speech is meant to protect. So Tom is fundamentally opposed to free speech as a concept now. It's very sad. Wow, he fell off. I thought he was, you know, I used to think he was a pseudo-absolutist in terms of free speech like me, but either he changed or he was lying. Man. Sad to see how the mighty have fallen, or how far I don't know. Whatever.
Claim was true, and the directors were ousted for injuring more than $300,000 of charity funds for personal expenses, a value which has been filed with the IRS under penalty of perjury, confirming what the Kiwi Farms
I don't care about that anyway. It's like, even if the person is, like, genuinely, like, in the wrong in that one instance, I don't care. Kiwi Farms is still a shitty site. I mean, I've seen instances in which, yeah, they're doxing innocent people who I know are innocent. Or, you know, I know at the very least that there isn't enough proof to substantiate any claim made against them. You know, I looked for it and I couldn't find it. You know, it's just that they don't like trans people. They accuse them of being groomers with no evidence and whatnot, and they you know, and they just want to ruin those people's lives, and they make it very obvious. But Kiwi Farms is fine with that. They thrive off of that. That's why I have a problem with the website. They're not like this innocent, like, oh, you know, occasionally someone might get doxxed, oopsie daisy, and it only happens when it's a genuine predator. No, it's like most of the people that get doxxed there don't deserve to get doxxed. It's literally just trans people that Kiwi Farms people don't like. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Documented for months, in which Liz Wong Jones attempted to cover up. When ISPs want to help us, data centers can censor them. When data centers want to help us, internet backbones, Zayo, Cogent, GTT, NTT can censor them. When we have an ISP, data center, and contractors with backbones to stay online, they organize abuse towards other
Yeah, they're gonna censor all the IP addresses, oh no, and all the house addresses. Yeah, that's censorship. The same way that not being able to yell fire in a movie theater is censorship. You fucking idiot.
Customers can still force them to censor us. So basically what Null's saying here is that this person is, you know, harassing any business that associates with the Kiwi Farms despite not doing anything illegal. There are two...
that's not my personal favorite strat. I don't think... Like, I guess it depends. Like, if Kiwi Farms uses a business, but at that point, it's like, okay, there's multiple layers to it. It's like, okay, I'm not sure if I would... It's like, just target Kiwi Farms, not like other businesses that are mildly related to Kiwi Farms, right? I don't know. I guess if that's like consequentially the only way you can lead to whatever positive outcome you're looking for, you want people to not get doxxed. It's like, okay.
Two possible solutions to this. One, legal protections for
whatever.
Forcing carriers to be content neutral so that when threatened, they can claim I legally cannot deplatform the service, and or two, a content neutral carrier platform in the US supported by a collection of alt tech companies where such threats do not work. There are various data...
I mean, you can even see it. It's like, yeah, someone saying Truan's mad, goddamn. It shows what these people actually believe, right? It's like, okay, so you just don't like trans people, and you want trans people to get doxxed. That's what you're saying. The reason that, I don't know. I don't think that Tom is okay with trans people anymore, because even though he respects the pronouns, I think he's only doing that because of YouTube TOS, right? He wants money, right? But I do believe that he is genuinely in favor of more trans people getting doxxed, because he doesn't like trans people. You know, he's following down a pipeline, and it's sad, and it honestly just makes him look weak and pathetic. He has no moral framework. He has no actual philosophy he goes with. He's a loser. He's sad and pathetic. He's more of a cuck than Sneeko, honestly. Like he's like, intellectually speaking, he is a cuck, right? You know, he's so stupid that he's willing to be anti-free speech without even realizing it. It's like, wow. Like, you're simping for these, like, fucking deranged retards who want to dox every trans person they ever see. It's like, how do you defend that?
in the U.S. with dignity, but they
Like, you have to be to simp for them, you have to be a complete cuck.
have little choice in their careers, companies, and families are under attack by dangerous perverts. And this is the case you can.
As opposed to the non-dangerous posting and leaking of people's addresses so that other people can swat them. Yeah, no, that's not what's dangerous. What's dangerous is people preventing that from happening. Okay, yeah, sure.
Complain about cancel culture all you want. The people who want to support.
I think that everyone I think the people who made Kiwi Farms should be doxxed. Genuinely. Again, that's the exception though, not the rule. Okay? The people who made that site, right? Who are clearly in favor of all trans people, getting doxxed whenever possible. Doxing as many trans people as possible seems to be their goal. And as a result of that, I think that they deserve to get doxxed. It's giving them a taste of their own medicine. Everyone else though, who doesn't have this retarded standard of doxing is always okay, I don't think that anyone else should get banned. Doxed. Like, you have to do something really shitty. You have to be a threat to society for me to be okay with you getting doxed, right? Or you have to be, like, in favor of innocent people getting doxed to deserve it, right? AKA, like, if you're Turkey Tom, I wouldn't be sad if he got doxed. It's like, well, you're in favor of it. This is what you wanted, right? Oh, but again, freedom of speech for me, but not for thee. And it's okay when other people get doxed, but not me. I get it. You're not actually consistent. You don't care about logic anymore. You are delusional. You're brainwashed. It's fucking sad and embarrassing.
Farms. But at the end of the day, when people are trying to hurt their business, when people are harassing them, when people are losing their jobs, they're going to think of themselves and their families first. And so you can't really blame these people for
their families. Yeah, they're families that are fed off of the because they're trans people getting doxxed for no reason. That's worth it. Okay, sure. Okay, all right.
Or when they get contacted by someone
like shut the fuck up. Like, stop pretending to care about morals. You've already established you don't give a shit about morals. You're in favor of doxing innocent people. Here's somebody in chat being even more overt. Jimbo fucking Johnson, this fucking loser is like, it's not just the consent accident, it's covering the embezzling in the Trans Lifeline charity. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, what? Yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, but it has nothing to do with, doxing innocent trans people so that their lives are in danger to try and force them back into the closet. Yeah, no.
In this case, according to Nolan,
or to prevent them from speaking out against right-wingers. Yeah, no, that's not the reason.
The way is Liz Wong Jones for having to cower to this kind of situation. Because what do you do?
Like, do you think that I'm not, like, somebody who's like, oh, shit, do you think that, like, that people like me don't ever, like, get slightly paranoid that, oh, what if something happens that I don't know about? And then it, it causes it to be possible to find this information that I thought no one was going to have access to, right? It's like, yeah, like, it makes people paranoid, right? And it's like, oh, I don't want to upset these people. And it's like, at the end of the day, I don't care who I upset anymore. Because it's like, I'm not going to walk in eggshells because other people are going to use, fear tactics against me. Because, I'm afraid of getting doxxed, therefore I can't talk about this. No. I believe in freedom of speech. I believe you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. These people don't. These people are anti-free speech. They want to use doxing as a means to deplatform people. Okay? In case you didn't hear me, in case I wasn't incredibly fucking clear there, all right, let me repeat myself. These people want to use doxing as a means to deplatform and silence people. Okay? Anyone who disagrees with me on that is just objectively wrong. That is what they want, obviously. They want to censor trans people and trans allies. It's that simple. They want to scare people so that it's like, oh no. Because at the end of the day, they're scared of reality. They're scared of the truth. They're scared of trans people. That's it. They're scared of reality. And they're just hateful people who are genuinely evil. That's,
When someone's threatening your livelihood, when someone's threatening the livelihood of your family, that,
out of context, you would think he's saying something good. Yeah, threatening the, you know, your livelihood or the you know, your family's livelihood. You mean like what happens when people get doxxed, you fucking idiot?
Your kids depend on. It's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah. You mean like when the kids will depend on a content creator who got doxxed and then they get swatted? Oh, yeah. Okay, but they don't matter. It's the people who allow that to happen that matter. Okay.
You know, it really is. It really is a tough situation. Kiwi farms are still men. Nobody wants to associate with them. I mean, what?
Which is good.
Whether or not you want to associate with them, if you want to take a principled position on anything.
You're the one not taking a principled position, you fucking idiot. I've already established what the principled position is, and it's not yours. You are in favor of allowing people to have a method of basically silencing and deplatforming people by scaring them with things like doxing and swatting. That's what you're in favor of. You don't want people to be able to give their opinions without being at risk of their livelihood being ruined, or, you know, their lives themselves being threatened, because it hasn't affected you, so you don't care. But I guarantee you, Tom's position on this would change as soon as, you know, somebody doxes him because he said something that they don't like. And that's that's the reason I think that, you know, I wouldn't be sad if it happened, because it would give him a reality check, you know, because he needs it. He needs a reality he needs a fucking reality check. He's promoting doxing. He's in favor of it. I don't understand.
This has to be it, right? The right for websites that are not breaking the law to exist. If Kiwi...
What? I don't care if it breaks the law. I care if it puts people's lives in danger. You think I care about whether or not it's legal? Again, legality is not morality. But oh, it's bad when big tech censorship happens, but when people on kiwi farms, you know, dox people as a means of basically threatening people's lives in order to silence them, oh, that's okay. That should be allowed. That's fine. We want more of that. You know, we need to defend their right to censor people. You fucking idiot. It's like, oh yeah, how dare you, you know, not respect their right to you know, take away other people's rights, basically. In this case, it's a free speech one. How dare you not respect their freedom of speech that they're using, you know, they're not freedom of speech, but, you know, a site that's, you know, working within the confines of legality, which they're probably not. They're doing shady shit. Let's be real. It's like, come on. This is fucking stupid. This is the most brain-dead take. Even most conservatives aren't this fucking dumb. Like, I guarantee you, like, if I showed this to a Christian fundamentalist, they would say that Tom is being a fucking retard here. At least if they see my analysis, they're gonna agree with me, even if they disagree with me on most things, right? Like, for instance, if I were to show this to the Christian fundamentalist guy that I debated, we agreed on fucking nothing, but I guarantee you he would agree with me on this, okay? He would. I guarantee it. Because at least he would take a principled approach, unlike Tom, yet despite what he claims to take. It's so ironic.
Kiwi farms, and if someone proved to me that Kiwi farms was consistently breaking some kind of law, I can't say anything to that. If they are, then...
Yes, because morality is dictated by legality, as we all know.
Like, they should be taken down. But if not...
But if not, what they're doing is justifiable? Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. Like, what is this fucking bullshit? Like, oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's okay as long as it's legal. Slavery used to be legal. Okay? Like, okay, was it right back then? Was it okay to you know, own and probably mistreat slaves because it was legal? Or, again, your morality is not really dictated by legality. Again, and you're obviously morally opposed to CP. Oh, why do you draw the line there? But ruining people's lives, you know, in one way is fine, you know, like, for instance, ruining people's lives on the sole basis of them being trans by doxing them, that's fine for you. But ruining a child's life by, you know, using them for CP, that's where you draw the line. But at the end of the day, the reason it's bad is because someone's life gets ruined or heavily influenced in a negative way. That's it.
Then I don't give a shit. They should stay up. There's nothing preventing an attack on less offensive
yes, doxing is good, everyone.
services. Given enough time and opportunity, it will happen to you. So he's basically saying this could happen to any other, you know?
Yeah, well, doxing could happen to anyone. Okay, Tom could get doxed, and you know what? I wouldn't give a shit. Since he defends the right to dox, he should be the one getting doxed.
any other website on the internet. This could happen to any other website, any other person who's hosting content that is legal. If Liz Fong Jones or someone else wants to DDoS attack your website, if she wants to, at least according to Null.
Well, I don't think it's important enough, right? Like, if I think that ultimately, yeah, if you were to DDoS, and frankly, I don't think you should be able to DDoS sites in general. Like, as a general rule of thumb, obviously, DDoSing is bad. But in this one instance, it's okay. The same way how doxing as a rule is generally bad. But if you doxed Onision, right, like that would be a little bit different, right? Or, you know, even that would be a little bit of a stretch because it's like, okay, you know, that might put his kids in danger, and then because he has kids, so that would be kind of shitty, right? So you'd have to like. But I do remember an instance, and you know, where somebody was like threatening to like commit some sort of, or I think it was on like Newgrounds. Someone was like gonna like commit a shooting or something, or do something really fucking bad. That's like obviously bad. In that case, doxing is fine, but that's the exception. Same thing here. DDoSing being okay is the exception, not the rule. Okay, you don't get to just apply nuance to one thing but not the other. You don't get to be like, oh well, doxing has nuance but not DDoSing. Or, oh, the difference is one is legal? Legality is not morality, you fucking idiot.
Contact people who work with you, it could be very bad for you. And even beyond that, you know, let's say this person has journalism contacts and can fuck with you. That's a terrible situation to be in. And so I think from that perspective, people need to side with Null on this. I hope he figures it out.
Really? Yeah, I'm gonna side. Yeah, we should all side with the doxers. Yeah, the doxers of innocent trans people. We should side with them. You know, we should, because they deserve the right to silence trans people that they disagree with. They deserve that right, you know? But oh no, the big tech censorship has gone too far! You know, it's okay when these people, you know, use, like, really shitty tactics that are legal, you know, legal in quotations, right? You know, it's okay when they use legal tactics to censor people, but as soon as big tech censors me, they've gone too far. I think none of it is okay. I don't think big tech censorship is good or justifiable, and I don't think that individual people using fear tactics to censor people they don't like is okay either. And Kiwi Farms is a platform that enables censorship, whether you realize it or not. I know that's counterintuitive, but being able to share opinions is more important to freedom of speech than being able to share IP addresses. You fucking idiot.
It out. I don't know what there is to be done about this right now other than talk about it on my stream. But as more developments come, I'll try to cover them on my stream as well.
Best case scenario is IP addresses. Worst case scenario is like your fucking address, right?
Still a toxic site? I mean, I just don't care if it's a toxic site.
It's not about whether it's a toxic site, obviously. No shit. I don't care if it's toxic. I'm toxic sometimes. But still, it's not about toxicity. It's about putting people's lives in danger, and why that's wrong.
Toxic site or not, I think it's within its right to exist. That's my take on that. Now we also have this archive. This is an archive.
So I noticed somebody in his chat too that said something really stupid. The caliber of the person who opposes Kiwi Farms led me to support the site. This is what I mean when I say people are like this are fucking retarded. It's like, oh yeah, if one person does something that's kind of sketchy or bad to another person, then that means that other person is in the right automatically. You know, there's no such thing as multiple parties being in the wrong at the same time. That never happens. Holy shit. It's insane. It's genuinely insane. And ultimately, I think the outcome of Kiwi Farms being DDoSed is a good one. I think that it is beneficial to people in general to not have their personal information get leaked because they're trans. That's fucking retarded.
Site. Toxic site or not, I think it's within its right to exist. That's my take on that. Now we also have this.
It's not about whether it's toxic. I'm fine with toxicity. Toxicity is perfectly acceptable. I don't think that should be censored. Are you kidding me? Have you seen the shit I say? I'm fine with toxicity. I'm not fine with doxing and putting people's lives in danger. Holy shit.
This archive. This is an archive of the Liz Fong Jones thread, I believe. Liz Fong Jones, Elliot William Fong, consent accident enjoyer, ex-Google employee, nepotistic sex pest, Robert Czar lookalike who wants authority over the internet. So we're going to read about this consent accident because I'm sure a lot of you guys are curious about this. Here we have a tweet.
I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Whether or not they're a grapist, I could not care less about. I don't care if a rapist accidentally does something right. That doesn't mean that it's automatically wrong because of who did it. I care about the action itself. Oh my god. Every word that Sir Femyoz is spewing is nothing but in a righteous direction true. I think this chap is only doing this for attention, or since he is young, he must be doing this for the trend of being an idiot. After all, I don't find myself disagreeing with Femyoz. Yeah, exactly. It's because I'm actually reasonable. I'm genuinely like a free speech pseudo absolutist, right? You know, only exceptions are like doxing, yelling fire in a movie theater, etc. You get the point, right? That's the only exceptions I make. But man, sleep deprivation is a literal torture method. Don't be like Vash. Don't torture yourself. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. DDoS attacks fucking suck. Yeah, I agree that DDoS attacks fucking suck. But what sucks more is people getting doxed and swatted. If the DDoS attack is happening in a way that ultimately prevents people from getting doxed by whoever's getting DDoSed, that DDoS thing, the DDoSing is actually warranted. Again, the same way that doxing would be warranted if it was used to prevent a shooter from committing a shooting, right? Like that. I mean, I think that's happened before. You know, either way, I don't think that, you know, the rule. Or, sorry, the exception is the rule. But anyways. Man. What a fucking awful video that was. But, yeah. My god. Holy shit. I came on the stream 6 hours ago. Congratulations. I'm pro vigilante. What's all this, ballsack talk about the fucking law? True. Who fucking cares if something is legal? That's relativistic and irrelevant, frankly. I don't care if slavery used to be legal. Why, greetings, Sir Femyoz, we meet again. Now, what is this current topic of this lively broadcast? Greetings and salutations, Sir Hawthorne. We were talking about Turkey Tom's new latest terrible opinion because he's pro-censorship now. How do you think that Tom is transphobic? Because he's in favor of you know, Kiwi farms, you know, being allowed to dox innocent trans people. Because we all know that that's what Kiwi farms was really used for. It's not like the Keffals situation is a secret. We all know how Kiwi farms was used to dox Keffals. This isn't a mystery. This isn't a secret. Okay, doxing is bad. Okay, it's used to 100% sure Tom was doxed before. Well, he deserves it. He deserves it because he's in favor of doxing. He is in favor of a site being able to dox. That's what he wants. Because at the end of the day, he thinks that Kiwi Farms isn't going to dox him, so he doesn't care. Because, you know, it's doxing people he doesn't like. It doxes people like Keffals, and he doesn't like Keffals, so that's okay. But yeah, I don't know what would break him out of his delusional take either, Olivia Bean. Holy shit. They're not just a rapist, they embezzled money once? Doesn't that make you hate them more? Yeah, exactly. It's so dumb. Oh no, not the cat ears falling. True, I hate when that happens. Even the rank and file of Kiwi Farm don't trust Null anymore. He's considered scum even by them. Good. Yeah, there are some based Kiwi Farms users, I'm sure, that, like, aren't actually in favor of doxing innocent people. Like, I'm sure there are people that would only dox people like Onision, right? If there's somebody on Kiwi Farms only doxing people like Onision, or, you know, even if it's Matt Walsh, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe you shouldn't dox Matt Walsh, but, like, okay, it's Matt Walsh, okay? It's Matt Walsh. He's literally evil, right? You know, he spreads hateful rhetoric. He's an objective harm to society, right? That's the difference. Though I'm not even condoning that necessarily. I don't think anything's actually changed. The subject is just his red pulsing weak point. Yeah, I don't know. He's in a similar zone to Asmongold. I don't know. He's center right if you add it all together. Nah, he's just right wing now. He's just right wing. I mean, he's anti-free speech. That is a far right thing. Okay, center-right people are pro-free speech. Okay, if he was center-right, he would still be a pseudo-free speech absolutist. I'm a pseudo-free speech absolutist who's left, but still. But he is in favor of you know, there being easy methods for silencing people that he doesn't like. That's what he wants. That's why he wants Kiwi Farms to exist. Hello, Sky Games, welcome. They were chasing Keffals to another fucking continent. There was nowhere on the planet she could run without stalkers showing up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But, oh, no. How poor innocent owners of Kiwi Farms might, lose their business that they've already made a fuck ton of money off of if it's even profitable. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I don't know if Tom is interpersonally transphobic, but he's in favor of doing things that spread like he's in favor of you know, trans people being silenced for no reason. He's in favor of that, whether he realizes it or not. So even if he's not like personal, if he doesn't feel any ill will towards trans people, that doesn't mean that he isn't transphobic. He is in favor of, well, you know, the ability to silence trans people on the basis of them being trans. I don't think Tom is transphobic. I just think he's has a massive blind spot. Yeah, I don't know. This is just such a bad take. There's no way somebody is this fucking stupid. I just can't believe that Tom, who has made good video essays in the past, is this fucking stupid. He has to be acting in bad faith. There's no way that he's this fucking stupid without being transphobic. There's no way. He has to know what the implications are, right? Is he really that stupid? I don't know, actually. Fuck. That's hard to say. Yeah, at the moment we are being okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're covering that, yeah. Pretty sure there is an exception, but it's an about of trouble. Yeah, but okay, but yes, but if you're DDoSing a doxer who doxes innocent people, that's a good thing, right? And that it's just the same thing, but on a mass scale, right? Oh, good to know that you returned to grace with your profound. Oh wait, you're responding to Glitch Falp. I think Chap is only doing this for attention. Oh wait, I already read that. She didn't need it to. Wait, what? Okay, wait, hold on. Doxing is definitely a fucking no-no. Exactly. Hell yeah, your chat is a glorious free-for-all. We all just choose to be wholesome because it gives us the warm fuzzies. And being mean takes more energy. Yeah, exactly. But, like, it's like you could be mean if you wanted. It's like, oh, it's almost like, you know, free speech is a good thing. Even though I'm well within my rights to, you know, ban everybody for no reason, I don't do that because it's still morally wrong, even though it's not illegal. Maybe not morally wrong. Maybe it's like, okay, I guess I don't even know what the morality of that would be. I guess consequentially it would negatively affect me more than anybody else if I did that, really. Kiwi Farms didn't dox Keffals. It was Encyclopedia. Oh, bullshit. Yeah, okay, yeah, oh yeah, Kiwi Farms just took the docs and archived it to make it more publicly available when it was still private information. Okay. Sure. I don't care what people used to dox Keffals. It's still wrong, and it was still used maliciously. Toki, what the fuck is this doxing apologia bullshit? Why are you defending this? Are you actually as stupid as Turkey Tom? I thought you were above this. I mean, you do watch Augie RFC too much, but... Has anyone drank water? It is important to stay hydrated. That includes you, Sir Femyoz. Say, I'll drink water. She didn't need to IRL stream. I don't care. Oh, yes. Well, you see, you did an IRL stream. Therefore, doxing is now okay because you streamed a certain way that was maybe not that smart. You fucking idiot. Holy shit. And she took effort to conceal her location. They just found a really obscure detail that she had no idea could be used to find her. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm scared about. With me. But I still say whatever the fuck I want, right? Because it's like, okay, you know, I'm a political figure. You know, that means I'm inherently more at risk. I don't care if Encyclopedia Dramatica is a website. If that's where she was doxed originally, if that's where the original detail came from, and then it just got spread on Kiwi Farms, well, then neither of those sites should be able to exist. Because they're both used to, well, dox people who don't deserve to be doxed. And it's not just Keffals either. And I'm not going to say who these people are. And this is one of the few instances, okay? All right? This is one of the few instances where I will ask you to take my word for it, okay? Because otherwise I would be doxing people myself or spreading a dox. You're going to have to take my word for it when I say that I have seen people on Kiwi farms dox trans people on the basis of them being trans. I've seen it, okay? And this is why, I'm honest all the time. I don't do that to, morally grandstand, right? I do it so that in instances where I literally cannot show evidence of what I've seen, that y'all have to, trust me, right? You're gonna have to trust me when I've seen that shit on Kiwi farms. It's not even just Keffals. Okay, I've seen people go out of their way to dox other people because they're trans and they don't like trans people. That's it. That's it. That's all there is to it. They don't have any actual reason to do it. So it's not like this, and it's not even that uncommon either. It's fucking everywhere you look. Not everywhere you look, but it's not something that you can't find. But again, I'm not gonna say who is doxxed, because then it's like, oh, you can just search their name and then Kiwi farms. But to be clear, I don't care for Kiwi farms. I don't care that it was taken down. Okay, based. It's a good thing that it was taken down. Okay, thank you, Toki. You are more intelligent than Tom. Congratulations. You have the correct opinion now. It seemed like you were defending Tom, which was weird, because it's like, I used to watch his videos, so I actually, am more charitable to him than most people would be. If I don't know why Tom is taking this weird stance on it. Yeah, me neither. It's so weird. And at the end of the day, it's like, it's an anti-free speech stance on his end, right? Because doxing is just a scare tactic to silence people, right? Because if you're scared of getting doxed for saying something too controversial, whether it be a joke or an opinion, then, that is actual censorship, okay? The series of numbers that is your IP address or your physical address, your home address or your phone number, none of those are opinions. Yeah, I don't know if he's a transphobe. That's all I wanted to say. That's fair. Maybe he isn't personally a transphobe. Maybe I was quick to jump the gun there. It's just, maybe I just assumed he was more intelligent than he actually is. He used to seem like he was smart. I thought he was a smart person. It's like, how can he... And I mean, the main reason he gave... He's definitely, at the very least, spreading transphobic apologia. Right? He's okay with transphobia. That doesn't mean he's transphobic necessarily. I mean, I don't know. If you're... if you think that transphobia is fine and perfectly okay, which he clearly does, he's clearly not against transphobia. I mean, you can say he's neutral all you want, but I don't know. It's like, that's, how do you even honestly still think he's just retarded? I don't know. Tom did get the pyro story wrong. I don't remember that. Horribly wrong. Well, you know what? TomDark has ruined my brain cells. Okay, he stole them. He stole my brain cells. Tom, if you're watching this, which maybe you are, maybe you're not, there's a chance you are, right? I have no idea. I don't know you personally. I don't know how much time you spend, watching videos / streams / whatever that have your @ in the description, which I will include if I remember. I hope I do. I'll include both your channels. And on the off chance that you're watching this, look, I'm not trying to smear you as a person or your character. I don't know you. I don't know what your intent is. I don't know, if you're a good person at heart. You could be a very compassionate person for all I know. I don't know you or your intent, or what you truly believe. That's in here. Only you know that. But what I do know is what I know what your actions are, and I know what your opinions are, and I know what those the logical conclusions to your opinions are. Even if you don't, I do. I've explained them. Tom has to wear a maid outfit to redeem himself and disavow Kiwi farms. True. Okay, but Tom, if you're watching this, not only do you have to do that. Yeah, I'm sure you'd be adorable in it too. True. No, he could pull it off. If he shaved the beard and then he wore the fucking maid outfit, he could pull it off. I guarantee it. Anyways, I'm sorry. Okay, Tom, if you're watching this, I know I've been an asshole to you, maybe a little bit harsh, maybe even uncharitable at times, because you said some really stupid shit. But if you want to debate me, or even just talk to me privately if you want, I don't need content out of it. I mean, it would be nice to debate you live and have like that. That's the more preferable option, obviously. Let's all get a maid dress. Yeah, true. But even though it's I genuinely want to have a discussion with you, even if it's private, even if you're not sure and you just want to have like a chill discussion in private in a Discord VC or some shit. I don't know. Like privately when I'm not streaming. If you want to do that, then hit me up. I think my Discord is in the description below. It's not like I'm not hard to reach. Kind of, I don't know. I haven't been checking my Discord lately, but at the end of the day, I think, you know, if you genuinely if you're not transphobic, if you genuinely believe that trans people deserve rights and that transphobia is bad and that it's okay to be trans, then, well, I think that you should at least talk to someone like me who actually knows what they're talking about. It's like, okay, if you want to be, you know, saying stupid shit, it's like you can't be surprised when someone like me calls you out, right? And I'm not here to, make you look bad. I'm not here to try, and shit on you. That's not my goal, okay? I was a fan of your content, okay? Not gonna lie. You know, on the Turkey Tom channel, I liked your video essays. You were one of the first video essay channels I had ever watched. I didn't really watch long-form content that much. It was you and the right opinion that kind of got me started on the long-form content path, you know? So it's not like I'm here to shit on you. And maybe you're just really fucking stupid in this one situation, but you have to understand, if nothing else, just listen to the arguments I've made in this stream, consider them, understand why I'm the actual free speech pseudo-absolutist and why what you are advocating for decreases free speech. And again, because I care about free speech as well. That's a value we have in common. But what you're doing actively, or what you're saying is you want Kiwi farms to not get DDoSed in order for people to be able to dox people so that they're too scared to say what they genuinely believe. That's a form of censorship, right? That is genuinely a form of censorship, scaring people out of saying what they believe. Doxing people if they say something you don't like, because then it forces them to walk on eggshells. It's either walk on eggshells or put your life at risk. And Tom, I don't think you want that, right? You don't want that, do you? You don't want to live in a world where you have to walk on eggshells in order to not get doxxed? Sure, right? Am I wrong on that? Did you just change completely? I just don't understand why you... I don't understand why you needed to have this weird, god-awful opinion. I mean, aside from it being embarrassingly bad, I don't think this is the opinion you want to have. Not just because it's embarrassingly bad, but because it goes against, your own principles. You're not taking a principled approach. You know? I like how Sir Femyoz has these kind of calm moments, like a worried mother teaching the child what is right, and I love him for it. Aw, thank you, I appreciate it. I try my best. Look, when I'm harsh, right, I don't do it out of sheer and unadulterated hatred. Mommy Femyoz, I love this. Yeah, thank you guys. But the fact of the matter is that, all right, the fact of the matter is, all right, you're going against your own principles. I don't think that Tom, I don't think you're a terrible person, okay? You know, I'm not here to shit on you. I just want you to understand that you're going against freedom of speech whether you realize it or not. And if you genuinely care about freedom of speech as much as I do, then you should really think about this, okay? Because I care about freedom of speech. If you've heard my take, I don't think people should be banned for things like saying slurs, or I don't think Nazis should be banned because I debate them. So it's I debate these people, right? I debate Nazis. I don't think they should be banned. I think they should join my Discord and debate me. That's how I see them, right? That I'm genuinely somebody who cares about, freedom of speech, the ability to say whatever you believe. Censoring things doesn't make people not believe stuff. It makes them feel stronger, but it also gives them anxiety and these bottled up emotions that fucking, it's like, it's like you're never going to confront the problems that Nazis are going to cause behind the scenes if you can't debate them because they're hiding their opinions, right? So, like, even when it comes to Nazis, I'm fine with them, just simply sharing they're trying to spread National Socialism if they want, because I can debate them as long as they're willing to engage in a debate. As long as they don't lie about statistics on purpose or some shit. It's like, I've debated like a genuine Nazi who like, it's not like a, a troll or anything. Like, he was, like as in, like, I spent like multiple hours, and this guy was a content creator as well, and I debated him. I don't think he should be censored, right? Because I think that people can change if they actually get to think about their opinions. But this guy that I had on my show, who I talked to for multiple hours, he would feel more strongly about his beliefs if I, if I had offered him to debate me. But then as soon as he says something that's too yikesy, it's like, oh, I kick him off or some shit, right? And he would feel more strong. He'd be like, oh, he kicked me off because, my opinion was right, and they're afraid of the truth. But this goes both ways, and if people, it's like, as somebody who is, it does kind of fall under the trans umbrella. Let's be real, or regardless of whether you want to label me as a femboy, trans femme, trans woman, or whatever the fuck, or cross-dresser, whatever you want to label me as. A lot of people see me as somebody who's under the trans umbrella. I think I am, kind of, to an extent at least. Maybe at the edge of the umbrella, but still. Right? Like, regardless of that, it's like, it's like being a public figure and being trans and being opinionated and a leftist, like, that's who these people target. I would be the person, like, you have to understand, Tom, that these are I am the person they would target, okay? Right? Like, they would be in the most, like, I would fit the profile of somebody they want to target because I prove their worldview wrong, so they don't like that very much. I'm trans. They don't like trans people very much. I'm, unapologetic when it comes to my beliefs. I'm not afraid to say what I believe. And they hate that. And that's ultimately what they really want to prevent, right? At the end of the day, that's what they're against. So, either way, I hope that maybe you realize that your errors or whatever, the errors of your ways, whatever you want to call it. I'm hoping you realize why, like, I just, if you care about freedom of speech, you should agree with me on this. It's okay to change your opinion too, by the way. It's okay to be like, maybe I was wrong about this Kiwi Farms thing. Maybe it isn't okay to, use fear tactics to silence people into not sharing their opinions. And again, I've already explained, how, this can be used against you, Tom. Somebody who is a far left extremist who isn't actually about leftism, somebody who doesn't care about freedom of speech the way I do, might, genuinely, dox you because they disagree with you, because they're like, oh, well, he's okay with transphobia, therefore he should be doxed. And to an extent, the you being okay with transphobia part, I could see where they're coming from, because it does seem that way. It's not like you ever argue against it. People in chat say awful shit, and you're like, yeah, that's kind of funny. You're not against it. It's like, okay, if you don't want to ban them from chat, that's fine. I wouldn't either. I would make fun of them, but whatever. And at the end of the day, I just don't understand why you would want to take the approach that causes people to be afraid to share their opinions. You think this doesn't affect, political streamers negatively? You know, you don't think it could be used on both sides? You don't think this could, you know, like, you don't think the tides could turn and then it becomes leftists who enjoy doxing and rightoids being the ones that get doxed? You don't think that that could happen? If you don't think that that could happen, you are sadly mistaken. And that's the one thing that you should know as a centrist, is that it goes both ways, right? If you're going to be centrist or center-right, you should know that. That's one of the few things that centrists seem to consistently get right. But apparently not you. What I think is awful is that more people know about the website now. Well, true. But ultimately not. Some people, like the people that want that website to exist, are going to know it exists. People that are transphobic enough to go out of their way to find a website that doxes trans people, as it's like that's the thing it's known for, right? It's like, you know, somber Femyoz hours, yeah. Calm Femyoz is best Femyoz, yeah. As fun as it is to yell and call people retarded, as much as I enjoy that, you know, I want to have these genuine heart-to-heart conversations / discussions, because I know that ultimately, you know, big YouTubers, at least some of them, know I exist. And even if Turkey Tom doesn't watch this, you know, even if nobody sends him a clip, even if he doesn't, you know, see the video, whatever, that's fine. But there can be other people that, you know, might think similarly to him. Maybe he's not as stupid as I think, as in like he's stupid. He's stupider than I thought he was, right? And he's monumentally fucking stupid in this situation. But maybe and he came to this conclusion in good faith. Maybe he genuinely believes in that you know, kiwi farms getting DDoSed is somehow an infringement of freedom of speech, and that it'll be a slippery slope, and that'll somehow mean that, oh yeah, now individual people are gonna get DDoSed for saying things and stuff. But it's like, no, the whole point of it, why it's okay for that to get DDoSed, okay, well, the reason it's okay for I'm fine with kiwi farms getting DDoSed. It's not because I like DDoSing either. DDoSing is usually pretty shitty as well, but if kiwi farms is used as a tool to silence people, which it obviously is, then if DDoSing is being used as a preventative measure to prevent more censorship, you should be in favor of that. You should be in favor of less censorship, Tom. You should be in favor of people being able to, you know, spread their ideas in the free market. Like, the free marketplace of ideas is important to you, right? I thought you cared about that. And that's why I used to like your content. That's why I used to watch your shit. Because I thought we shared that same fundamental principle. I thought you had a principled approach there. That you cared about people being able to share their ideas. But you can't share your ideas if you're constantly in fear of saying the wrong thing that'll get you doxxed on kiwi farms. Right? And maybe this doesn't apply to you because, you know, the people on kiwi farms aren't going to dox you because they like you. But they don't like me. So I'm somebody that might actually have to worry about that. Maybe not me as much as other people. They might, like, because whatever, maybe I'm less annoying to them than other people, right? I don't usually virtue signal, right? And I have an edgy sense of humor. So maybe they see those as redeeming qualities. Or whatever. But they will find people that they really don't like. If it's somebody that is kind of annoying, I'll agree. Keffals used to be kind of annoying. I don't dispute that, right? She used to be annoying. She's based now, but she was annoying in the past. That doesn't mean she deserved to get doxxed. Come on. That's insane. Either way, I'm against censorship, and I think I've made my point clear. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed this live stream / video / whatever. Another 7-hour one. Love the 7-hour streams, I know. Gotta love them. Gotta love them. They defended kiwi farms existing because they see it as a form of free speech. Ah, yes. Being able to censor people is my favorite form of free speech. Which is done because doxes can be used to silence people. Exactly. That's the point I'm making. Based Femyoz, hell yeah. I think Turkey Tom, if Turkey Tom sees this, he's gonna end up agreeing with me if he genuinely is principled, and if this isn't all a grift. If he honestly cares about free speech over most things, which he claims to. Obviously, he doesn't care about it as much as me because he hasn't thought about it as much. I am the one of the most, loud and thought, like, thought leaders in favor of freedom of speech, right? Like, I'm one of the main people at the forefront, promoting freedom of speech, but this is anti-freedom of speech. And yeah, I know, crazy, huh? Someone that's kind of far left promoting freedom of speech, but I've always been a pseudo-absolutist when it comes to that, It's a fundamental right, being able to say whatever opinion you actually have, when it comes to my leftism, right? When it comes to me being a leftist, I'm not a leftist for the sake of being a leftist. I'm a leftist for the sake of being right, I don't care about the left-wing aesthetic. And no, me wearing cat ears and looking gay as fuck is not me trying to have a left-wing aesthetic, okay? That is me being me, okay? Regardless of political ideology. But when I say left-wing aesthetic, what I mean by that is things that people think are the left but aren't actually. For instance, people that virtue signal to try and gain woke points, that's not leftism. That's just virtue signaling and whining and being annoying, right? Either way, people are saying they want the mic closer while I talk quieter. Alright. Femyoz is making me cry. I feel so comforted. I hope I am. I'm making people feel comforted, because ultimately, my goal here is not to constantly be abrasive 24/7, or to be an asshole, or to be mean to everybody because it's funny. Even though that's part of my sense of humor, I care about people, right? I care about morality. I care about people's well-being. I have a soft side, believe it or not. I know. Even though I yell at people, call them retarded. It's like, and when it comes to content creators I used to watch, like Tom, it's like I have a soft spot for them, right? It's like I know they can do better. So even if I yell at them and, make fun of them, call them stupid, say that this is the worst take you could possibly have, at the end of the day, I think Tom can get better. I think he can, again, I've offered, him to DM me. He can talk to me privately. I don't care. It doesn't need to be for YouTube clout. I don't care if I can put his name, like, oh, yeah, it would be nice. Oh, I could put my name in the title. Femyoz versus Turkey Tom debate. Or destroying Turkey Tom in a trans debate. He rage quits, or some fucking shit like that, right? As fun as that is, it's like, if he's genuinely willing to argue in good faith, I'm not gonna do that, or hold him to that fucking standard. He doesn't have to debate me if he's gonna listen to me, right? As in, like, or like, I guess it would be more of a discussion at that point, right? If he is willing to, talk and listen and change his mind, realize why I'm right about everything as per usual. Let's be real. I'm kidding, kind of. But yeah, I do like the contrast as well. And yeah, making Turkey Tom submit in a debate, I could do that. Turkey Tom is a bottom. People say that I'm a bottom, and they're not entirely wrong. But, like, if you're Turkey Tom, you're more of a bottom. Let's be Either way, I don't have any, making Turkey Tom submit in a debate. Yeah. Or at least then that's like an innuendo as well. You gotta love it. Power bottom? No, I'm not a power bottom either. It's just but you know what? Sometimes, the subby boy wives of the world know how to make people submit, because they know what would make them submit. And you know what? That's a useful tool. Who would know better as to what would make people submit than submissive people themselves? Right? I'm just saying. Either way, jokes aside, I don't even know if that's a joke. Well, that's a meta irony type of joke, because it's like, well, framing it as a joke, but like, if it's like, well, if it's like just like an opinion, that's like, is that a joke? I mean, kinda, sorta. I say it in a jokey way. Also, this fucking acne on my cheek is still pissing me off. I don't know where the fuck it came from. The subby boy wives of the world, OMG, I love that, yeah. So, I don't even know anymore. It's, I say things and I guess they resonate with people. Ultimately, I can only, that's what I do best, right? Is say things that sound good, right? That's like, isn't that like every YouTuber though? Isn't that their job? Isn't that what they get paid for? Is to say things that are either funny or sound good, you know? I mean, you don't have to be intellectually honest, honestly. Right? That's why a lot of people lie about shit. Why do you think Matt Walsh is so successful? You think it's because he's intellectually honest? What do you think about Diorio? I think he's cool. Apparently he's finally going to upload again. Wow. His once-a-year upload. That's crazy. I'm going to refer to myself like that from now on. Hell yeah. So one of the many subby boy wives of the world. Yeah. Femyoz, what do you think about punks? I don't know. Augie keeps hyping up the video. Yeah. See, okay, that's the thing, is people like... Look, when it comes to, like, for instance, Augie, I think that Augie is not very, like, that's why, it's like, I don't even talk about Augie, because it's like, okay, he's just like a dumbass. Like, he seems like he's like a nice person, kind of, but he's fucking stupid, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sure I would be like, if I were to, like, talk to him, we'd probably get along, and, like, if I were to, like, talk to him in person, right? But it's like, he has so many bad takes, and it's like, okay, right? Bottom or not, Femyoz is like a partner that would be joking at times, but when shit gets serious, he is like a responsible parent. True. I don't take anything seriously until I do, you know? Because it's like when I know that, like, you know, when I know that, it's like, okay, taking a more serious approach can actually be useful, right? It's like, okay, I may as well do that. Keffals wanted to give Augie HRT. I'm not based Keffals. I want to give Augie HRT now. That'd be cool. He would realize the wonders of becoming an HRT femboy. I haven't become one yet, but I will become one. So I'm gonna aggressively submit to my boyfriend. Ah, yes, the most aggressive thing you can do, of course. That's the most aggressive thing I've ever done. That's more aggressive than me yelling at people, yelling at Nazis in debate. Let's be real. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Keffals would say that as... I mean, she has a dry sense of humor. Anyone who's watched more than, like, the clips, out-of-context clips of her that other people show, you know, they know that she has a dry sense of humor, right? Fuck, that's the kind of joke I would make. I would be like, you just haven't tried it yet. You can't diss it till you try it, right? That would be my approach. Love the vibes right now, hell yeah. But at the end of the day, either way, I think either way, you know what? Maybe Turkey Tom just needs HRT. You know, maybe that's why he's so upset. I don't even know anymore. It just be like that, you know? It just be like that. But anyways, that's just how it is. And I'm gonna be ending stream soon, but yeah. Anyways, either way, what am I even saying? He can't get HRT, that's why he's mad. True. If he lived in Canada with Keffals, he would be able to become an HRT femboy. The real reason he's mad at trans people, or not trans people, about, people not being able to fucking dox trans people without any repercussions, the reason he's mad about that is because, he's closeted. But he knows that his audience wouldn't be okay with him being out of the closet. I mean, Keffals said so as well. Keffals said that Tom is definitely a closeted trans woman, And I can't wait for the day when she comes out, Yeah. See, this is what I mean, though. Like, Keffals is based. I'm sorry. She used to be cringe. She's based now, And I'm all for second chances. She gets her second chance. After being cringe, she became based. Hell yeah. Anyways, I've been rambling. I hope y'all enjoyed the video. If you did, /stream/VOD podcast, whatever the fuck you want to call it, I don't even know anymore. Either way, all right. Either way, well, yeah. Don't know her, but I support anyone that wants to come out. Yeah. Yeah, from what I've seen, she's based now. By the way, did you check out in the notebook? I did not. I forgot about that. But anyways, I'm gonna end stream. Smash like if you enjoyed this stream. If you want to see more content like this, if you're a fan of the 7-hour live streams, let me know by smashing like, donating money if you really want, if you have extra money. Leaving a comment saying what you liked or didn't like. And yeah, subscribe with notifications on if you want to see more shit like this, or if you like, short form content that's entertaining, you may as well give it a shot, right? Couldn't hurt. I wish to argue with Femyoz, and I say his stinky, I am only kidding, Sir Femyoz. I'll have you find that, yeah, what even is stinky? I don't know. Wait, what categorically distinguishes a person who is stinky from a person who is not stinky? I don't know. I guess the cutoff would be neutral, and anything that is a smell that is worse than neutral is some level of stinky. That's where I would draw the line. Maybe that's just me. Anyways, alright. Goodbye, everyone. Smash like, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. You already know the drill, okay? Watch my other content if you like this. May as well. I don't know. Alright, see ya. Bye.